does have a secondary account called Ukraine Before and After, that I have shared in the back channels here too. Um, just where she is hoping to do some really good comparisons to what Ukraine was like before the war and what it's like now, so that people can see the reality and the destruction. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing her up. I mean, that was just absolutely wonderful to have her on. And I'm betting Will has something to say too because he talked to her a little bit. But thanks for the time, and just wanted to say thanks for bringing her up. And she was absolutely wonderful. And I'm hoping she'll become really comfortable coming up and talking to us in this space. She's doing some great stuff. Thanks, Yehuda.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. I can tell you these people were there the whole day. I was there. I think I left around lunchtime. My lawyers are located right opposite the Russian consulate. And my lawyer is a great lawyer, one of the smartest people I've ever met. And he treats me like a child. It's really weird. If he likes you, he treats you like a child. And it's just weird. But he uh, he said to me, they have a huge balcony, the whole width of the building, and the whole floor is his. And he said, I was lucky when the invasion started. I purchased 50 Ukrainian flags, 50, and I couldn't, now you can't buy them. And I festooned the balcony with dozens, as many as it could fit. Now, the funny thing is, right opposite his floor is the Russian consulate. And he goes, I want to remind the Russians exactly, and I think his daughter in law is actually from Ukraine as well. So it's a really good feeling. And then I don't know why I didn't think of it. There was a lady I could see from the balcony of his unit, his floor, a blue and gold or blue and yellow umbrella. I just didn't think of it at first, and then when I got downstairs, I realized, oh, it's a protest. Let's go meet them, and they're great. They had really well done placards, um, and people, while I was there, people just walked up to them and just said, amazing, I support you. And then and at some point there was a gentleman, and they didn't understand if he supported them, but he did. And they're like, what, you don't support, he's genocide? He goes, no, 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 I'm on your team, we all are. And there wasn't one bystander, one person who passed the protest that didn't support Ukraine. So that was really beautiful to watch in action. So thanks, Heather. And hopefully she will be. Add her to your Twitter list, or what's called the following list. Uh,
Oh,
let's get her back
I was
in.
watching her number of followers go up while she was talking on this space. So she has many more followers now. And Victoria asked her to please follow her back so that they can connect and talk. So hopefully we'll get that taken care of, and she'll be with us again.
Exactly. Well, she didn't open up her DMs yet. I'm not sure she knows that's the account she just made recently, but we'll get her back. Thanks so much.
Well, go ahead. Yeah, do her head in. Get her on Signal. Hey, it was great to meet Lydia and hear about the similar things that are going on in Toronto and her experience there. And it would be good to get her back and hear her talk about the things that interest her and how she's going with her 13-year-old there in Canada. But Yehuda, you owe me something. Last Tuesday, I spent 15 hours in the space, wasting Lou's money, basically taunting people to donate and match and everything like that. And I know we had a great big day. And both you and Alex said you guys would go away and come back with the totals from Maria Aid and MriyaReport collectively. And I wonder if you've had a chance to do that. And when you do, are you planning to publish something so that we can put it in the nest and see how that day went?
Well, yeah, no, I did get a chance to speak to the lawyer. And the team that runs the finances. So it looks like during that 12-hour period, Okay, hold on. Just have to cough there. I'll mute the phone. You see, I'm polite. Um, in that 12-hour period or whatever it was, 15 hour.
It was supposed to be
Uh,
24.
I don't know. I'll take your word for it. But in that period of time, um, so there are other donors as well. And I'm reading these professional philanthropists fight with each other in a mocking kind of way. But they had said, can't believe Lou's doing this right now. I want to hurt him. Let's hurt Lou. I'm like, wow, that's kind of mean. But he liked it. He said, try it, hurt me. Um, so they're in the PayPal alone in that period of time. I think it was over $51,000 that was donated. Aside from that, some other donors, because they have, I don't know how it is, because I've never been, I'll probably never be that wealthy. There are people that create charitable foundations. So they take chunks of money and put it in a charitable foundation with a big bank, and they don't have e-transfer. They have to. They're only allowed to donate that money under U.S. law to 501(c)(3)s. Is it 5(3) or whatever?
C3. That's why
C3.
the 3 is separated from the
Yeah.
other numbers.
So C3. Thanks, doctor. Just kidding. 501(c), and
3 CPO. 3.
3 CPO. That's all I think of is the Android. Or the droid. So they aren't able, apparently, unless it's already set up, to send money immediately. They send checks. So the reason why I say PayPal's 51 is I think I understand that other people who have these charitable organizations send checks directly to the MriyaReport lawyer. So we don't know the full number, right? We know it could be 2,000. I don't know. Obviously I didn't ask. People message me, but I'm not going to say, "Oh, and how much is it?" I just got messages saying, "Oh, I've donated from my this and that." So I think it's maybe about 3 or 4 checks for a couple thousand each, and the 51,000 came in, and then Lou, on top of it, uh, he matched the 50,000, and he also sent another, uh, large check for 25,000 just on top of it. I don't know, just for I have no idea. So in a nutshell, technically in a 12, 15-hour period, MriyaReport raised $135,000. That's crazy, I think. Isn't that crazy, Will?
Well, it was crazy. I mean, it was a little bit. How it went was, I was here with Alan in the morning, listening and talking to him, and Lou got outraged about something and started that thing at 9:30 in the evening for you, or 9:30 in the evening for Alan, and was challenging people. He said he was going to match everything. So then we all got busy donating what we could, and I just stayed around for the. Well, I mean, he was still here when Doman came on, and we were still winding people up to donate. And he said it was going to go till noon the next day, in Eastern time, and then interestingly, right, and then the deputy mayor of Kherson was on, and he gave her a $7,000
Yep.
donation for the solar generator for the kids hospital. So, and then later that afternoon, Frank from Vancouver came in and said he also wanted to match what Lou was doing, but he wasn't sure if he was going to do it then or organize another time to do it. So I don't know how it turned out, but yeah, I just wanted to see how that all came out, because it was infectious getting everybody wound up and donating. And I knew it would be magnifying, but I didn't know how big the final numbers came out. So it'll be good to see a tweet and that up in the nest for at least 24 hours. So because I think that is very infectious, and a big number there will spur people on to also donate, because it kind of raises the bona fides of the organization. And it was fantastic information for me, because I was fighting with some vatniks about other donations, things they were trying to do to raise money. And I said, I think we raised about $120,000 in one day. So eat that.
Oh yeah, no, it was incredible. Sorry, coughing again. It was incredible. Uh, he even of the 51,000, I think on top of it, he actually included his own $7,000 donation. He goes, make sure you add my $7,000 donation to match it. Go, but it's from you. He goes, doesn't matter. I said anything that comes in, I'm going to match. So he actually donated $7,000 on top of the number.
Yeah.
You know
And
what I mean?
a guy Aaron accidentally donated to Maria Aid instead of Maria Report. He goes, that's all right. I'll match those too. And Alex came in and said, yeah, I'll get the summary of everything that people put into Maria Report and Maria Aid in addition to Maria Report. And that, he was, I'll double it all. Let's go.
It was incredible.
He's a wild man.
Let's do it. He's got a real fire about him. I love Lou. Lou doesn't have any connection to Ukraine before this, but he has a connection to humanity. He has a connection to justice and what's right and what's wrong. And I can tell you, when I speak to our Ukrainian friends, even my mother-in-law, I tell her, she's just blown away. Like, why do all these people care? Because we're human beings, right? We know what's right. We know natural law, justice, and we know what makes sense. And the good thing about it is there's so many these great supporters. There was a fellow who even contributed through a website called Benevity, which is this kind of a website that matches donations. Like if your company gives donations, they match it. And he donated $1,500. He's actually one of the pro bono lawyers who does work for MriyaReport. He donated, forget MriyaReport having to pay him for work. He's donating, and then his company matched it. So it's pretty incredible. It's a good situation. And if it wasn't for listeners like all of you, we wouldn't be there. We wouldn't be here. So now, on top of it, Ryan from Oklahoma was listening. He said that he knew of generators that were kicking around, needed to be used. And he reached out to the mayor of Kherson, and she, she graciously accepted it. So it's all good news. And you can't forget, there's another fella behind the scenes who really does great work. His name's Tom Roble. He's a lawyer from San Francisco, an NGO charitable organization type specialist, and a real hero to me. He not only a great person, but he's been on board from day one to help Ukraine. He's been accused of being a Russian spy for some reason. I don't understand, but I've known from the beginning that he's a great person, and he's the one who gets those checks and deposits them. It's good news. And we're going to have on the new website apparently a place to send those, whether it's a PO box or because right now people are sending those larger checks to his office. But either way, we'll get a PO box either in Louisiana, where one of the main contributors of the space lives, or to San Francisco. We don't know yet. But the bottom line is there are a lot of really great people helping out. And actually, if it wasn't for Tom, there would be no MriyaReport 501c3, which is pretty important. So if you get a chance, I don't know if he's in the room. He is. Tom, he's in the room. Polymath. If you need any help, and you you need a lawyer in San Francisco, I don't think he does speeding tickets, but he does everything else. And or maybe not. Maybe it's not general practice, but I thought he is. Either way, he's a great member of our team, and really smart lawyer who's helped us out immeasurably. So there are so many of them. We've got people, other law firms. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their name, so I won't for now. But in New York, famous law firm that's doing all of the transactional stuff for a MriyaReport. For example, there's an ongoing project with a school you might have heard of. It's not very big. I think it's Harvard. What's that school? Harvard. Doman, what do you call it? He's sleeping.
Harvard?
Harvard, that's it. Harvard. I get the emphasis on the vowel wrong, or the concept. Harvard is doing a thing with MriyaReport where they're going to be mapping, all this geospatial stuff to help with war crime stuff, rebuilding. And for example, that other pro bono law firm is writing the contract between Harvard, and MriyaReport. There's so many things behind the scenes that I don't think people know about. And I think if you want to, you know, if I was to constructively criticize MriyaReport, I think it doesn't do enough to share with the listeners all the good work that happens behind the scenes. I mean, you have the people that that staff the report and do 24 hours. There's a crew of people in the background that do the audio, the editing, the this, the that, the scheduling, the calendars, the content creation, the finding new people to speak, bringing back older guests to speak. There are teams that do really good work with Harvard to try to be example to the world about when it comes to like documenting war crimes. Steven Spielberg did this thing documenting the Holocaust, but it was like I don't know, 50 years after. So he only had so many people he could interview. Well, let's not wait. Then we need to document. We need to advocate for Ukraine. We need to tell people. Remember, it's not a joke. There are piles of bodies of naked children stacked like cordwood that the Russians murdered and raped and killed. And that's not gonna. We can't let that go unnoticed, right? I mean, you want to talk all these clowns, and I call them clowns with my apologies to actual clowns that sit there and say, oh, it's just a border dispute. Brr, the Russians have committed genocide, like full period stop. They've literally murdered who knows how many thousands and thousands of Ukrainians. They've kidnapped 500,000 children or something, some ridiculous number. Like this is neo-Nazis on steroids. And we can't let that go. We can't pretend it didn't happen. Every time we talk about an advance on the ground, that's great. I'm really proud of the Ukrainians for fighting and liberating their country. But just stop for a minute and realize and remember this is built on the history of war, of mass graves being exposed, torture chambers for children. As if a torture chamber in itself wasn't bad enough. You specialize in torture chambers for children? That's what the Russians are doing. You think they're not doing it right now in occupied Ukraine? Do you think they just stopped? Probably was a bad idea for 5, 6 months. Let's stop. No. So when that should give you pause. For those who say, well, you can't, it's not going off like I thought. What are you talking about? The Ukrainians have one fight to fight here. They have one chance to do this right. They're going to make sure they hit the Russians where they can, where they should, and fight them and destroy them in their country and remove them. Because as it stands, Russians aren't just committing rapes and murders and genocide in Ukraine. These guys can't even, this Russian army can't even keep its hands to itself. Russians in nearby regions on the border complain about Russian soldiers raping and murdering and looting. I mean, that's like a barbaric horde. It's almost like, I won't use the term, but I kind of see why a lot of Ukrainians call them orcs because it's so ridiculous, right? It's almost like a caricature of an evil army. But that's what the Russians are doing today, right? This is the Russian army today, right? They're shooting people that run back. But in a way, that's a good thing they're doing that because it just shows how wrong they are, right? A just army, a just fight doesn't involve shooting your own people and raping children of Ukraine. That's what the Russians do. I mean, there's you can criticize, oh, but America bad, Iraq, blah blah blah. The orders weren't given to U.S. Units to murder and terrorize civilians and rape women and children. Okay, I don't care how much you don't like the states. That was never an order given. Okay, those are orders. That's verifiable. Um, Russian commanders sent orders to different BTGs that your job will be take a village, rape, kill, murder, and publicize. So we can scare all the Ukrainians and make them realize if they fight us, this is what they can expect. So this is the fight of our lifetimes. And unlike in World War II, when Western nations were coughing up conscripts and volunteers to go fight the evil Nazis, the Ukrainians are doing it for the world. You've heard them say, give us M777s, give us anti-tank weapons, give us HIMARS, give us tanks, give us planes. They're not saying, give us soldiers. They go, this is our fight. It's personal for us. It's time that we take back our country and we never suffer from the hands of Russian imperialism ever again. And I think that is an important thing for us to all remember. They're fighting that is the most honorable thing that you can imagine. And on that note, if you could and you are able to help out Ukrainian causes, MriyaReport helps very noble Ukrainian causes. You can donate at MriyaReport.org. You get a tax receipt in the United States, or more importantly, retweet and let people know. The more people that come here, the greater chances that we'll have to enable and to teach and advocate for Ukraine with new people in the space. Anyways, I've talked too long. Sorry about my soapbox. I'll step down. Thanks so much, Doman and Mockers.
Thank you. Huda. Just a quick question for you on something else, because I woke up to an inbox full of questions that were all exactly the same. What is all this talk about Ukraine pausing or taking a break from the counteroffensive? Is it just the Ukrainians will continue doing exactly as they are, but without the media scrutiny unnecessarily interfering or questioning what they're doing, and then suddenly they'll say, "And we've restarted," as they are, 5-10 kilometers further south?
Here, 1 second. Okay, so good point. So listen, you can take a tactical pause. It doesn't mean your counteroffensive is over. And there are certain times you can take a tactical pause. So I would speculate that the Ukrainians have inflicted enough damage and confusion on these Russian units at the zero line, at the line of contact, that they're able, comfortably to pause, uh, reorient forces, move artillery to different places, start doing a new screen or a recce of Russian positions, and say, okay, well, this is damage we've done after a week and a bit. Now let's assess where the Russians are, where they're the strongest, where they're the weakest. We'll continue fire missions. We'll keep hitting the resupply, but in the meantime, the Russians are in no position to reorient themselves. I suspect that if the Ukrainians are taking a tactical pause, first of all, it's not to catch their breath because they're tired. It's okay. This is what we've done. We've advanced here, 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 and here. We've recovered 1,000 square kilometers. Not consequential terrain, but we've done it. Now we're in a position where we can have assault positions placed here, here, and here. We're going to do more drone, and we're going to do more reconnaissance and map estimates, time estimates based on the information they get from NATO countries, the United States. What are the where this where do we think a lot of their anti-armor weaponry is? Because we want to possibly, if possible, avoid those areas so we can hit in areas where we'll have more freedom of movement and our mobility is greater. That's what they're doing. So they're not stopping because the Russians blunted their advance. They're saying we've first of all, everything they've done is a net gain. The question is, where do they want to focus and concentrate their forces? And why didn't they do it 5 days ago and 2 days ago? Because they probably felt that they weren't in a position to properly suppress Russian movement. So they want to fix the Russians where they are. So I suspect, you can fire, you could be 300 meters, 500 meters from a Russian position, and you could either advance or you could hunker down there and fix them and say, you know what, okay, so they're not moving forward. They're in a trench. So trenches don't move. Okay. So it's easy for the Ukrainians to continue to fix the Russians. They could use mortars on them. They could just sit there and chip away at them. So the Russians aren't moving because the momentum is on the Ukrainian side. So I would posit that the Ukrainians have said, okay, all these forces who are decisively engaged continue to be decisively engaged. Make sure the Russians don't move backwards or even forwards right now. We're going to look at the big picture, the common operating picture. We're going to determine, here was our plan. This is where we thought we'd be. This is where we thought we would go after. It's yes, it's correct, exactly right, or no, it's not exactly right. The Russians were weaker here. They were stronger there. Where they're weaker, that's where I want to concentrate forces. So reorient the forces, put in two brigades behind this other brigade. Let that brigade advance in that position, consolidate on that first, defensive line or the second defensive Russian line, and then have follow-on forces push through and get real close to the third line. Then we're going to stop again. All right, guys, let's stop, guys and girls. Okay, here we are. And now that we're at this position, we're going to do this again, and we're going to say, okay, they're stronger here, they're weaker here. It's not worth exploiting here because it'll be too costly in soldiers and material. Now that very much differs from the Russian approach, because the Russian approach is we were told that we have to go from A to B, and casualties be damned, we're going there, right? And that's why the Ukrainians, you see, because they're a thinking army. It's dynamic, but it's a thinking army. You have people doing the right thing and saying, "Yeah, sir or ma'am, we've made it to this point. The Russians have way more anti-tank weapons here than we thought. What next? What are the orders? Okay, wait out, fix them there. Don't let them move. We don't want them moving those. Don't want to keep them suppressed so that they don't take those anti-armor weapons and move them to where we're going to end up going." Right. So this is all part and parcel of decentralized command. You give the local area commander a lot of leeway to make those calls and say, okay, so we've done a recce. We've been in this one position for a day. I've sent a recce platoon out. They count. There's two companies at this position. They've got about 8 times anti-armor weapons that we see. We can see the whatever they're using. We don't know how many rounds they have, but we see the launchers. We see how many mortars they have. This is what they got here. That information gets fed up the chain from the platoon to the company, to the battalion, to the brigade, to the division. And then that commander in that area of operation goes, okay, let me look at a map. Okay, so the Russians are really, really, big on anti-armor in this sector. We're not going to go there. We're gonna fix them. So let's get some arty on that position. Make sure the Russians can't keep their heads up. And then, I'll report back to Army Corps and say, hey, here's where we're at. This position or this in this area, which we thought we'd advance through, is not a good idea because this other area of, this other section or sector of my area of operations shows the Russians are super weak here. So what I want to do, with your permission, sir or ma'am, is to conduct an offensive in this area, and we will fix the Russians on the flanks. We will put up guards, and we're going to push through. So that's the kind of the planning procedure, operational planning procedure, OPP, that goes on in these commanders' heads. Now, being able to take that pause tells me that the Ukrainians are sufficiently secure and confident with their ability, to prosecute this, offensive. So it means they're saying, okay, we're good now. The Russians are really hurting. We're going to take a tactical pause. We're going to go, okay, where are we at? What do we need to do? What resources does this brigadier general in charge of a division, that general's going to say, what stuff do I need to complete my mission? The requirements have changed. The enemy gets a vote, so we need to now, that person could ask from higher, what, there's another obstacle, a bigger minefield. I need at least 2 engineering squadrons up here to clear the path and make safe a route. And then they get told yes or no, right? And that's how it works. It's almost like a constant negotiation, right? Almost like a surgeon on an operating table has a plan to do something. Once they open up the body, okay, no, nurse, get me another nurse or another doctor. Hold this here, clamp that there. We're going to go this way. That's how the battle works. I hope that helps.
Thank you for that. So, we shouldn't think too much of it, and we should let the good people at various other media outlets look and think and overthink, and they just focus on the situation actually developing.
Yeah, if someone's using the pause as proof that the offensive isn't working, they obviously know nothing about warfare. Right? I mean, just because the Russians go, wow, we're going to go to here, we're going to drive there, we're going to throw 10,000 people in there, they're all going to die, but we don't care because we got more people than they have bullets. That's not planning. That's just a butcher. That's a butcher who says that, right? All those who said the opposite, like Dave Sark, well, I can't believe it, they missed the opportunity. I mean, you would think if after like 15 months you were wrong at every prediction you made, you might want to shut up. I'm not a doctor. Will's got his hand up. But if you get it wrong every friggin' time, why are you so confident? Why are you writing in caps? David is, oh, no, you have like, why are you writing in caps? You were wrong about 3 days. You were wrong about being destroyed in 2 months. You were wrong about being destroyed after 10 months. You were wrong about Kherson. You were wrong about Kharkiv. You were wrong about HIMARS being delivered. You were wrong about M777s, Leos, Abrams. I mean, you. I've almost run out of things that someone could be wrong about, but yet they keep saying it. Now, I was wrong for 15 months, but guess what? I'm right now. Ukraine, the counteroffensive has failed. I mean, it only tells me you just don't want Ukraine to win for some emotional reason. They are masters at this. They have become the most effective combat force on the planet. They're not going to just commit forces and resources because they know that once liberation is complete, every one of these Ukrainian soldiers will go back to their homes, men or women, and they will rebuild Ukraine. They don't want to exist. They don't want to survive. Their intent is to flourish. Ukraine is not in it to just kick Russia out of Ukraine. Ukraine is in it to liberate its country and to assume its rightful place, have a free and fair and democratic country where people can live in peace and security. And that's going to take as many Ukrainians coming back alive. That's why you're seeing the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian armed forces conduct itself in such a way that they don't squander the lives of their soldiers. If it means it takes longer, it takes longer. If it means it's going to upset the talking heads on TV, so be it. Okay? The same talking heads never thought the Kharkiv offensive would occur. They never thought Kherson would be returned. Oh, glorious Kherson, eternal Russian city of the Russian Federation, will never leave the sphere of Ruski myth. But it did. It'll all leave. You just have to be patient. Go ahead. If with your permission, Dominant Moggers, go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I agree with all that, Yehuda. And the place that interests me on the map, and you probably don't know anything more, because Sachs and these other idiots focusing on the Jews.
Will, can you tell the audience who is this? I don't even know who David Sachs is. Who? Why is he so? Is he a military?
So David,
who is he?
Well, you got to look up Pekka Kalinen's Vatnik Soup. David Sachs, Peter Thiel, no relation, and Elon Musk are all good buddies from South Africa, I think. I'm not sure if David Sachs is from South Africa, but they're all rich kids from South Africa that, want to, who grew up elitist and take their form of libertarianism around the world, government shit at everything. And, just turn it all over to the, just turn it all over to the businessmen. They'll take it all care of it because that's really worked really great every time they've done that.
That's a for sure done deal, right? Totally.
Oh yeah. So Sachs, it should be sack of because he's a sack of shit. But these guys that are purporting this stuff, they're basically just piling on with Elon Musk to try to foment discord. And whether they're doing it as paid agents or they're idiots, just useful idiots, I don't know. But clearly, oh wow, it's 2 weeks and the offensive has only got 110 square kilometers. I mean, what's that? 3 times the size of Bakhmut that took them 10 months to take? I mean, where's the fair measuring stick? Even by his stupid measuring stick, he's wrong. So all you can do is bonk him, right? There's a really good way to bonk David Sachs, right? If you know anything about history at all, find your favorite war where something didn't go well in it, but the good guys won in the end, right? There's thousands of examples of these, and just go to his tweet and copy the text and change one word and then put your own picture in there of something that looked like failure but became success. I picked Guadalcanal. Other people picked D-Day. Some other folks picked, all kinds of different things. There are loads of examples of smart armies that don't take incredible losses when they give up time for saving lives and waiting till their appropriate time to when they've got the intelligence or they find out something or they the first attack proves that they need some extra equipment or whatever it is. If you're not being smart and adjusting your plan through your action, whether you're working in business or in the military, you're a moron. So all you should do is just pile on and bonk those guys. If you want to learn how to be a NAFO dog right now, go find David Sachs' thing, look at any of the examples, and feel free to pile on, because he's going to get ratioed huge on that one. But the part of the map that really interests me, Yehuda, is forget how the Ukrainians are going on an offensive. You might note that the Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine announced that there is a offensive of the Russians on up near Kremina and Kupiansk area, and I'd be really interested to know. I suppose we'll find out in 2 or 3 days how that's going, because this is here again. It's the VDV, the scary 76 VDV. Let's see how in equal conditions they go on their little offensive versus how Ukraine goes on their offensive, and we'll judge that in another 3 or 4 days once we hear some information. But at this point, any little village they take on the map that they've got photos of, that's the only measure of success at this point. All the talk from Russia's side on losses and whatever else, and it's all just nonsense. Wait, the facts on the ground will tell the result soon enough. And remember, of course, the counteroffensive has been going on for probably 8 weeks, 10 weeks, if you count all the shaping operations and taking out refineries and all the stuff that's been going on. But if you say the on the ground attempts to take back land, probably going on about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. And remember, there's like 5 to 6 more months of decent weather yet. So don't worry, folks. No news is good news, and all the news that we have heard is basically neutral or good news. Even the area where you're worried about, if you're worried about Ka-52 alligators, there's only about 30 of them left, and they ain't in good shape, and they can be shot down. If you're worried about that 6 or 8 the M2 Bradleys being lost, and a couple of Leopard 2 A6s, recognize that there's no additional photos of that. Right? There's never been a photo of a HIMARS actually lost. There's never. If Russia had it, believe me, they'd be dancing in the streets with it. Shoigu, right when the counteroffensive land verge portions kicked off, Shoigu was on the news every day and touting all these fake numbers, 21,000 killed or whatever, that you notice he's not on the news anymore because he doesn't even have anything to report now. So no news is good news, I reckon, Joe. But if you do have any news of the Kremina Kupiansk area, I'd be very interested to hear that, because I reckon that's where something very interesting is going to come out in the next few days.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anything interesting will come out in that regard, but I will say this. The Russian defense has been mostly relegated to dismounted infantry. Why that's important is that means the Ukrainians are mechanized mostly, and the Russians are not. The Russians just don't have the equipment anymore. They've lost so much kit in Ukraine, some of it, or a good portion of it, perfectly intact. And the Ukrainians probably have orders in every other area to fix the Russians. So to engage them in such a way that the Russians can't advance or they can't leave. They want to keep those soldiers there. Now, what does that mean practically? It means that if there's a Russian, trench and a Ukrainian trench half a kilometer away or a kilometer away, the Russians just can't pick up and leave, because what would happen is the Ukrainians would attack them, right? That would be bad for the Russians. So they're stuck in positions where they have to defend. The Ukrainians are firing mortars at them, so they'd have to get out of trenches eventually. There aren't trenches everywhere. There are trenches in a certain, defensive battle position, and the Ukrainians can make sure that those Russians stay put. So in Kremina, if the Russians attempted a counter move, they want to counter a Ukrainian offensive or advance to contact or whatever the Ukrainians are doing, they would have to get out of the trenches and move forward. Now, what's in front of Russian trenches? Well, what do you think's in front of those Russian trenches?
Well, a whole bunch of mines are out there.
Sounds like you're in the military. Exactly. Mines. So the Russians would have a very hard time trying to attack, because for the last 6 7 months the Russians have been digging in, and they've been creating defensive battle positions. They've created obstacles. Now the funny thing is, they created more obstacles than they can cover by fire. So an obstacle that's not covered by fire is pretty, you know, it's an invitation to clear, right? Engineers making safer route. They said, what does that mean? It means they take tanks with like literally like snow shovel blades on them, and they just move the dirt around, and those mines get picked up and moved to the side, and they make several of these lanes. Now, if those engineering assets aren't, covered, if those obstacles aren't covered by fire, it makes the engineer's job really easy. Now, the reality is there was a 1,200-kilometer front. It's now about 800 kilometers because of the flooding. So that's an issue. But it means that the Ukrainians aren't so worried about Russian counter moves in the north, because they have to go through their own obstacles. And guess what the Russians don't do, Will? They don't mark their obstacles. Now, under international law, laws of armed conflict, you're supposed to, whatever platoon commander, an engineer, or whoever has laid mines, they have to mark where they are. Now, there are all sorts of really cool GPS devices that can tell you to like 10 figure grid coordinate, like, to the meter where something is. If you don't know where your own stuff is, you're gonna have a hard time telling your troops, okay, we're gonna attack the Ukrainians. Well, hold on, Lieutenant, Borisov. You want us to go here, but don't we have like 200 meters of mines in front of us? Yes, but the glorious leader of great nation of Russia said we attack. Yeah, but we're gonna step on our own mines. Yeah, that's interesting. Cool story, bro. Keep going. And that's what they do. Russians have. There's more anecdotal evidence, videos online of Russians um, being, you know, bumped or blown up by their own mines. It's not even funny anymore. It's just bizarre. I mean, if you want to live, if you're a Russian commander, lieutenant, captain, major, and the Ukrainians are a kilometer away, and there's a minefield in front of you, and you laid those damn mines yourself, you might be kicking yourself, going, "Shoot, maybe we should have marked where we put them all, so we could do something, or we could have made our own route through the minefield that the Ukrainians don't know, but we know because we marked it, but they didn't mark it." They have a truck, skeet shooting. It's where you throw those like ceramic pucks and you hit them with a shotgun or something. Am I right? Well, that's an American thing.
I don't know. Is it an American thing?
I think so. So, well, let's pretend it is. So imagine you threw mines out of a truck that had like a mine launcher, like a frisbee, like it launches mines like frisbees, and you just throw it everywhere. It's like Oprah Winfrey of. You get a mine and we're just throwing mines out. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, good, I guess, in a way. But what you've denied to the enemy, you've now denied to yourself. So, there was a mine clearance person on, a Ryan fella, and he was talking about, because I asked him because I'm curious, if machines are launching these things, and he goes, you know what? There's a general trajectory and a pathway of these things. Sorry, I'm tired. That you lay out the mines, and you kind of get a. I've learned that it almost follows a certain pattern, because I can imagine now where that truck was when it launched them, and it just firing these mines. The Russians don't have the ability; they've never marked the mines, but the mines are literally deposited willy nilly, helter skelter, and any Russian counter move along those lines will inevitably result in them hitting their own mines. So I suspect the Ukrainians, being trained properly, have really good defensive positions in Kreminna and those areas. The Russians aren't going to move anywhere. And frankly, if they're committed in those areas, it's actually good for the Ukrainians, because it means that those forces in the north can't be reoriented to help in Bakhmut or in the south, because they're decisively engaged. And one of the hardest things to do in combat is to become unengaged, to disengage from the enemy. Because again, as I said, a smart enemy will see a weakness in your position. If you start to withdraw and you've not done the withdrawal properly and you're not covering your withdrawal, then that's when you can attack. So yes, the Russians, I have heard reports they're trying to conduct counter moves. They're not getting anywhere. And frankly, it's good for the Ukrainians to keep the Russians occupied in every other place. The idea for the Ukrainians is not to let the Russians know where they intend to penetrate, to conduct a break-in, penetration, and exploitation, but to keep the Russians guessing on all parts of the front. And I hope that helps. Well,
Yeah, indeed. Thanks very much.
I don't think 1,010 liquidated Russians announced the day after the offensive was allegedly paused indicates any great pause in offensive operations. I think that's my that's the extent of my thoughts on all of that.
no, yeah, sure. Look, if the Russians want to consider that a victory, then fill your boots, right? Just because the Ukrainians are saying we will actively, we will take a tactical pause and like decide where we're going to attack, continue the counteroffensive. Does not a defeat make, right? So the Russians can still try to attack Ukrainian positions. Again, these are not sophisticated actors. They do not know how to fight. They're not well trained. The people that were mobilized and moved to the front, they weren't. They might have had 2-3 weeks, a month of training, but it doesn't mean they're professional soldiers, right? And if they're stuck in these positions and they're told, hey, oh my, the Ukrainians aren't pushing here, so that must mean they're losing. Let's attack their position. It's a pretty bad idea. It's a pretty super bad idea. So we're going to see more of that. I would not rule anything out from the Ukrainian side. Wouldn't cry. I wouldn't say, oh my gosh, why aren't they doing more? They're doing what they need to do. And I think they've demonstrated time and time again that they are, proficient at war fighting. Their tradecraft is far superior than the Russians, and they are not beholden to silly timelines and goals, right? The Ukrainians are able to stop. People forget that whilst the Ukrainians defended 1,200 kilometers up front for what? Since September, since August, the fact that they're able to successfully defend that line and keep a continuous line. And the only place there was movement was one small town, which meant nothing to Ukraine, but meant everything to Russia. That line never changed. There were no Russian advances. 200 meters, 300 meters, no man's land. There was nothing. So the Ukrainians have already won the war. They've been winning it since they never lost. So for the Ukrainians, victory isn't liberating Ukraine immediately. It's not being destroyed and overwhelmed and engulfed by the Russian forces. So when you see that, you have to be, cognizant of the fact that they're the ones controlling the operational tempo. Remember this: Ukraine was considered like 98th on the list of powers. Russia was number 2. So the Ukrainians were literally able to stop the Russians in every part of Ukraine from advancing. That in itself is an enormous victory. Enormous victory. And now you say, well, why did they attack it? Because their leader, Zelensky, the Churchill of our time, said, guess what? I'm convincing the West to give us Leopards and this and that and F-16s. We want to keep as many of our troops alive. So guess what? If you, General Zelensky, are confident that you can stop the Russians from advancing everywhere, that'll give me more time to get things that we need to make the chances for our survival and the survivability of our forces stronger. Every commander would say, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fine. I hope you, hey, boss, great. If I could get Leopards, if I get 500 main battle tanks from the West, yeah, that will really affect how we fight. If not, we'll have to do with what we've got. But they were sufficiently, I presume, sufficiently convinced that they would get the weapons that they needed, and they did. And then they didn't say, well, we got the commitment for the Leopards, let's attack. No, let's wait a few months. Let's get those Leopards into service. Let's get those crews trained. I can tell you this, they're not trained for 2-3 months. Perhaps people have been telling porkies. That's British for lying. Perhaps Ukrainian soldiers have been training on a lot of these platforms since the summer, and that's what I suspect they've been doing. Anyways, I see someone has a hand. I can stick around a bit, and I shall bid you adieu, which is also French.
Simon?
Hey guys, hey Huda, how are you doing? I just wanted to go back to Will there. You said you reckon the Russians only have 30 alligators left. I was just wondering, I'm trying to like in my head work that out how many they may have started with in their inventory at the start of the war.
Okay, so you know this, Domin? Or you can answer, but so the best
It was over 100 initially, right?
120,
100,
120. 120 have been were about the number that was estimated at the beginning of the war. They've shot down for sure 36. There are 30 others that may, that they suspect might have gone missing in training accidents and other haphazard that made it home but didn't quite make it home. And then the condition of the rest is very questionable. So there are 30 to 50 left, maybe at a real big estimate might be 50 left, but the condition of them that we've seen is worse and worse and worse. Some of them don't look airworthy, and the one that was seen flying home the other day, I don't know if that got hit by any ground fire or not, but so it dropped its fuel tanks, and you saw the tails missing off of it. The dropping of the fuel tanks didn't have anything to do with knocking off the tail. They dropped the fuel tanks because they suspected they were going to have to make a crash landing, and they didn't want to land with external fuel pods on, so they dropped those. And so either they were hit by ground fire, or they were, or just mechanically, those airframes are not in good shape. They're very corroded. They look like they've been stored outside their whole lives, and not very good shape. So, best estimate, I'd say they probably have 40. Worst estimate, they have about 30 of those left, and mockers will just tick them off for us day by day by day as they get better and better at getting them, because what they're doing is trying to fly them at night. The last one was shot down at 11 p.m. They're trying to fly them at night because they do have some night vision gear on them. But remember, they have to stay very low over the trees, and they still have to put themselves in danger as they paint the target with their laser guided. Those ATGMs are laser guided, and the helicopter has to stay in position and laze that target all the time until that missile gets to its destination. So they're always in danger while they're guiding the missile in. And I suspect that's how they've been able to get them. They're making sure they have man pads well in advance with the lead troops, and just waiting until those things pop up, because the alligators may have night vision, but so does the Ukrainian troops, because you'll notice in all of the dispatches from the front, from Russia back home, they are fearful of the night, as they should be. Every location that talks about it says the nighttime is bad, and that's good.
Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, I'd go to the number of about 100, airworthy what K-52, whatever it's called, 25, who knows. They let's say it's about 120 for spare parts and degraded, which isn't an unusual number. And then I think just the number recently was, like, I think they said 50 of them, whatever they had left, were redeployed to Berdyansk or something. And then since then, another 20 have been shot down. Here's the rub: there's not much. There's not much the Russians can do to resupply. Number one, and their pilots and their crews, they take years to train. They don't have thousands of helicopter pilots that are prepared to fly that platform. So I think it's the final hurrah. I think we're going to see very little tactical air mobile actions by the Russians. And Will's right. The system is very much laborious process to hit armor. They have to remain stationary as possible so they can laze and guide the missile in, and that it's just not tenable. Sorry, I'm watching a fox and a skunk have a standoff. That's Canada for you.
It's crazy to think, like, you know, they were once a near peer, or perceived to be near peer. If you compare, you'd expect them to have thousands of those alligators in their inventory, you know, comparable to Apaches in the West. But they've obviously got next to nothing near the quantity.
I guess the Russians have benefited from something that we never expected, is the ability to lie for so long about the capabilities. Like
Yeah, it's just all about the bluff. Like,
it's a bluff. It's exactly what it is. And I suspect the Russians themselves didn't even know how much they had or didn't have. I suspect the Russians themselves, I bet you Putin thought he had 2 million like effective fighting soldiers who are really well trained when he didn't have them. I mean, the grift and the corruption is so great in Russia that I suspect they didn't even know what they didn't have. But when it comes to these helicopters, no, it's not the panacea or silver bullet they thought it would be. They were convinced that, and the Ukrainians were too, by the way. A lot of Ukrainian soldiers have said offline that they themselves were not aware at how possible it is to shoot down these helicopters, because the Russian Kool-Aid is so tasty and so sweet that everyone drank it and believed it. Even military leaders in the West. There were a lot of military trainers in Ukraine that had a much better view on the Russian capabilities vice Ukrainian capabilities. And from my understanding, these commanders sent, their briefs up the chain, and they said, no, I think the Ukrainians are really good. But the more senior commanders probably thought, you know what? I grew up in a world where we knew what the Russians had. They're like they're really unstoppable. They could roll to Berlin unless we don't have nuclear weapons. They're really competent. And I think a lot of those assessments were ignored. So when civilian leaders, especially in Europe, Germany in particular, were told the Russians are coming in, I think a lot of people, they gave up on Ukraine before it even started. They thought, nah, they can't. I mean, the Russians are just going to steamroll them, right? But it's funny because we've had on the space commanders of those training missions who have said, no, when I was there, I thought, wow, the Ukrainians are top of the line, right? So how did so many people get it wrong? How did all of these talking heads get it wrong, right? Because so many people said this is going to turn into a counterinsurgency, a coin operation. Ukrainians are going to be fighting from basements and rooftops and picking off Russians, but the Russians will surely be, in power and command, and they'll get this and this done. And it's just not true. It's just not true. It's one of the greatest lies ever told, and that is that the Russians are, too big to fail. That they're an indefatigable army, and none of it's true. And I think we've all realized that now. Ukraine not folding in 3 days, realization number one. Ukraine fighting off the Russians for the next couple of months before the Russians conduct a goodwill gesture. Of course, because they're just so prone to goodwill gestures. When I think goodwill gesture, I think Russia. That's what I do. I go, yeah, goodwill, Russia. No. Do you know? Stop and pause and think to yourself how difficult it would be for the Ukrainian armed forces to deny Russians territory after Kharkiv and Kherson and hold them there for what? September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. That's 10 months. I use my fingers, not gonna lie. 10 months. They stopped the Russians in their tracks. 10 months the Russians blustered and babbled about great, glorious Kherson and this, that, and the other. And the Ukrainians not only stopped them, but they attrited them and took more land back. So I don't know. I almost sometimes I try to, you ever try to put yourself in your opponent's shoes, and in this case, my intellectual opponents online or lack of intellect type of people online. I go, what are they seeing that I don't see? I mean, we had a fella come up here Fish of the Sea or and David E. Strange for people talking about the Russian victory, mocking us. Say, yeah, if this is losing, we should lose all day. Russia's winning. Russia's literally losing. If you look at a map, you count the square kilometers. It is a net gain for Ukraine in the last 10 months. It's obviously a net loss for the Russians. You know what? You got to ignore Russian propaganda. It doesn't make sense and move on. Yeah, Doman, I've gone on too long. Cheers.
I think I figured out who David E actually is. So if anyone wants to talk about that offline, you can let me know.
Well, we wouldn't want to talk about it to docs or do anything untoward. But
we wouldn't want to influence him losing his job at 2 or 3 firms where he's chair of.
No, definitely not. That would be entirely untoward. Okay, I completely unacceptable. You could have a question for you. I've been looking at these helicopters, and I think I have a theory, and it'll probably sound really dumb because it's either A, way too obvious, or B, way too wrong. But I think I figured out why Russia uses these helicopters so much. And the reason, I think, is because they're too slow at their lines of communications and adjusting artillery. Because with a helicopter up in the sky, it's kind of like artillery that does recon and artillery at the same time. And, targeting and all of those other steps. But I think it's because every other command structure of theirs, the chain of command or chain of identify target that's moving to actually aim artillery at it, to actually shoot artillery at it, is too slow. I think that's why they're trying to use attack helicopters. And hopefully all of these 4 or 5 now that have been taken down in the last few days means that Ukraine has better air defenses over it. Is there something else that I'm missing, Yehuda? Also, I need to note, more Canada would be a beaver versus a raccoon. Much more Canada than the fox and skunk.
We have a lot of foxes and skunks and raccoons and squirrels. It's a rodents and like fantasy land here. No, I think you got it right, Doman. That's about it. Looks like you lost Heather or someone.
I'm still here.
No, I lost Marcus. Heather's still here. I lost Marcus because Ming's supposed to be coming up and trying to get Ming promoted here as well. So that's what's going on.
Ming the Merciful. He's going to change his name. He's thinking of the cup full, not merciless. All right. Well, it's 4 a.m, burning the midnight oil. If I was a Norwegian member of parliament, I'd be burning the midnight whale oil. Thanks to Peter.
No, you wouldn't, because it's midnight sun at the moment in Norway.
I'd like a second opinion. If the world is flat, there's no such thing as midnight sun. Right? There you go.
Yehuda, before you go, I wanted to ask you a question, because I think last week, Putin, talking in his St. Petersburg place, he said something about Zelensky that struck me as interesting. That Zelensky was not a Jew, right? And that normally Putin doesn't talk about these things.
Yeah, well, Putin, listen, first of all, right off the bat, Putin is truly and totally the arbiter of all things Jewish. When I think Jewish provenance, I think Vladimir Putin, right?
Sorry, you're going to have to explain what you mean there. I don't get it.
It's a joke, I'm mocking. I said, when I think of all things Jewish, I think of Vladimir Putin. He's my go-to guy to tell me what's Jewish and what's not.
Yeah.
And
no, but
sarcasm,
but so in the days when he still had a chief rabbi in Russia, he was perfectly happy to be, photographed with him and this, that, and the other. He was always trying to put himself forward as quite sort of pro-Jewish. and he wouldn't talk about that specifically, but this I thought was interesting because he actually brought it up, and he didn't need to. And to me, it's kind of the real Putin with the mask slipping. That's how I read it. I'd just be interested to see what you thought.
1 second, hold on. Yeah, Vladimir Putin. So Vladimir Putin is a funny fella. He did get a kick, a boost in the Jewish community once, and I don't know if it was 2010 or 12 or 8. One of his teachers from elementary school, Russian, she had moved to Israel, and somehow he became aware of her condition, and her husband had died. She was somewhat destitute, and Vladimir Putin arranged for her to get an apartment, a very fancy apartment, as Russian oligarchs are wont to do, and paid for her apartment. It wasn't fancy; it was a normal apartment. Paid for her apartment until she passed away, and it was one of those moments. Like, what a nice guy! His grade 5 teacher. He took care of. What a humanitarian. And the fact that she was in Israel. A lot of people who watch, criminologists said it was him trying to act in a way to placate and to make him look like a real, man of the world, cosmopolitan fella. He cares about the people in his life. It's a win-win for him, and it costs nothing. I mean, obviously, he steals so much money, puts a few $1,000s a month for an apartment rental, and or he bought it or something. But I think even when she died, it was in the will that it would return back to the Russian Federation. Um, he definitely has played the race card in the sense that he wants to position himself as a really open-minded, multicultural person. Russia is still a country with all sorts of minorities. They're all treated quite poorly. As you know, the initial wave of Russian conscripts were Buryat and Tuvian ethnic Russians, ethnic groups from Russia who don't hold any political power, right? And that was that. So he has some kind of bona fides in that world. But anyone who knows Putin, listen, even a dictator has favorites, right? He might have really loved that teacher. I don't care if she's a Jewess. I'm going to help her out because I can afford to, and I want to do it. Now, he obviously, being a clever fella, shady, shystery fella, thought, wow, this will make I'll be able to appeal to certain groups of people. In this instance, the Jewish community. So, he milked that. The Russian Foreign Ministry milked that for years. But what's interesting is that the chief rabbi, Pinchas Goldschmidt, he later admitted on Deutsche Welle, because he had escaped to Austria, that the Russian government demanded he come out in support of the special military operation, and he would not. He said, "I'll get back to you," and immediately began an exodus of Russian Jews from Moscow specifically. I know because I helped and participated in the evacuation of several of them who were dual citizens of Canada and Russia, or the United States and Russia. And the reason why they wanted to leave is that suspiciously, many pigs' heads were, like, just the head of a pig, not the body, were unceremoniously deposited in the front door of homes of Jewish journalists and leaders. And actually, they weren't even observant Jews; they were actually secular Jews that were Russian, and they had on their doors the German phrase. And please help me out; my German's a little rusty. Juden raus?
Judensau.
No, Juden
Juden
raus.
raus.
Raus. Jews, get out. Raus is out or leave. Anyway, now I don't know if your regular drunken Vatnik is pretty good with his German, or has red paint with a nice sharp paintbrush in which to write a Nazi expression. But the message was clear to the chief rabbi. You will support this special military operation. I think he feigned some illness, is what I heard, and have to go to Germany for medical help. And they left. They took Torah scrolls, the accoutrements of the main synagogue, the choral synagogue in St. Petersburg, and then another synagogue in Moscow. And about 75,000 Jews exited Russia out of a total of 120,000. So it's very interesting that this is what they faced. As soon as the chief rabbi and most of his flock were safe in Europe proper, he gave an interview, I think in July of last year, with Deutsche Welle, Rabbi Pinchas Goldschmidt, that's Pinchas Goldschmidt. And he said, yeah, they forced me. They said they want you to support this. And it wasn't on. In the Jewish community, I will share something with you. I will air dirty laundry. From February 24th till that date, there was a huge schism in the Jewish community in Ukraine, because Ukraine is very much a heartland of Eastern European Jewry. In fact, Jewry, period, for 1,000 years. Very many famous rabbis and righteous and holy men and women originated and lived and died in Ukraine. In fact, Uman, Uman, is the home of a very, very famous Hasidic rabbi where Jews all over the world descend once a year for Rosh Hashanah, the New Year. And it's very much in the hearts of many observant Jews. They were very angry at their co-religionists in Russia, because they didn't know the situation, and the Jewish leaders in Russia were too afraid to even communicate, as they felt that everything they wrote on their phones or computers was monitored by the FSB. And I remember distinctly the schism that seemed to be forming in one particular Jewish group. It's not a missionary group. It's actually a group called Lubavitch, Chabad Lubavitch, who were angry that the Chabadnikim, the Chabad fellows in Russia, weren't vocally expressing support for Ukraine. Well, guess what? And they were silent. They didn't communicate back. They didn't stop. They were afraid. They were afraid of being arrested as being traitors to Russia. But there was about a 2 or 3 month period where the Chabad Lubavitch movement in the Jewish community, in the Orthodox Jewish community, were like, what the hell's going on, right? Like, what is going on? And from the get-go, 95% of Orthodox observant Jews were very much in favor of Ukraine, because they saw the huge gains Ukraine has made since 2014 in openness and acceptance and tolerance of minorities, especially obviously their community, because that's what they were interested in. And they were shocked that the Russian Jewish community, the Orthodox Jewish community, wasn't coming out full force. But the reality was they were being threatened with death and arrest and imprisonment and all that jazz. But when the shoe dropped, that's when the chief rabbi, Pinchas Goldschmidt, you can Google it, Deutsche Welle, DW World News, Pinchas. If you were to type DW and Pinchas, Pinchas, you'll find the interview with him. And he's very blunt. He's very blunt. He got criticism from Russian Jews in the diaspora for picking sides and for possibly alienating and putting a target on the remaining Jews' backs in Russia. But the Israeli government and an organization called Sochnut, or the Jewish Agency, which was banned by Russia, ironically, as a foreign intelligence group, they wanted to make sure as many people who wanted to leave Russia could leave. And what that ties into is Israeli support for Ukraine. So the Israelis like to pretend and say things like, well, we don't want to provide this or that. They're providing it quietly, but they don't want the Russians to know. The Russians, from what I understand and what I've been told, the Russians have told the Israelis, look, we don't care if you don't support us, but don't publicly not support us. Because we'll F you up, we'll screw around with your Jewish co-religionists in Russia. So they're in a caught between a rock and a hard place. Bottom line is, those who are principled within that particular community made a decision to leave en masse, and they did. And 75,000 observant Jews. Now, what I mean by observant Jews is, you can see me with a black hat and a black suit, or black fedora and a black suit, versus a person that just looks like every other person in Russia. The ones that are visibly Jewish felt that it was time for them to leave. If they felt that the 30 years after Glasnost, Perestroika, fall of the Soviet Union was a bit of a farce, and they didn't want to wait for pogroms to start again. So it's an interesting question, Ming, and I'm sure there'll be quite a lot of academic reviews and papers published on it. But for the most part, Jewish life in Russia is now dead. The synagogues are empty. Those who went to them don't go anymore because they're not Russia. It's sad, but I think they saw, as Daniel may have seen, the writing on the wall. So I hope that helps, and I see a bunch of hands, so I'll yield the mic.
Thank you, Huda. Mink, I think you might see an invite by now. Mark, good morning.
Slava Ukraina, and good morning. I was just coming up quickly, though, to say you're bang on regarding the helicopters, and you're like why they're using them the way they are, right? I was kind of digging into some stuff last night about Soviet, I say Soviet, I mean Russian helicopter tactics. And one of the things I came across, the US Army published a manual, OP4 Tactics Manual, and it's basically kind of highlights how Russian and Chinese forces are laid out and how they expect them to fight and stuff. And one of the things that it mentions was that the attack helicopter in the Russian army is the primary reactive fire available to battalion groups and divisional tactical groups. And by that, I mean, yes, they've got artillery and yes, they've got fixed wing aircraft. But when you need a fire put down quickly, then the primary asset to go to, if you've got them assigned to you, is the attack helicopters. So I just wanted to kind of confirm that from what I've been able to dig out, you're bang on, mate, with your assessment of why they're using them that way. That was it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. So for people who don't know, Mark, I don't know if he still does, but at least he used to put missiles on aircraft and stuff like that. So he's very,
a
very
long
good at
time
it.
ago, Doman. A long time ago.
Well, there we go. I think there's a certain kind of experience that doesn't just leave. Will, go ahead, and thank you, Mark. I'm really glad that I figured something out that actually somebody wrote down before and actually know stuff about. Go ahead, Will.
So completely unrelated, but I want to ask Ming. Ming, do you know Hamish Harding? He's a big aircraft leasing company CEO.
I don't know him, but I know why he's suddenly quite famous at the moment. I actually have to say that this is whilst having all sympathy for the 5 people stuck in that submersible, in the general scale of things, that's very much a kind of silly season story, and everybody's running it as major headlines and the world is glued and all the rest of it. But compared to Ukraine, I kind of don't really think it's up there.
Yeah, I just thought I'd ask because there's very few people that are in. It's a very small universe, the major aircraft leasing area, and I just thought, geez, Ming might actually know this guy. Yeah, it's only really notable because there could be 3 billionaires, could be a lot of wealth recycling going on soon.
Yeah, I don't know the guy. I think he's in corporate jets. From what I've read, but I haven't read that much about it, but I'll go and check up on that.
Yeah, I sold my corporate jet, so I don't think I know him, frankly.
Yeah, he doesn't handle my Gulfstream.
I take my Gulfstream to Canadian Tire to give them oil change, not gonna lie.
I hear yours runs on maple syrup, though.
Yeah, you make fun of it. By the way, maple syrup outside of Canada is fake. It's actually corn syrup with coloring. So there's that. Anyways, Simon makes a good point, and Yeah, no, it's was it Simon with the who does the missiles?
Mark.
What did you Mark? Yeah, Mark was talking about opposition force. There are established, so every staff, war college or staff college in NATO countries, they belabor opposition force organizational charts with officers. I'm not saying I ever had to be tortured to remember what DTG. I haven't heard DTG in a long time, or BTGs, what they do, how they're arrayed, with the helicopters as well, especially their frog foot. There have been many a simulation where a defensive position I might have been responsible for was just inundated with frog foots, and the way they paint the enemy to be is they're super effective. So once a frog foot comes in, 2 or 4 of them, all my tanks are destroyed. Well, guess what, Mark? That's a lie. It's time to change the simulator, because the Russians don't fight like that, do they? Mark still there?
No, he dropped off. But I think that's a. How much do you think is because they just decided that this is the way, and how much do you think is because any other way just doesn't work for them because their communication pathway is too inefficient? It's Mark coming back. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, sorry, I dropped down to listening. I was listening there. I don't know who was just speaking. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Like, obviously, the Russians are going to change their playbook as they develop. I would certainly, well, you'd certainly like to think so. Although they've been pretty slow at changing their playbook in some respects recently. As I say, like I think the helicopter tactics. I think they are using like these long range shots that they're using. They're, as far as I'm aware, against armour, that is in their playbook as well, or it has been as one of the options that they have. And whilst I kind of think like I think they're using some of the tactics, because what I'd be really interested to know is, and I don't think we'll know this till well after the war, is like there are fixed wing frogfoots, flankers, etc. Right? How much CAS are they doing? Close air support are they doing? Right? Are they doing close air support as you or a NATO army would understand it? Within meters, drop ordnance within meters of their own troops, or are they doing more battlefield interdiction against fixed points and leaving the proper close air support to things like attack helicopters? It'd be an interesting thing to find out, because given that abomination of a bomb run that we've seen those flankers carry out over Belgorod, right? If I was a Russian Moblik in a trench and somebody said the Russian Air Force was coming to give me close air support, I'd be more worried about me getting hit by their bombs than the Ukrainians. They don't have. I'm slightly diverging. I don't think the Russian Air Force has a good grasp of being able to hit small, potentially mobile targets in close proximity to their own troops. So I wonder if they just give that role away to the Russian Army or the Russian Army Air Corps.
No, let me jump in there, Mark. So the Russians are really notoriously bad at targeting, right? Because their joint operations are almost nil. They don't have, they don't have forward air controllers. They don't do that, right? So they almost operate in a vacuum. So from the time from flash to bang is really long, and by the time that target is painted, the target is gone, right? So what I notice is, being the recipient of all sorts of abuse on a simulator and having these fixed wing frogfoot destroy my friggin' BTG. My only comment about that is it time to change the training plan, the TP for officers who are studying, like advanced army operations, because the Russians don't act the way we think they act, right? Now, it's always good to train to a level where your enemy is super competent and basically put your best foot forward. But I think it actually puts NATO forces at a disadvantage if they pretend their enemy is what we think they are, when really in fact they operate at 10% of the competency and accuracy as we had planned. So it's one thing to say, assume they're really good, but in this case, we can't even assume they're really good. We have to acknowledge they're really, really bad, right? You could have enemy course of action most likely, and enemy action most deadly, or enemy action absolutely stupid, because that's what the Russians are doing. There is no COA. Like, you can't dress it up any other way.
Absolutely.
I made a joke to a directing staff, a colonel who was my teacher, directing staff, and I said, "Wow, after this, like, are you guys going to change the whole training plan? Because we're supposed to train as we fight and fight as we train. But if we are pretending the Russians are uber competent when in fact they're not, I mean, if you ever conducted on a simulator, which officers are wont to do, attack on a B det, battalion detachment, or a company C det, and you think that the Russians will bug out after 30% casualties, if there are 3 T-80s on a position, you're going to see one destroyed, then those Russians will withdraw and consolidate in some rear position. That's not true, because what we've seen is the Russians will stay in place and be destroyed in place. It's good. At the end of the day, it's good for you, but it doesn't help you plan your next tactical bound. It doesn't help you plan your next attack, because you're assuming the Russians have relocated, withdrawn, and formed a larger defensive position somewhere else. So I don't see that with its fixed wing. Close air support is non-existent. When the Russians had a permissive environment, in the sense that there was very little air defense to protect eastern Ukraine, what did they use their fixed wing aircraft for? To attack apartment buildings, right? They weren't attacking Ukrainian army positions. They wanted to sow terror. So I think it's fair that every staff college across the world, from Sandhurst to whatever, re-engage those officers, those personnel that create the training plans, create the courses, to say, yeah, you know what, we thought the Russians would do this, but in light of their war of aggression in Ukraine, we actually can't expect them to be this competent. If you do a simulator as an officer, and you're the battle group commander, you're a colonel, you're a battle group commander, and you're at a certain, you have a certain part of the area of operations. You've got a battle group to your right flank and your left flank, and then all of a sudden you see 2 or 4 Frogfoot come in. You're done. You're toast, right? Because the whole thing is the Russians have concentrated their the close air support on your BG, on your battle group, and all of a sudden you're no longer combat effective and you have to withdraw from the battle. Well, the reason why that's a problem is it doesn't give those up and coming officers a fair assessment of Russian capabilities, and that's what's interesting to me, because I think it's time we stop pretending the Russians are an effective fighting force. They're not. They rely on the critical mass of volume, but even in that regard, they can't rely on it, right? So I think that one of the secondary effects of the invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent genocide is that, unless the Russians, maybe in 20 years, if they modernize, they'll be able to do something, but they're not. They just don't have the ability. These sanctions will not leave. They will not be able to produce their equipment. And I think it's a forlorn, or verlorenische hope in Yiddish, in German, a forlorn hope for the Russians that they're going to do something big. I think they're just going to lose quite slowly over the next few months. That's my take. And Mark, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Sorry, David, I got chucked out for a minute or two when you were talking, but I agree with everything you've said. I might drop you a DM because I'm interested to hear more about your background, if that's all right with you. I'm just curious to know more about your service and like your background, if that's all right when you were in the service.
No worries.
But yeah, I agree. I think like there is that thing of over egging the pudding. It's that balancing act to getting in. I understand what you're meaning, because when you were talking about, like, well, if you expect the Russians to withdraw after, say, one T-80 is destroyed, then the problems that you're going to face, and I'm not a ground pounder, right? I was just a weapons engineer. I imagine the problem that you'll face is suddenly your logistics is going to become much more prominent, because instead of having to kind of advance after, say, an hour battering away at these three T-80s, if they cut and run quick, then your logistics is going to need to move up quicker and things like that. So I understand what you're meaning. That I think it's a balancing act. I actually have thought idly, what will the Russian army look like? I think I know, right? And it's not going to look good. That little T-34 that was seen at the Kremlin is probably going to be joined by a whole load of T-54s and 62s. But I think it's going to be very interesting what happens with the Russian forces. Like, how does this? I suppose it depends what happens politically, right? But it's like, I mean, I have wondered if Russia was a normal country, and I go figure, like, that's ever going to happen, right? What kind of size force would they actually need if it was a professional force, or what kind of size force could they afford? Do you know what I'm meaning? If tomorrow they said, let's put the armed forces, or after the war they said, let's put the armed forces on a footing of a professional army, a proper professional army, not what they tried to do back in the 10s. I do wonder what size would the force be, what would its composition be, etc., etc., etc. Because they've got a lot of territory to kind of man a border. But I'll be curious to see in the years to come what happens. Just on a purely kind of sort of abstract level. But yeah, I agree, mate. Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're not. No, it's good. You're right. Like, for me, it's something, being a student of tactics and whatnot, it really boggles my mind that for, like, presumably since before I was in the mix, that for 30 years, we've been talking about an army and their efficacy, that just doesn't, bear any truth. It's not real, right? I mean, it's important because you should train in such a way. Like, if you're destroying young officers or junior officers on these simulators, to show that the Russians have all this friggin' close air support and the tactical air mobile support, but they don't have it. Like, why are we fighting on paper and in simulators an army that just does not exist? I think it forces us to be far more cautious in certain situations than we should be, because we assume that the Russians flash to bang when it comes to targeting friendly armor, is quite effective, when it's not. We've seen it; it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And the Russians, there are 4 levels on NATO standards of air control: unfavorable, air parity, air superiority, and air supremacy.
Supremacy,
And in every level, the Russians have demonstrated they are choosing initially to conduct their air operations in an air parity situation. They don't want to risk it because they don't have enough. They don't have those Gen 5 fighters like they say they did, right?
yeah, absolutely. When you see how rubbish they are, I'm laughing because it is laughable, the kind of rubbish that they put out as being, this is equivalent to an F-35. I dream on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and the problem is here. Here's the issue: is why are we training officers and soldiers to expect a force that literally doesn't exist, because you could cut them off at the pass ahead of time? Like, if you actually are afraid and fear a certain ability that the enemy has, when they have no ability to produce that effect, they cannot produce that effect. We've seen it. I mean, Ukraine should, on paper, Ukraine should have folded in 3 days, a week, 2 months, 6
Aye,
months,
absolutely.
but they didn't. So what that means is either Ukrainians are X-Men from the movies, or the Russians have been absolutely lying about their capabilities for the last 30 years, and we have eagerly and happily eaten it up. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Up 4 is amazing. It's not. They're not. They're not. I mean, they have that ship sailed. They do not have the ability. They do not have the wherewithal to support the type of fight they're fighting. You know,
Do,
they
do,
are a paper tiger.
do you know, ironically, right? Ironically, with the hindsight of the last 15 months, right? The best thing that the Russians could have done was not to fight, because at least their myth would have still been intact. If you see what I mean, like the myth of the Russian, because after this, nobody is going to, like. I mean, who's going to be afraid of the big bad wolf, as the saying goes, right? Nobody's going to be afraid of the Russians, right? You're going to see lots of countries, I think, like Armenia, Azerbaijan, and that, moving out of that Russian sphere of influence. If this war hadn't been Russia sending X hundred of thousand troops into Armenia, if they decide to become more pally with, let's say, China or someone else, it's just like they'd have been better not fighting, because then their mythology would have still been intact. And they
You're
could have
right.
played on that rather than being shown up to be as bad as they really are. Do you know what I mean?
You know what? If Russia had been smarter, if Putin hadn't been so confused and lied to, his best bet would have been midsummer to withdraw to the 2014 borders and say, you know what? We don't want war. We're trying to stop this, as they lie and say, a genocide of Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. Meanwhile, 80% of Ukraine speaks Russian. If they were to do that, that would have actually left a big old question mark on their capabilities. But the mask has slipped. The shoe has dropped. The
Mhm.
West is fully aware of how incompetent the Russian military is. I remember in the early months of the invasion, a report from Russia through Telegram that an armored regiment, a tank regiment commander, killed himself because when it came time for him to muster his regiment, 90% of his tanks, his T-72s and T-80s, they were not combat ineffective. They were not ready. They did not have, wait for it, Mark, engines.
It's mental. It's absolutely mental, right?
Engines. His own staff sold 90% of the engines of the tanks that they were driving on the black market. He killed himself because, I mean, on what planet, what military allows that to happen? I mean, literally, you could have a NATO regiment within a brigade, within a division, within a NATO country, might lose one NVG, one night vision goggle set,
Oh, aye.
or an LMG, a light machine gun, and
Because it's on somebody's.
hold
Sorry,
on. There would literally be a military police investigation. Where is this $3,000 piece of kit? Someone is going to swing for this. Someone will hang, not physically, but
yeah.
someone's career is on the line because you have lost, $3,000 of the Queen's shilling or the King's shilling now, and you have to account for it. The Russians, there's a Russian Navy, a frigate captain, who sold the aluminium propeller on his frigate and replaced it with a brass one, and he made something like $8 million.
I was
Who on
who does that? Like, sorry, I was going
who
to say, right.
doesn't make sense?
Like I was actually going to reference the frigate, right? I think that's absolute bonkers. Like you and I, right? I look obviously about different services and stuff, right? But you'll know, right? I presume you've commanded troops and stuff, right? Troops bitch about things, right? They bitch about getting a bum deal, about having to pull this duty or that duty or move this kit from here to there, right? But I don't ever remember, and I can't envisage it, right? Where you would walk into work one day, right? And they say, right, lads, we're going to Ukraine, right? And by the way, your meat Like what? I think for anyone that's served in a Western professional military, it's incomprehensible that a commander would stand up and say that. Like it's such a different ethos, and not for the better, by the way, right? It's just bonkers. Like even at the base level, I can remember even just going on exercises and stuff, and it was always like the boss would take you in and give you the overall situation, right, and then they would break it down and say, right, you're going to whatever country to stop this, and eventually it would percolate down into like how that affected you, me, like how that affected my job. I always knew when I was going somewhere why I was going there, and although I might have disagreed with it, although let's put it this way, it was a shit deal, right? You knew why you were going, and you knew, like, you might not have agreed with it or liked it, but at least you knew and you felt as though people had your interests at heart. As far as practical, right? And I never went to any conflict zone or anything like that in my time, right? But I just think, like, I don't get that whole ethos of just saying, like, I on a human level, of caring for people, of caring for the guys under you, it blows my mind. It honestly blows my. It shouldn't, right? By reading history, but it does. Listen, I'm really sorry, mate. I'm going to need to jump into my work. But it was an absolute pleasure hearing your thoughts, mate. I really appreciate it. And I'll drop down. Thank you very much.
The pleasure was ours. Check your DMs, Mark, and
I will do.
Back to.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you very much, and I'll catch you all later.
See you on the flip side. Doman, Ming, the Merciless. I think you're quite merciful. I think you should change it to Ming the Merciful. It's a cup half full, not empty.
Well, then I wouldn't have people like John Sweeney following me because he's a Ming the Merciless fan.
Oh, there you go, John. We had an interview with him. I had one. Not my best, but it was a good one. I like him. I like him for his Scientology expose. He's quite the CAD, C-A-D, CAD, an older word for people like me. And you, Ming, you're quite old.
Yeah, no, that Scientology thing. I mean, I just felt for him so strongly at that moment where he lost it with that PR guy. He totally.
Oh, I would have lost it.
Oh, me too. Absolutely. I just, it was just so cool that they left it all in, I thought.
Yep. All right, gentle people, I will bid you adieu, as Doman knows, because he knows some French. That means good night, goodbye. À demain, till we meet again, samedi soir. It's Saturday night. It's an insult in French from Paris. And on that note, good night, reporting from MriyaReport.org. Help out Ukraine. If you can, retweet this space, let people know you're here. And if you have a few dollars, shekels, pounds, whatever they have in Ireland, Ming, dollars, what's the Irish currency?
Euros.
Oh, that's it. Or euros. Help out, do what you can. We're in it to win it, and we won't stop. In fact, we're not going to just stop when Ukrainian liberation is complete. The Russian regime, led by the dictator in Moscow, which I like to call affectionately, Ming, the regime in Moscow. How's that, right? They say the regime in Kiev, and I like to say the regime in Moscow. We're going to be here. We're going to wave the flag, root for the home team, and God bless the Ukrainian armed forces and all of those brave men and women who fight every day to defend their homeland and to fight the Russian. And yeah, I guess that's it. Let's talk soon, Ming. Cheers. Doman, Will, Chris. I like Chris. Simon. And who's this other fella? Carm. Don't know you, but pleased to meet you.
Take care.
Good night.
Good night, Yehuda.
Good night, Yehuda.
Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
I mean, on the point of currency, when was the Irish pound pegged to the British pound back in the day?
Yeah, it was.
At some point
it
in
was.
the introduction, I bet it was.
It
right?
was.
Was it throughout?
And one of the legacies from Irish independence was, so they had the Irish punt beforehand, before the euro, And one of the legacies of the Irish independence was, for many years, the Irish had to get the British to sign off on their budget. I forget when that actually ended, but there were all sorts of extraordinary things that were hangovers from being part of the United Kingdom. Like, for instance, the treaty ports. So there were 3 ports that the Royal Navy kept their hands on as a condition of, the Irish Free State, things like that. And even to this day, I mean, there's odd little legacy things like, for instance, I'm not an Irish passport holder, but I have a British passport, but I'm allowed to vote, not because of EU membership or anything, but simply because I'm British. So I'm allowed to vote in Dáil elections and local council elections. I'm not allowed to vote in referenda, presidential elections, or Senate elections. But then again, most people aren't allowed to vote in Senate elections here in Ireland. It's one of those odd, peculiar things where you need to have been, I think, at Trinity College or something like that in order to qualify to vote.
Or maybe if you're like Tim, and then.
Yeah, maybe Tim can vote. I don't know. But equally, the Irish are allowed to vote without British passports in the UK. So it's a kind of sort of way of the British not recognising Irish sovereignty, which is a bit of a legacy, I think, from the past.
So was the peg, the Irish punds peg to the British pound, was that true throughout the 90s, throughout the ERM? Because I know that when Britain quit the ERM, right? Obviously, the point of that was a soft peg, but were they able to then retain? Were the Irish able to both retain the ERM peg as well as the peg to the British pound after Britain left the ERM? I would have thought that at some point previously they will have abolished the relationship to be able to do that.
I suspect they probably did, and by then it had gone. But that was one of the legacy hangovers from independence.
Because I know they decimalized together, right? So in 1972 was it decimalization day?
Yeah.
So I know that they decimalized together, but so sometime between that and Britain leaving ERM, they will have had to split off.
Correct. I mean, yeah. And I don't know exactly when they did, but I can look it up.
Apologies, everyone, for the big digression. I'm just very curious. Right, we have a number of things to turn to, of course. Ming, would you like to go? I think Peter may be able to inform us. Would you like to go to planes, or would you like to go and fly to Hungary? Which do you think you'd prefer?
Did you say Hungary?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go with Hungary first.
Okay, let's do Hungary. Let's go to Peter first. I think Peter knows something about the query that I posed, and then we can go to straight to somewhere, an undetermined place in Hungary. Peter?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi there, Peter. Go ahead.
Good morning. I didn't put my hand up, but never mind. Sorry to go back to Ireland very briefly. Decimalisation in the UK was, I think it was April 1971. And I didn't realise that Irish had sort of, they must have had their own currency before then. The punt would have predated that by a long way. Didn't realise they had the shillings and all that as well, but maybe that's right. The Irish punt, I don't think, was pegged to the to sterling because the currency rate varied, but probably in reality the Irish government didn't want to vary too much because it would have caused too much economic sort of issues if they went out of line too much. So I don't think it was pegged.
Yeah, it was separate. It was a separate punt or pound, Irish pound, we call it.
So did the Irish, before 1971, did the Irish punt have like shillings, pounds, shillings and pence?
Yeah, yeah. So my parents would have grown up with like shillings and halfpennies and
Yeah.
more of the British currency, and then I think they were born in the 50s. So when they were kind of maturing into the 70s, it changed more to like the Irish punt. So it was like more our own sovereign currency, and then of course the euro came in. Like I grew up as a young child using the punt. And then when I was about, I think, early teenage years, maybe or 2001, that we converted to the
Yeah,
euro.
it was around about then, yeah. And Ireland was in the first bunch of countries that did that, I think. Is that right? To the euro? Because
Yeah,
Yes,
we were the first adoptees. Yeah, there was a bunch of us, and we all took it together. Yeah.
so I have found the years. So of course the euro, got introduced in 1999, but there was kind of a fake currency for a while, right? There weren't any physical notes and coins, and then 3 years later, in January 1st, 2002, 12 countries started off with the euro, Ireland being one of them. And for those 3 intervening years, all the exchange rates were pegged of all of those other 12 countries to the euro, right? Except the Greek one, who joined it a bit later on, I think 2001 instead of 1999. Anyway, but I have found the decision year. So until 1979, I have found the paper that claims that in 1979, the Irish punt was pegged to sterling. So it was only in 1979 that they unpegged. So it was a separate currency in theory, but it with respect to the other one, right? So, for example, there's the Gibraltar pound, for example, or any of those currencies in the Channel Islands, right, which are pegged 1-to-1 to the British pounds, but they are issued separately. Or for example, what example could you
The Scottish pound.
Well, that's a bit different because it is actually the same country.
Yeah,
right?
that Scottish pound is actually sterling. But
exactly,
yeah, it is actually sterling, and it's legal tender in England and Wales. But the banknotes are different. There's 4 banks that issue their own notes, but you can't refuse them. One that's really weird is the Isle of Man, which issues its own currency, which is not,
but it isn't sterling.
It isn't sterling, and it's not legal tender in the UK. They're not,
but it's pegged 1-to-1.
But it's pegged 1-to-1. I assume the same as the Channel Islands, which I think are also
exactly.
not legal tender in the UK, because of course the Channel Islands and the Isle of Man are not in the weren't even not in the EU either. Of course, none of us are now, but none of the. But a really weird situation. But so you on the Isle of Man, and I think that the Channel Islands as well, you can spend British pounds. Sterling is legal tender, as is their own currency as well. But their own currency is only valid in that jurisdiction, not valid in the rest of the United Kingdom. It's totally weird, really. And I think it's a lot of it's to do with these blooming tax havens and nonsense like that. But
it's also the constitutional settlement, right? Because their crown dependencies is supposed to be part of the UK. No, but the 1979 was the decision point. So up until 1979, the Irish punt was paid 1-to-1 to the British pound, and after that, they diverged a little bit. Because I do remember seeing on papers in Britain before the Ireland went to the euro, I do recall seeing both the price in both British pounds and then Irish pounds separately, and I remember thinking they diverged a little bit. They were a little bit different. Yeah, sorry for the distraction, everyone.
Yeah, that sounds right, definitely, because I certainly remember in the 80s and 90s the sterling and the Irish punt varying a bit, but not massively. So that explains it.
There you go. Tom, go ahead.
Sorry to be slightly off topic. I was just wondering, where's War Gonzo?
Who's Gonzo?
Apparently he just posted a thing a couple of hours ago saying, don't believe the fake spread around by the Ukrainian media. I'm alive and well. Everything is fine with me. So he did actually revert.
That is a huge disappointment. Okay, that answered that question.
Yeah, there's another point on that. Apparently, he's missing part of his leg from when he was previously wounded, so that can't possibly have been him in that trench.
Exactly, he stepped on one of those petal mines, right? The stick anti-personnel mines that well are meant to lead to grievous bodily harm, but not death necessarily, and that's how he lost part of his foot.
The Soviet
that's a bit of a
child
disappointment.
killer mines.
Tom, did you say you have a second question?
No, I was just saying it's a huge disappointment. That's about it. I'll drop that down. I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I wouldn't have known had you asked it literally 5 minutes earlier. I wouldn't have known how to answer it, but it isn't actually apparently a thing. But you know, it is how it is. Right, where did we say we were going to go? We were going to go to Hungary. So when the specific thing that we want to track, and that we have been tracking at least a little bit. Oh, well, do you want to jump in before we go to Hungary?
Nope, I was going to say Hungary.
Oh, excellent. So I'll just outline the thing that I talk about, and then I'll go straight to you, which is about 2 weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks ago now, there were news about the Russian Orthodox Church Patriarch Gundyayev, that is to say Kirill, having arranged for a transfer of 11 prisoners of war Russia had captured somewhere in the east of Ukraine to Hungary. All these were to be men from Zakarpattia Oblast, that is to say, the part of Ukraine furthest to the west, the concave side of the Carpathians. It's difficult to say, which side, because they bend a lot. So the concave side of the Carpathians, and of at least some connection with the Hungarian ethno-linguistic group living there. And for a while, there was nothing much known about them. Then about 4 days ago, there were news that everything was being blamed on Semyon Zsolt. And Semyon Zsolt is the deputy prime minister of Hungary, who apparently arranged all of this all on his own without consulting anybody else. And then, as of yesterday, the Ukrainians reported that they finally got to establish more or less who this was, but they weren't allowed to establish where they were, nor were they allowed to get in contact with them. That included the Ukrainian ambassador to Hungary. And what came out overnight is now that the Hungarian government, specifically Kovács Zoltán, the PR man for Hungary, said that they had been freed in Russia already and were able to declare of their own free will that they wished to come to Hungary. He did say that most of them also had Hungarian citizenship. So this is the other thing that I kept going on about last week, that's what they're going to claim. Oh, and the rest had received refugee status in Hungary. Now, this is still very iffy, right? Because as far as the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry is saying, is that they have been kept in isolation still, without any contact with the Ukrainian government, and that Hungary had prevented them from interacting with anyone really. So it's a very confusing situation. I would suggest that somebody should be looking into this. I will note that the European Commission had made a statement last night, or as of last night, saying that Hungarian authorities should explain how they got about these 11 people, and that this isn't right. So I'm very glad that the European Commission has woken up with regards to this. But it's I think quite a odd and quite a big deal. So I'll leave it at that. That's enough basis for the time being. And Will, you said you wanted to engage with this already preemptively.
Well, no, you said you were going to talk about a second item, and I think forgot where we were going. But the question I've got about this situation is, are those guys actually in Hungary? Because I was very confused by the statements that came out. The ambassadors demand that that they provide them contact, and then I think the Hungarians said they're not even here. They're they went back to Russia or something of their own free will, or I don't know where this is at. But if Hungary doesn't provide the the Ukrainian ambassador access to these folks, I think that's against the law.
It is. So what they say is that they are in Hungary, that they were freed in Russia and then transferred to Hungary somehow, but they don't comment as to how. And they said that they had been transferred to Hungary already on the June the 8th, apparently. The thing that's really the claim of the Hungarian government now is not just that they knew nothing about it, that this was all arranged by other people, possibly also the deputy prime minister, but possibly not. Because obviously, the deputy prime minister, what does he have to do with the government, right? I mean, he's a completely mysterious figure, naturally, as all deputy prime ministers are. And the government can't find ways to communicate with such a with people of such great secrecy and unavailability, right? But specifically here, now they're saying that the Hungarian government is not following or monitoring their movements. So basically, the Hungarian government says, we don't know where these people are. We know nothing. We know nothing at all. We brought them here. Well, we didn't. Somebody did. Somehow they ended up in Hungary, and we don't know where they are. And they're Hungarian citizens anyway, so get out of our face. That's basically what the Hungarian government has said. Which what you've lost them. Are you genuinely saying that you just don't know where the 11 people you just brought in from what should be a hostile nation that somehow magically materialized in Hungary? You just don't know where they are anymore. They were very important to, but you have no clue. Could be anywhere. Could have disappeared into thin air. Could be anything. I think they're kind of doing the Russian strategy of responses, right? Just throw them out one after another and see which one eventually sticks.
Kind of a reverse Gish Gallop.
Well, it's just a slow one, It's a Gish trot, I guess.
Gish canter, I guess we'll call it. Yeah, but it's so if these people actually exist, because they were taken prisoner of war by Russia in their custody, Russia and any other country they are transferred the custody of to is responsible for providing the details of their whereabouts and their condition under the Geneva Convention to Ukraine. And so is Hungary saying they don't have control of their borders and these people were brought in by Russia without their knowledge? Because it's sus as.
No, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So I would say trot rather than canter, because I think trot is slower than the canter, right? It's very odd. It's very, very, very odd. It's meant to obfuscate and to confuse until people just kind of drop it and it stops being news. And I think this is why the responses are the responses are also slower and less decisive. I think that could be a part of it as well. Hard to tell. I mean, what do you think? This is a very, very Hungarian thing to be doing, isn't it? As of late, kind of do something very sketchy, deny all knowledge of it, try to ignore it, avoid it. What else?
As ever, Dermot, I am always completely mystified by Hungary. I mean, I literally, in March 1989, I went on a demonstration with Orban against the communist government in Hungary on the anniversary of the revolution of 1848, the 50th of March. And I just find it so hard to understand how that country has totally gone about changing its views about 180 degrees about Russia. That I can only assume that there's something artificial going on here. I mean, I think we probably see that, for instance, in the way that Orban has gutted his own army, because those are probably people with much more traditional Hungarian views towards the Russians. So no, to my mind, Hungary's current positioning is incomprehensible.
I knew that they would say, they're Hungarian citizens anyway. Get off our case. I think that that's exactly what everyone should have been expecting the moment that this is brought up, right? We'll see. But it really fits the narrative here. The part of the purpose of this for Hungary, let's remember that, was to legitimize the Hungarian revanchist, irredentist claims at Zakarpattia, which they claim is Hungary because as of 105 years ago, it was a part of the Kingdom of Hungary. Therefore, it's definitely Hungary, and it should go back to Hungary like all the other Transylvania and northern Serbia, Vojvodina, basically all of Croatia. It's clearly Hungarian. Bits of Slovenia, bits of Austria, all of Slovakia, very Hungarian. Undeniably, completely Hungarian. What do they even think having their own country?
Dermot, are you Hungarian?
Not even slightly. No, not in my knowledge anyway.
Oh, we all know he's Czechoslovakian or
Exactly.
Czech.
No, but really, it's this very soft kind of constant claim with revanchism. It's like flirting with irredentism at all times without really committing to it. Just putting maps of Greater Hungary all around. If you go to the offices of Hungarian ministers, and they get filmed in them sometimes. I've never been in one, but they have maps of Greater Hungary around.
I kind of get that stuff though, Dermot, because given the fact that the guy's a politician, and he hasn't got a lot else he can crow about, given, for instance, the dire state of the Hungarian economy and their current rationing and things like that they have to implement to try and stop inflation from running away with itself. So yeah, if you're in that kind of situation, you're going to play a couple of other cards, and the nationalist one kind of works, I guess, to his mind. But adding into the mix this pro-Russian thing, that's the bit that's just incomprehensible to me.
The thing that I really appreciated is about our dear Romanian Daniel came and told me this once, some months ago, that after the fall of communism, the first democratically elected Hungarian president, prime minister, doesn't really matter, one of them, came to Romania and basically said, don't worry about Transylvania, we don't want it back. If we took back all of these areas that used to once be a part of the Kingdom of Hungary, Hungarians would suddenly be a massive minority within Hungary. That wouldn't exactly end up well for them. Didn't lose audio, did you, Ming? Okay, let's see if it comes back. But the maths just doesn't work out there for the Hungarians with the claims of this. And this is it, right? They're doing it because they know that they will never be in danger of actually succeeding. They do it and they say it because they know that they will never actually have to live up to it, because there is no way at all that the Hungarians are going to take areas where way more people live than actually live in Hungary somehow, because everybody's just what's going to hand them over. Me? Any better? No. Okay. And that's why they're very willing to keep claiming it, and that's why they're very willing to they're very willing to make it a constant. And this by saying, aha, these people are actually Hungarians. They were taken by Ukraine. Even one of the claims that Hungary makes is that Ukraine is forcibly conscripting Hungarians who live in Ukraine, wrongly so, because they're Hungarians. They can't possibly be conscripted into the Ukrainian military, while missing the point that they are actually Ukrainian citizens, and that everybody except for Hungary and Russia agrees that they are indeed Ukrainians because they're from Ukraine and have Ukrainian passports. Basically, if everybody had their way, the way that they claim they want to have their way, you would need about, I don't know. Let me guess at what a reasonable number would be. Okay, Ming, let's do a thought experiment. I think you're back now, right? Ming,
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, imagine every country got to be, but let's just say every country in Europe, just within the bounds of the European continent, got to be the same size again as its greatest historical extent. How many Europes would we need to accommodate all of that?
Have you
50, 100?
Have you knocked up a quick spreadsheet to work that out, Dermot? You probably have.
I've not. I've actually not. I've only just thought of this while you were recycling. But this is why it's unrealistic, right? This is the best illustration to actually show why this doesn't exist or work, because there aren't 20, 30, 50, 100 Europes worth to actually spread this over.
Yeah, that's right. There's that meme, isn't there, Dermot, where where it reads, "A busy day at the UN today as Italy reclaims its historic lands."
Yeah, exactly. It's a busy day if suddenly there being way too many empty offices.
Exactly. Yeah, and then in every country, or even non-countries, has had its day in the sun. I mean, like Transylvania used to be huge and incredibly politically important in Europe.
Well, Hungarians would say that it's all a part of Hungary, right? Because at some point it was.
No, but this is when, absolutely right. But
before, you're saying before.
Yeah, but in the Middle Ages, Transylvania was a really significant power on its own without Hungary.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you imagine the Macedonians will then go and claim Alexander Macedon. If you Greek, close your ears, it's a joke. We'll go and claim that.
Oh, they'll go
take Persia
India and Iran
and Uzbekistan. No, but it's completely, it just doesn't. In Egypt, don't forget Egypt. It's completely untenable. This is why we have decided to stop fighting like this and have rules instead, right? And not change borders, and instead play nice within the respective borders, because that works better, and it works better for everyone except for someone who really wants to cause trouble elsewhere and cause trouble abroad, or benefit at home from the trouble they can cause abroad. That's really the purpose of it. That's the extent of the purpose of it. And this is a way to legitimize it. This is a way to infringe on Ukrainian sovereignty, and this is a way to try to legitimize their their stances and their domestic facing messaging.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically doing whatever he can to stay in power. And I suspect it's probably because something to do with his nuclear deal with the Russians and his mysterious conversion to the Russian side of things. When was it, Damon? Was it in 2008, something like that?
2009, I think, just before that election.
Yeah, and his mysterious conversion to the sort of Russian way of looking at things.
Yeah, the nuclear component, that is to say, POX 2 nuclear power plant, the second block of POX, is the kind of the thing that is used to rationalize a lot of this, as well as other energy that they get from Russia, ironically through Ukraine. But both of those are really just spitting in their own soup, because from a real strategic perspective, both of those are harmful, frankly, to Hungary in the medium to long term, even in the short term, but especially medium to long term. So that's very I think that that I think is important to note here is the conversion, as you said, suddenly going from one of the most, let's call it, Russia skeptic politicians in Europe to the most pro-Russia politician in Europe, certainly most pro-Russian head of state or government in the EU by far, right? And that happened about 15 years ago. He was anti-Russia, and then he went to this United Russia Congress in Moscow and really changed his tune just before he got re-elected as prime minister, or just before he transitioned from a stint in opposition to back in government, and he's never left government since. So that's really it. And whatever it is, it lies somewhere in there, and it lies within some other agreements or preferences or aims, and that I think is the important thing to remember and consider here. It probably has to do with money, probably
Exactly.
somewhere.
Exactly. And Hungary's energy dependence on Russia is not what I think it is. I think there's something in Hungary's energy dependence on Russia that is to do with money, and there's probably all sorts of shady intermediaries in that nuclear deal.
Exactly. I think you have an invite pending. Klaus, good morning.
Good morning. Sun is shining, and I slept in my own bed for the first time in a week. That was nice. So, but regarding Hungary, Poland was also this unruly teenager that sort of tried to defy how the game is played in EU, for instance, but they changed their minds after Russia's invasion. But I don't think that Mr. Duda was that. He didn't admire Putin that much as Orban does, or is that my memory that is incorrect? Thank you.
Oh no, definitely not. So actually, the currently governing party in Poland was the governing party once before, back in 2000. When was Smolensk? I think 2009. And basically the bulk of the government got killed in this plane crash as they were going off to visit the Katyn Memorial in the western extremities in Russia. And there's a big question, how much do the Russians have to do with it? And basically a large part of the government, but also military leadership of Poland perished in that plane crash, including the twin brother of who was then president, of the now deputy prime minister, who's the actual, and kind of the leader behind PIS, I guess. No, but they were never pro Russians and pro Russian like that. No, definitely not. The difference is, I guess, that Poland did stuff internally. The modifications they wanted to do were, inward facing, or quite strictly inward facing, whereas the Hungarian ones were quite extensively outward facing, and that latter puts you into a lot more conflict. And especially in the context of now, where there is an actual genuine existential threat to Europe being posed by Russia. There's quite a substantial split there between previous, let's say, previous allies, I guess, when it came to countering EU influence or influence of other EU countries in how the EU functions. I can send you an interesting article from a month or two ago that I think is well worth reading, and it's full of interesting anecdotes, Klaus, that kind of illustrates the relationship now. Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you. Can it also be because I've where I live, there have been not a lot of, but there some Poles have moved to Norway and lived here for a few years, and then moved back when the economy grew in Poland, and others decided to stay because they liked it so much here. And very nice people participate in the local life, etc. But I haven't seen that many from Hungary. Is it because Poland have been exposed a lot more to Europe than Hungary has, and it's much easier to sort of manipulate the Hungarians into believe that looking east is a better option for Hungary? Because it does.
No. I think the biggest difference is because Poland has, 4 times as many people, almost 5 times as many people as Hungary. So just statistically, you're much more likely to see one said than the other, and the other is geographical. So it quite a lot, let's say, of Hungarians will have gone to places like Austria and Germany. They're also, I think, a little bit more likely to speak German statistically than Poles. Don't hold me to that, but I think that statistically it's a little bit more likely. So between that and the smaller population, it's more of a that was just the greater chunk of movement. So that's really the bulk of it. I wouldn't look too deeply into that as a very strong indicator. What I can tell you is that especially recently, very very recently, there is a lot more movement abroad. Let's say a lot more movement abroad, especially of youth, especially of those university aged, because the funding for universities in Hungary has very precipitously decreased recently due to some actions by Orban, and I think that you'll see, if you're ever in touch with people teaching at the undergraduate level at universities, I think Norway is probably rather full of Hungarian students all of a sudden as well, more so than say 5 or 10 years ago. We can turn to something a little bit more positive, I guess, than the disappointment that Hungary has been. I'm being told to be more mindful how I'm talking about the Hungarians. Well, sure. I think it's hopefully clear that I'm talking primarily about the government. Like with everything else, you can say the French, and you mean the French government. The same applies there. Yes, of course, there is a difference in opinion, quite a strong one, between parts that vote for the government and parts that don't. And nothing against those who are in the position, but in this case, the Hungarian government is doing quite unsightly things, both when it comes to relations with Russia, as well as with everything else. So unless you found yourself in that, then it probably wasn't addressed at you. There we go. Right, let's turn to the more positive things, which, for example, could be thought of as the almost 3 billion euros that have been allocated by Denmark to Ukraine, specifically for military aid, in a vote yesterday in the Danish Parliament. Maybe Klaus, you can help us with an idea of just how overwhelming the vote was, because frankly, I forgot to look up just how the vote went there in the Danish Parliament. Do you happen to remember?
It was almost all parties, as I could see it. I didn't see one party that was mentioned, which is called the Enhedslisten, which is to the far left. This is a hodgepodge of former Marxist-Leninist parties that were once in Denmark. DKP, Dansk Kommunistisk Parti, Danish Communist Party, etc. They didn't agree on this package, but they were irrelevant because they have only a few seats in the Danish parliament. So a very positive sign that every party that political party that is that wants to be a part of building the future Denmark is also behind this bill of around 3 billion euros. And that is that will be allocated for Ukraine for buying military equipment, and it will help Denmark achieve its goal of using 2% of its GDP on military equipment. The latter was a bit discussed because was it sort of clever bookkeeping, but then I think that it's more important that it's actually used for military purposes to fend off the Russians, rather than it's being used in Denmark or in Ukraine. Because the option would be that Denmark bought it and then send it down to Ukraine. I think it's much better than that the Ukraine have they have a clearer picture of what they actually need, rather than what have we that we can send Ukraine. So I hope that was a broad overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, whatever it was over, parties representing over 90% of, well over 90% of seats in the Danish Parliament, I think, voted for it. That's the sort of consensus-ish opinion that I like there being, and I think that's very significant indeed. The other thing that I really wanted to stress in here is not just that it covers pretty much all of the political spectrum, but also that I like the way they're thinking of this. So as was noted, Denmark was spending well under 2% of its GDP on defense for quite a while, right? This isn't exactly new, and the reasoning given was basically, well, we don't really want it, we have other priorities, and because we have quite a large GDP per capita, there's actually quite a lot of spending in absolute terms. There's a number of, let's say, very rich West European countries, or very high GDP per capita Western European countries that made the same argument when it came to NATO commitments. So what I think is happening here is there's, of course, quite a quick jump in expenditure. I like that it's being done in this way, right? I like that it's being thought of in this way, because that means that it's being thought of going forward as well. And of course, the Danish military has been quite underinvested in for quite a while. That's very true. But at the very least, if you are a part of the Danish military, hypothetically, I would suppose the suggestions the following. On the order of 30% more on a year-to-year basis. That's very difficult when it comes to militaries, because unless you just suddenly employ way more people, you don't tend to really have a way to absorb those funds very quickly, especially since more expensive capital assets, let's say, so not total consumables of a military tends to take a while before they're delivered, right? You order them and then you get them like 3, 4, 5 years later. So as a consequence, I think this should be taken as a very positive thing within the Danish defense ranks, because the hardest thing when making a budget is to get an increase of a line item, right? Especially a substantial increase of a line item. Once it's there, is how is a budget made, right? A budget's usually made by looking at what the budget was last year and copying it, and then changing what you really need to change, or changing what you can change. But principally, it starts with copying whatever it was the year before. So with Denmark now embarking on basically a 2% 2023 and a 2% 2024, or maybe a slightly over 2% 2023 and 24, that should make it a lot easier for the Danish military itself going forward to say, hey, we can we just keep this budget as it is now, and then just go on with that, and we need reinvestment. So there's also been a more general commitment made to actually spending 2% going forward, so that helps it as well. But now is the time for the Danish army to say, hey, this is the plan, this is what we need going forward, these are our plans, this is what we want to ask for. Ask for a bit too much, you'll get some of it, and it will just be in 2025 and onwards. The other thing that I think that makes sense here is saying, hey, no, the point of NATO is collective defense. The point of NATO is defense of Europe, principally from Russia. That's being done by Ukrainians. Let's support them in terms of material to get that done. That's terrific. So that really fits with let's say it's very, very in the spirit. It's not in the letter, but it's certainly well in the spirit of the NATO 2% commitment and NATO as a whole. And also, I would hope that this is something that gets taken up by more countries elsewhere, because I think it's the right way to think of all of this, and it could really be a very helpful way to both help Ukraine, but also to make more difference going forward, and an easier transition into getting those percentages up to 2.1, 2.2, 2.3% of GDP, because the majority of countries was languishing somewhere under that. So hopefully it can be taken as a good example. Klaus, what do you think?
Yeah, regarding your comment about certainly buying a lot more equipment and not having a place to store it is very true. Just think of all the upgrade that has to be done in order to facilitate the new F-35s. You have to have new buildings. They have to be secured in a totally different manner, so it can't be surveyed from outside, etc., etc. A comparison between Denmark and Norway, when they bought F-16s, Denmark and Norway bought approximately the same amount. I think it was 52 planes each. And with the F-35, Norway bought 52 again, and Denmark decided to buy 27. And that is half, more than half of what Norway bought. And half of the current F-16 fleet. But it was because, again, it was underfunded. I think Denmark have talked a lot about buying more F-35s because they see that they probably have to move around and go to Iceland, for instance, or the Baltics to help them police the airspace there. Let's hope that it can be used for other countries as well as a sort of template for new equipment. Let's hope that some countries resist the urge to sort of donate equipment they have in their stocks and sort of write it off as an increase in GDP spending on military equipment. I don't think that's going to happen, but we just have to look out for it. Sweden could maybe use this for if Ukraine decides to move forward with looking at the equipment. That could be a similar way to sort of finance this deal. Thank you.
Hey, Klaus. Yeah, there's a lot of options and ways here, right? And I agree. You know, there's definitely underfunding. It isn't just about where to put them. It's literally it takes years for something that you order to get delivered. If you order, you know, F-35s now, your place in the queue is somewhere around 2030, 2031, whatever, to receive them, right? Unless something's get juggled around. So it just takes a while. These things don't happen overnight. You know, this country is now thinking about ordering Leopard 2A8s. It doesn't exist yet. There isn't even a finalized design of it yet, let alone a production of them, right? So, as a combination of all of those, what are they? What are you supposed to do? And I think that is you know how to put this well. You just can't achieve that overnight. And but at least if the line item increases now, there's easier promise of this being done better going forward and easier going forward. Yeah. Right. Let's go to Oyvind. I think he has a point on this, and then let's go to Daniel.
It's not important. Just a correction to close. Norway had 72 F-16. I guess that includes some that was lost as well. So not 52. And why Norway have more ordered much more F-35 than Denmark? I guess Norway have just a tiny army. So the whole concept of Norway is to defend the airspace and defend the ocean. So UK and USA can come in with an army and landing on our harbors. So it's a different situation than Denmark.
Yeah, Norway is even in a tougher spot from the geographical perspective, right? At least in a way. Certainly, the whole stretchedness out thing. Thank you, Evan. Daniel.
Let's stay on topic and remember Macron and spin it like Thomas Simon said. Imagine you put Eastern flank on huge expenses to cover your Western assets, where you have enough money, but you don't have soldiers. In my country, for example, we have enough brigades, but not enough staff or modern staff. Same situation in Poland. It's not acceptable to put member states of European Union to go, forget about hospitals and schools. Let's go buy tanks. And, Denmark or Norway, they own a pile of cash when they don't have huge military, but they have interest of security. And the idea Poland take a huge loan from South Korean banks to cover their security expenses when we have European money, and don't need to be European Union money, but can be, Denmark money. And you start putting money in the brigades of Ukraine, Poland, or Romania. Why I think it's important, because let's think on your interest. If you secure Black Sea, which ships we have a nice point to check with Azerbaijan, for example, and you not need to go and watch like Sweden, what Turks will do. And this, I think, is essential. If Macron wants so much in a European army, this must be European army. Cooperation, sustainment. And at this moment, what I see Germans saying, yeah, we'll be 2%, maybe next 5 years. And Poland say, oh, we'll be 3.5, like United States. And this is not normal. We cannot start to develop a member of European Union, when you're spending on defense, and you're spending on defense because you are the first line, and the guys in the second line say, "Yeah, very nice. Copenhagen looks cool." And this is not a blame game. I try to put people to understand it's not easy to sustain a big army when you have few bucks. You need tons and tons of money to get better technology. It's not interesting for me to watch. We go to F-45. You know, the difference, our budget, our GDP, and anywhere from the Elba to the West. Let's take the Macron idea of European army and make them much more different than French strategic assessment about European defense. Let's make it very European. If we have cohesion funds for developing less developed parts of Europe, we can do the same with the army. And I think it's not a popular idea, but politicians doesn't need to be populist all the time. They can plan and understand this. So, sorry, everybody talk about Baltics. But Baltics don't have the power, right? Small countries. But Poland and Romania, they are there with Finland in the north, right? Finland is not in military difficulties, but you want to deploy. Let's take a huge gamble and say a scenario. Russians break in Baltic, Germany can go there fast, but it will not be nice to have 2 or 3 brigades, mixed brigades, going ready because they have everything: the planes, the tanks, everything is needed to make very, very fast European defense, and not to call to Washington. We can do it, but big plan meaning a bit of cooperation, which we don't have.
So the problem is that there's 2 moral hazards in that, Daniel. One moral hazard is saying, aha, what you're going to do is you're going to have a European army which is going to be primarily staffed by, let's call it, cheaper, lower wage soldiers from places where you can pay them less.
No. We have the numbers. That is the difference. We can mobilize 4 brigades. Denmark can. Norway can. Sweden can. Poland and Romania can. We have the numbers. That is the idea. But
No,
we
I
don't
know.
have the.
I get it. The problem is, again, it's a moral hazard, right? How far do you push it? And the worry that exists in many places is that you then end up with an army which is commanded from Paris and entirely staffed.
Who says it must be Paris? We can be Brussels. Why do we need Paris?
Well,
why do you make Paris or Berlin?
Because that is how the design, and you said, Macron's idea for a European army. That's
we don't talk about Macron.
No, I know, but you did. You said Macron's idea.
We have cohesion funds. Imagine something like this. Instead of cohesion funds, we have European funds for defense. No? Your budget. You put in that budget what you want to do, what you want to achieve, and how it works. And this to be Commission, not European Council, Commission. We have a security problem. Okay, send our guys. Because they are rapid deployment. We don't need to expect the train to cross from France, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakia to enter the border of Ukraine. You understand? We already have the troops here because it's cheaper, even more cheaper than send American troops, German troops, Canadian, UK, or French, because they are here. But it's more expensive. And not only more expensive, it's stupid like idea. The guys can go and make their ships and developing what they need to secure the oceans. And the land border, to let the guys who are for land border.
Again, it's a question of a moral hazard. It might make sense in the given situation in the short run. It doesn't necessarily make sense in the long run. If you structure it the same way as cohesion funds, etc., it makes perfect sense. That's fine, but there's already that enhanced European Defence Agency cooperation that is expected and intended to be running that way, and is expected and intended to serve exactly that purpose. Now, it was kind of finding its own way for a while, but now it might, once the war in Ukraine ends, by Ukraine kicking out the Russians, that's going to help things, and hopefully it will continue in exactly that way. Now, the other question is how would you set up a command structure, and why would it make sense to do it separate from NATO? I don't think it does.
No.
In
No.
any way.
No, don't need to be separate from, but also NATO can put the things much modular, Eastern flank, land forces, air forces of Europe, naval forces of Europe, because naval forces, UK and French, need to go to Pacific with naval forces. They will don't need to send French Legion. French Legion is for Africa. Yeah? And Eastern Front, because we need to contain this bullshit in the East, must be prepared to contain. Because when some noble lords start to counter the emperor, we need to deploy the forces. It is smarter this way. And I don't mean, the solution, institutional solution, not need to be, the French proud military tradition. But look at Poland. Poland is building an army to destroy Russia. Let's be fair. That is weird. It is not built against Lithuania or against Ukraine. It's clear what is it. Do you imagine we build our army for Hungary? Come on. From the annexation of Sevastopol, we watch just east, because the east is the problem, not in the west. And you need forces ready, and not to wait 10 years until you get the money for F-35. It's stupid to let the guys who can manage this business and say, but get the solution. Because next year probably we need to deploy to pacify Belgorod and Kursk. Do you think they will go Americans? Americans, they will have their discussions in other places. And we need to take this job seriously. We need to go there and pacify these morons. No? We need to teach them. No more guns. No more things. Stop being a jerk. And all this anarchy must be contained. And we can ask Ukrainians, deploy your army. They need to rebuild that country. We need to take a bit of pressure under them, right? And who will do it? It's so logical. I don't know. Probably ergo logic against politics, which are bullshit, of course.
No, and look, I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. I think as long as it's well structured so that it avoids moral hazards, it makes perfect sense. The moment it isn't, then it can lead to problems, and it just needs to be structured wisely, right? I think that's the critical point here. It's the sort of thing would have or that could have been introduced previously. It's the sort of thing that might well be introduced in a little while, in kind of the way that the European Defence Agency can do it as an equivalent to cohesion funds. That's the right way to go about it, but it's, remember, also not the only one.
Our army work with the Polish army, made an exercise. We don't have any problem probably to see, I don't know, Polish commando on 2 brigades of ours, or mixed brigades. Not a problem. Experiments like this were made by the Dutch and Germans and things like this. But now it's a necessity. And why not? At Warsaw, you have the head of land forces of Eastern Europe. And you take some pressure and exercise rapid deployment every day. Everything. And also the same to Kremlin, watch, we are prepared. We take us 6 hours. No, that is the message, the good message. I don't need to expect B2 bombers to come to Constanta to show the force. No, you say, these guys are ready. We have no problem. We can watch another place.
What do you think is the next step that Hungary is going to make? Now they claim they don't know where the people are. Well, what do you think the next excuse is going to be?
Will not be excuses. They will say the Hungarians are forced in the Ukrainian army.
Yeah, they haven't quite gone for that one yet. I was expecting them to. They already did say, oh, but most of them are Hungarian citizens anyway. They did it a lot more quietly and subtly than I expected them to say it.
Because the pushback was huge. And probably they know the consequences, but they will go there. If they're, I don't know, Hail Mary, they expect a huge uproar internally to forget about the price of eggs and milk. But you cannot put soldiers of other countries and tell them they are our people. If they are our people, this means Hungary is in war with Russia. This means NATO is in war with Russia. So they are stupid.
Yeah, that's I don't think they thought that one through all the way. Abdallah?
Hungarian. They are Hungarian soldiers, right? Because they have Hungarian passports. So Hungarian soldiers fight Russia and not Ukrainian soldiers. This means NATO. Orban didn't ask this question to their strategists yet.
Abdallah? No, Abdallah. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, let's try again. People dropping like flies. Let's try again.
Doman.
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you, Doman. I don't know what happened. I could see you, but I couldn't hear any of you guys. Yeah, Doman, yeah, I just wanted to get an update. I apologize, maybe you already have spoken about the prisoners, the Ukrainian prisoners in the hands of Orban. Any update on that front?
Yeah, so last night, the PR guy for the government, Zoltan Kovac, came out and said something along the lines of they are Hungarian citizens, or they have been given refugee status, and they are free to move around Hungary, and we are not monitoring their location, so we don't know where they are. We have no way of getting in touch with them whatsoever. Therefore, we can't be responsible for putting them in touch with the Ukrainian embassy. And why would we do this anyway? They're Hungarian citizens anyway, and they can do whatever they want to do. But no comment on whatsoever on how these people magically appeared inside of Hungary, having crossed a Schengen border somehow. So it's a very, very curious state of affairs. It's a very curious state, and it's a very curious statement from them. Whereas, of course, the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still rather protesting against what's going on here.
Yeah. So Orban is actually admitting that they're actually in Hungary. Okay. And then also their families, have they been able to talk to the prisoners? Do you know?
So it's unclear. There's a there's a suggestion, I guess, that their families already traveled to Hungary and are in touch with them, but then how they would have known that is unclear. The Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that they're kept in isolation somewhere, rather than being somewhere else. It's a curious one. I don't really know what to say with this, what to say about any of this. It's a very confusing situation. The one good thing, I should have mentioned this earlier. The one good thing, I think, is that last night the European Commission, or yesterday sometime, the European Commission piped up and said that they want an explanation from Hungary as to what's going on with these people and how they came about to be in Hungary, and to respond to Ukrainians about it. So I don't know if the statement from Kovac Zoltan came before or after that. I think it probably came. I think that was probably the response already. But basically, they're playing dumb. Is the short version. So they're saying this had nothing to do with us. They said this is all the deputy prime ministers doing, and then they said no, actually this is all some private organizations doing, again not commenting at all on the whole getting from Russia to Hungary bit, and that they have nothing to do with it, and they also don't know where any of these people are, and that they're Hungarian anyway. That is the run that they're going with, at least for now, I guess, which is interesting. And we don't know anymore yet, but we might eventually. And then eventually I'll bring it up again.
Yeah, it's so shady. Yeah. So yeah, the whole press conference, all that crap seems to be on hold at the moment. So it seems. I hope they thought that it's not worth it to just for a PR propaganda. But Domen, have you seen the appeal by the Russians, Russian intelligence, to Ukrainian diplomats around the world? Have you seen that by TASS?
No, what happened? I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, on The Guardian, I think I sent it to you, but let me read it to you. Russia has issued an appeal for staff at Ukrainian embassies around the world to defect to Moscow. This is on The Guardian right now. In a statement, Russia's foreign intelligence said, "We appeal to the employees of the Ukrainian diplomatic missions and representatives of offices of state bodies abroad. If you feel responsible for the fate of your motherland, ensuring peace and stability in Europe, and are under pressure from the criminal Kiev regime leading Ukraine to a national catastrophe, come to Moscow, where you and your loved ones will be guaranteed safety." Close quote. Yeah.
I mean, posturing, I guess, a very odd one.
Very odd.
Yeah, I don't really know how to explain this any other way. I mean, what do you think? Is this anything beyond just a weird Russian press release so as to get other people talking about it? Maybe plays well with the tanky crowd.
No idea, Dom. Sorry.
No, it's just Russians being weird again. Wouldn't be beyond the middle.
I like the part "come to Moscow," where your safety will be guaranteed.
Yeah, of course it will. Of course it will. And whatever. I don't even know what to say to that. It's ridiculous, really. It's just them being extra ridiculous.
I think it's their sort of messiah complex at work, isn't it? Look, we're here to save you, Ukrainians. Let's start with the diplomats.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a silly statement, probably emanating from the messiah complex. I don't think this is a legitimate offer, anything just but some cynicism, but it's definitely coming from the general approach of let's be magnanimous and great and exhibit our greatness. I think that's the principal way for them to do this.
Yeah, Doman, I was thinking as you guys were talking, the Russian diplomatic missions have seen a downsizing, as you know, a lot of their what do you call embassy officials masquerading. There were actually intelligence officers have been sent back to Moscow. Is this a recruitment drive? They're actually not looking for Ukrainians, but they're looking for other embassies, other embassy workers from other nations. Do you think this could be a recruitment drive?
I think it would frankly work better if they just said, come to Moscow, we have cookies, rather than going with any of these complicated things. If they really wanted to get people to come hang out.
Yeah. So I thought maybe to bring that up to you. Thank you so much, Doman. I got to go back to work. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Abdallah. No, they just like to be weird sometimes, and I think it's worth remembering. Sometimes they decide to just be plain old weird.
So, Doman, shall we talk about aviation things a bit?
Yes. Shall we start with our best, most superest of all friends?
Oh, the superjet. Is that the one you had in mind?
Yes, the super duper super of a superjet. Yeah.
Yes. Well, so So in superjet news, the pilot of a superjet that crashed in Moscow, I think in 2018. So it took off from one of the Moscow airports. I forget whether it was Sheremetyevo or Domodedovo, and was hit by lightning. And the pilot lost control of the aircraft and had to turn around and land. And because it was a heavy landing with a full fuel load, the aircraft burst into flames, killing, I think, some 40 of the people on board. Anyway, the pilot has now been sentenced to a lengthy prison sentence for manslaughter. Now, he, of course, denies claims he's innocent and that there were technical problems with the aircraft, i.e. that it wasn't airworthy. But after all, who is he to so outrageously slander this fantastic Russian equipment, the Sukhoi Superjet. So, off he goes to prison. So first off, there's that. I've got a few little snippets of Russian aviation news. So next one is Aeroflot came out with their annual results for 2022. Interestingly, lots of red ink, big drop in capacity, 14% down. There is, the load.
So that's in seat kilometers, right?
Correct, Doman. So that's in available seat kilometers.
That's not even that much. If you think that they lost much of their actual long haul.
Well, that's right. But then there's lots of ways you can game your available seat kilometers. So, for instance, you could take out 2 seats, and the impact's quite serious. So who knows what they're doing? But the fact is, they're flying less. Their revenue passenger kilometers are also down. The load factors are up, which means that I think something like 2.5 percentage points, something like that. So that means the aircraft are flying fuller. But the most interesting and telling number is the line item in the P&L for how much they're spending on maintenance, which is down 80%. So I wonder why that is, Doman.
They're spending less on maintenance because they have a magic wand and they don't need any maintenance. Right? It's definitely because there's no demand for maintenance, right?
Well, so the number itself doesn't tell you the whole story, because a whole lot of maintenance items get capitalized in the balance sheet as opposed to showing up in the P&L. But the fact that their P&L is showing an 80% drop in maintenance, that tells you one of two things. They're kind of skipping on the maintenance because, one, they can't do it, and because they can't get the spare parts because they're all sanctioned, and or they've got an awful lot of aircraft that they're just not maintaining at all, which goes back to that 14% drop in capacity. So they've got a bunch of aircraft sitting on the ground that they are not maintaining, and they're probably cannibalizing. Now, another Aeroflot story. Last week, and now this is a silly little story, but it's not silly for the guy involved, but it's kind of telling about certain things. So last week, an Aeroflot Boeing 777-300ER co-pilot, flew into, I think, Phuket in Thailand, and overnight, sunning himself by the pool, he dropped dead. Now, the odd thing about this guy is that he drops dead at the age of 64, which is about right for Russians. I forget what their life expectancy is, but it's a lot lower than anybody else's. But
I think about 68.
Something like that, yeah. So roughly in line with the life expectancy. But the odd thing is that the guy at the age of 64 is only a co-pilot. I mean, if you get on any EasyJet or Ryanair flight, the pilot, the left-hand seat guy, he's about 31. He looks like a kid fresh out of school. And this guy, at the age of 64, is only a co-pilot. That seems to me kind of really weird. And that kind of plays back into the other thing about, these kind of rather fat people we see piloting Russian military aircraft. They're fat, they're unfit, they're not young, they're always on the sort of older side. And there's the other piece in this is because, pilots have to have pretty regular medical checkups. So I'm not sure what 64-year-olds dropping dead beside pools in Thailand, that doesn't really fit the bill, especially if they're only a co-pilot.
So in the Apologies. In the US, mandatory retirement for airline pilot is 65, right?
Correct.
So that just, I guess, gives you a bit of context for, at what point, despite medical checks being okay, they kind of time out. Yeah, interesting. So did anybody note anything that he might have, I don't know, eaten, had to drink there at the pool in Phuket?
Well,
I suppose that might have
I
had
don't
something to do
know
with
if
it.
he had a drink or not, but if you're flying the next day, you're not supposed to.
I'm just saying, maybe not an alcoholic drink necessarily, maybe some tea, stuff like that happens in Russia, or two Russians far too much sometimes. Yeah, interesting. Did you see that the Sukhoi Superjet's going to get new engines, apparently, allegedly, as soon as this autumn for testing?
Oh, exciting stuff, Damon. That'll definitely make it safer.
Well, it will make it more Russian.
Yeah, and then they've got to work on everything else. But I hadn't seen that report. I'll have to look that one up, Damon.
No, it's safer to sanctions, I think. It's going to be the PD-8 engine from, I'm presuming, the Allied Aircraft Company or whatever they're called, rather than the French one that they've been using thus far, or the largely French one that they've been using thus far. So, no, fun times, right? Fun times. There's the one big thing of Russian aviation news that we haven't touched on yet, which of course is GTLK update, if there is one.
Now, they are involved in the business of leasing ships and also aircraft. And they happen to have a subsidiary, a wholly owned Russian state-owned subsidiary here in Dublin called GTLK Europe, which is currently being sued in the Irish High Court for having defaulted on its Eurobond issuances by a distressed debt player. But in a bizarre twist, a new party has started suing GTLK in the courts here in Dublin. And this party is a Guinean bauxite mine owner from Africa. And apparently what GTLK had done is guaranteed the delivery of bauxite to an aluminium refinery here in Ireland, which is in Limerick and is owned in turn by Rusal, basically Oleg Deripaska. So now I won't bore you with the legal details of the case, which revolves around where this company can be sued. And apparently, under the terms of the guarantee that GTLK Europe issued in favor of the Guinean bauxite mine, it was issued under English law, and therefore the Irish courts have decided that, in fact, the proper venue for this case was in the UK, and if they wanted it enforced in Ireland, they could come back once they got the judgment in the UK. But it shows me how, I mean, typically, any Western business does not get involved in business segments that have got nothing to do with your main business at all. And bizarrely, the fact that Deripaska is involved in this too really is intriguing, in that it does really show the tight links between oligarchs like him and the Russian state. The fact that I guess they probably tried getting guarantees elsewhere, none of which, like for instance from a Russian bank or because it's just a straight trade finance deal. All they're doing is guaranteeing the delivery of the bauxite to the aluminium mill. And it's pretty common for international banks to do that sort of thing. But it's really strange for an aircraft leasing company to do it, unless, of course, you're Russian-owned, as has happened in this case.
I guess that. So are the Russians trying to deprive other claimants of getting more of the money through this? Is that part of it?
No. So no. So basically, the Ghanaian bauxite producer was just not paid for the bauxite they delivered, and as a result, they are claiming on the guarantee that was issued in their favor by GTLK. So they're not, part of the broader crowd who are, after GTLK in a sort of indirect sense, and or the ones who are after GTLK because they bought GTLK's Eurobond issuances at a really steep distressed discount, basically the kind of voucher fund type stuff that's been going on here in the courts in Dublin for the last kind of 6 months or so. So no, these guys are obviously here simply because they've been left short by Rusal and are trying to make good on their losses by claiming on the guarantee that mysteriously was issued to them by GTLK, the state transport leasing company of Russia.
I see. I thought this was a Rusal-owned Guinean company that then was suing. Sorry,
It
misunderstood that.
It might be, but I suspect it isn't. So the Rusal-owned entity is the place where the bauxite was meant to be delivered to, which is this aluminium processor down in Limerick here in Ireland.
I see. Okay. Now it's on someone listening to write an actual limerick about this new development in the GTLK court case. I think it's only right. Right. In the meantime, as we're waiting for Limerick to eventually emerge, we can say a couple of the following things. Andrei Melnik, former Ukrainian ambassador to Germany, who rather annoyed the German government while he was ambassador to Germany, seems to have been made ambassador to Brazil. The new Ukrainian ambassador, the future Ukrainian ambassador to Brazil. Now, with a slight change in attitude by the Brazilian government already when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not a whole-scale one by any means, but certainly a limited one. I wonder if this is a Ukrainian strategy to annoy the Brazilians into action, or maybe something else to do with that. Let's see. But he was certainly very frustrating to the German government when they were still in their very much inaction phase. Further to that, Shoigu is now complaining that the Ukrainian army plans to strike the territory of Russia, including Crimea, with HIMARS and Storm Shadow missiles. And I'd like to say thank you for catching up to date. You are only about a year behind now with your assessment there, Mr. Minister of Defense, and eventually you'll get completely caught up and up to date. I wonder, however, what you were doing for the past year as HIMARS have been hitting within the what you claim are territories of Russia. Anyway, he also notes that the use of these missiles outside of the special operations zone, whatever that's supposed to be, which gets redefined on basically a daily basis anyway, will mean the full involvement of the US and Britain in the conflict and will entail immediate strikes and decision-making centers in Ukraine. The Russian Minister of Defense warned, in which he basically said nothing new whatsoever because Russians already tried to strike decision-making centers in Ukraine plenty of times and just generally failed at it. I would also like to note that, as far as I'm concerned, the Special Operations Zone extends and modifies and gets extended whenever there is any strike to include the location of that strike. That's certainly been the Russian practice thus far. So I guess there shouldn't be any excessive worries because everywhere is within the special operations zone if it's being struck within the process of countering the so-called special operation. And that's probably the best way to interpret this. Ming, this I guess builds on the defensive flexibility that we've mentioned before, right? About 2-3 days ago, Russia announced that they'll no longer engage in any goodwill gestures, but that they're adopting a new flexible defensive line. And something within that tells me that that's the new way to interpret anything that is going to be happening going forward, right? There is no more need to think up new terms such as goodwill gesture or perfectly executed retreat without having lost a single soldier or a single piece of equipment in it. This way you can just forever be flexible, just like the boundaries of the special operation are going to be forever flexible. It's a wise thing, really, right? It saves on the brainstorming of trying to figure out which is which, and trying to figure out it saves you in trying to figure out how to market your newest failure again in a new way. Right. In which case, Ming, I'll prod you on the following. It's recently come out that the Bank of China has been starting to restrict Russian transfers of Chinese renminbi, that is to say yuan, to either the EU, the US, UK, Switzerland, wherever else. I think this is quite interesting because that seems to have been kind of a way for Russians to get around, clearing issues for all of those other currencies with the Russian banks, right? So they could still work by say doing trade in renminbi. Isn't this a little bit of a step back by China, effectively, away from and Ming left me? Well, I'll put it. I'll say just say it outright. Then I think this is a little bit of a step back by China. Then, because the interest there was for a long time to make renminbi a larger world currency in which trade is conducted, and this way, by having been limited, really, and as they say themselves, by EU and US sanctions. They will be they can't explore that avenue any further. They simply cannot explore that avenue any further, and it closes off another avenue for Russians to actually do any sort of payments, transactions, businesses with anyone in any of those in any of those other places. Ming, how long ago did you lose me? Because there's, I think, 3 questions that you've not responded to at all, and I think that's because you couldn't hear me.
Well, so the bit where I actually completely lost you was the bit when I was recycling just there, because I turned on the captions, so I kind of saw you talking about Chinese renminbi transfers and yuan transfers, the Chinese banks cracking down on Russians using that to transfer funds abroad.
Very good. So what's your thought on that? Clearly, that's not something that China will have wanted to do, right? Because they want to expand the usage of renminbi as a world currency. So in a way, sanctions are functioning. Sanctions are working, at least somehow, in this manner. If the Chinese central bank had to end the support, the clearing for Russian banks trading in or sending renminbi or receiving renminbi from the US, EU, and other places.
So remind me, the renminbi is the convertible version of the yuan, right? The yuan is
no. Renminbi is the sterling to Juan's pound.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, yeah, no, it'd be interesting to look into the timing of this, given Blinken's recent visit to China. Whether this was announced before or after that visit, but either way, I strongly suspect someone's been leaning on the Chinese to make this happen.
Yes, exactly. So they say that it's a consequence of outside sanctions and secondary sanctions, and I think this kind of illustrates the financial sector might be the one where all of this is most easily done and most easily implemented, just because it ends up flowing through such a small number of actors at some point in the chain, right? So if you crack down on it, you actually get to lead to a considerable limitation, let's say. Yeah, quite clever on the whole. I think quite clever. Johannes, welcome.
Hey, good morning or good day or good whatever time of day. And yeah, I mean, in one key respect, the sanctions don't seem to be working just yet. I mean, because I guess so often it has been predicted that Russia will be running out of missiles very soon, and they still seem to be able to maintain a production line, and for that they seem to be successfully still importing all the stuff you need for that. I mean, which includes all the chips and microcontrollers and all the and so do you think that's about to change now, or did they have a reserve? Or I mean, it seems that overall the amount of missiles they're able to shoot has gone down, but it's still enough to prevent Ukrainians from moving any of their air defense to those places where they are currently on the offensive, which is kind of a problem for the counteroffensive. So I just wonder whether sanctions will finally kick in now.
I think, Johannes, we need to talk about language, right? Okay, let's start with this. You've just said the words preventing Ukrainians from moving any. Any has a meaning, right? Any means 0%, so to speak. So do you have evidence that none of those have been able to be moved? Because what I've seen is 5 Ka-52s being shot down in the last 80 hours or so.
No, I mean, I'm certainly going by what I'm hearing here.
Right. So that's one part, right? So it looks like, it's just my guess, I think that the Ukrainians have moved something closer to the front lines that they've not had there previously. My other question is, if you were Russia, and imagine that you were Gerasimov, how many cruise missiles would you like to make a month?
I don't know. I don't maybe as many as I could. I guess 200
The
or
answer is
so.
lots, right? The answer is lots and lots and lots. So, as you've observed, they're shooting what, a few dozens, on a monthly basis. So clearly far less than they would have wanted to in some sort of an ideal scenario for them, right? So my question for you is, how do you imagine sanctions working? Do you imagine sanctions working like a switch? It's either binary, either they don't or they do? Or do you imagine sanctions working like a sliding scale? Because in reality, and this is a part of just simplifying speech, I guess, but there's preventing any water to flow out of a pipe, it seems, between two pipes is very difficult. However, there's a big difference between making a seal that prevents 99.99% of the water escaping and a seal that lets 30% of the water through, right? Imagine a junction between two pipes, how much ends up going through. And this is why you hear about the tightening of sanctions or the effects of sanctions. You don't hear that much about it, especially not when particularly extensive texts are being written, or more extensive texts are being written about this, about them either working or not working, because that's fundamentally not how life works. It's not a switch. It's not a binary. It's not a yes or a no. There's always bypasses. There's always bypasses for some quantity of stuff. The question is, how hard does it become for them to actually get it, right? How hard does it become for them to get what, and what quantity of said thing? Because getting in, 20 processors that can be used for a certain thing is very different from getting in 2,000. So, in a way, they're working. The question is, are they working well enough? And now that brings us to the next thing of how do you assess what well enough is, or how do you assess whether a better result here still can be achieved or not? Do you see where I'm going with this, Johannes? It's not a yes or no. It's a how much.
I'm basically going by the predictions I saw like last November or December, and I guess, at least measured against that, it's certainly not what we hoped for, or what I think what was expected back then. And I think expectations back then were based on something, were not just wild guesses. And those predictions came also out of Ukrainian high-level sources, which kind of, I guess, are well informed and get a lot of intelligence from the Americans. So it's probably, it seems for now, I don't know, it's just this general impression that the Russians are coping far better than we hoped for. And that certainly has to be improved.
Now, in there, Johannes, I agree, it definitely needs to be improved. But what I don't really know how to explain this yet again. It isn't a binary. It also isn't forever. It's something that continuously needs to be worked at, right? Because unless no such things exist anymore, you can't say, oh, but now there just isn't any more offered that will be available to them to somehow get through back channels into the country, right? It's all about a question of how many do you allow them to build by imposing what, and imposing what sort of controls. So it's never a complete. It's never an either. It's on or it's off. And again, getting in a dozen or getting in 2 dozen is very different from getting in somewhere in the hundreds or the thousands. It's also a question of cost. It's a question of cost, both in very direct terms. It's also a question of cost that all of this, let's say, friction that's introduced leads to, right? And in some cases, it's much easier because it is much more binary. Like financial sanctions become a lot more binary because it is a much smaller number of choke points, right? Like in this case, the thing you were mentioning, the Bank of China, the Chinese central bank. There's only one of those, but there are many bits of the, let's say, border between Kazakhstan and Russia where you can cross quite undetected by the Kazakh authorities, for example, right? With being quite a sparsely populated area. So that's really the answer. It's a question of how much can you get it, and there's too much, absolutely, definitely too much getting in, but far from what they would have wanted to. So what I see, there's an estimate from HUR that came out recently that says, the Russians can build roughly 67 missiles per month, right, give or take.
What types of missiles? Is that all missiles, or is that?
It's a mix. It's a mix of 25 calibers, 35 101s. Those are the air-launched cruise missiles, 2 Kinzhals, and 5 Iskander-M and other ballistic missiles. So 67. That's their estimate.
And Johannes,
right?
I mean, it's observable the frequency of Russian missile attacks is very definitely going down. Just how many they launch on each attack, how often they happen, they're both going down. The other data point I'd be really interested in seeing, and if anybody's seen it out there, if any parts have been recovered from an attack, when would they estimate that missile to have been built? Because that would be very telling as well.
Yeah, there's that as well. Absolutely. And Johannes, just think back to sort of autumn, winter last year. And there was, on a weekly basis, included more than 67 missiles, right? On a weekly basis. And now they're down to making that on a monthly basis. That's clearly a decrease to what they would have wanted to make. So, if you want to be very optimistic, you can say, well, clearly the sanctions are working very well because they can't make nearly as many as they would have wanted to make, let alone would have wanted to expend in a given month. So that's your balance, really. It's never going to be perfect, or it's very difficult for it to be perfect. But at least it's showing to be doing something, and it's showing to have some sort of an efficacy. Between that and better air defenses, I hear now that the SAMP-T is up and running. No, that's definitely better. But I don't like it when people use absolutes like any or at all, or because that just tends to not gel with the truth anyway.
No, I certainly, if you had the impression that I did, I did not. It's just, I think it's really far from the extent that they should be working. I mean, regarding the time when those missiles were produced, I only seen like anecdotal evidence, like only single cases where actually Ukrainian, I don't know, government representatives tweeted about that those missiles, I mean, about missiles or missile parts who had been recovered, who had been produced quite recently with lots and lots of components having been produced in Western states. But again, I mean, those have been like individual cases, and I don't know what that says in terms of how well sanctions are working. But obviously, it still happens, and they still have production going with imported parts, lots and lots of imported parts included. But okay, thanks.
Thanks, Johannes. Yeah, they do, as we said. HUR's estimate there was in an article literally yesterday, says about 67. Our question is what has to be done for that to be done down to 20 or 15, rather than saying, oh, it's not working well to us, it's all lost. That doesn't help anything. What helps is figuring out how do you get that number down. Hunter.
Good morning, gentlemen. Great to hear the conversation. I wanted to chime in about that idea of seeing if sanctions are functioning. And your comparison about we're not at 100% blockage of the pipe, or even 99%. What in one realm the sanctions are goals are to reduce the ability to produce, procure, and project combat power. And that's working. And there are many other things that can impact that ability too. Internal sabotage, other things. But that's one of the primary things is that reduction. And it's not 100%, and it probably won't ever be 100% shut off for being able to produce, procure, and project combat power, but it will be significantly reduced for a very long time. And that includes not only equipment, but personnel. And so that parlays, right into it. So, yeah, it's hard to put a concrete finger on it. To the other gentleman who was see a concrete action that completely stopped the flow of a particular item, right? That's intelligence gathering. Right? You have to go find that, but you don't want them to know necessarily that every pathway that they're getting things in. But as you said, Doman, as the restrictions continue, the number of conduits and pipes for those pipelines get less and less. And that's very important. So thank you, gentlemen. I'm sure I'm making a lot of noise driving, so I'll leave you to it, and always a great conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Hunter. And it's not even too bad a noise, by the way. But I'll point to something else, right? If you are in a position where you have to pick and choose about what you will be able to bring in, right? That makes it also more difficult to then bring in other stuff when you have to highly prioritize what you are willing and what you're not willing to what you're not willing to bring in, because everything's kind of hard and everything takes a lot of effort and you have a very small throughput. There's only so much that you can do, and I think that's an important component here as well, right? So they might be able to then do one thing, but then something else is just completely impossible for them, and that's something that goes unnoticed because alternate history or the counterfactual, let's say, is much more difficult to evidence. Lexicon.
Hi, good early morning from where I am. Yeah, I think the article that Johannes might have been referring to was a fairly recent cruise missile. No, well, I think it was a cruise that apparently had a very significant majority of its chips being, I think they said chips being American. Yeah, like it was something well over 60%, I thought the number was given. But anyway, yeah, so overall, of course, the sanctions are working very significantly. There's not much of anything for the war effort that the Russians can produce at the rate, the flow that they want. They told us months ago they were going to start turning out 1,000 tanks a month. But I mean, seem to be churning out a lot of T-54s and 55s and 64s from some boneyard somewhere. I don't know if they're even getting those into the field at that rate per month, and nobody thinks they can make 1,000 tanks a year. Well, maybe somebody does, but I'm not sure. But I wanted to ask then, so thinking about ships, maybe folks talked about, I think, a story, oh yeah, I heard it last night on the Telegraph, that American Intel is making a big investment in to build a plant. Well, it's around 20 billion, not 30 or the kind of Taiwanese rates we're looking at. Anyway, some 20-something billion, to very government subsidized, to build a plant in Germany. And I don't know if people have talked about it, but I wanted to ask something about how Taiwan got, so apparently TSMC, or whatever it's called, invests about 30 or more billion a year in its upgrading, whatever you call it, every time you have to overhaul your line sort of to a new generation. And that's about the average cost according to that article that I heard. And I wanted to ask something about the relationship between that company and American capital. Like, clearly Taiwan didn't get to this state of, I thought Taiwan was just the place where America got chips manufactured for its benefit, or somebody. What's the how did that come about in Taiwan, and is it just something that the US was happy to see done offshore? Is it autonomous Taiwanese knowledge and innovation, or is this some combination of American and Taiwanese, if you get what I mean? Technology and innovation and so on, system knowledge.
That's a bad question because I don't know the answer to it. That's a judge questions. I always thought it was a Dutch connection with TSMC for some reason, but I might be wrong on that. Anyone know the history of that?
So, of course, the investment in Germany is, of course, as they're saying, part of the effort to get much more European base in this global production. It's pretty interesting that it took this war for Western countries to figure out that it wasn't really a good idea to have all their eggs in one basket. But that's life in the market, I guess. When all's going along fine, then why wouldn't it continue to go along fine?
Yeah, it's a good reminder to. It was before this already, right? The whole supply chain issues in 2020, 21 were already very much a harbinger of it. But I think that with importance of this going up as societies develop, there's going to be ever more focus on, let's say, repatriation of industries there as well. Swabwe, go ahead.
Hi. So Nabulina said earlier this year that the Russian central bank only has foreign reserves until June 23, and we are in June 23. So I'm wondering, were there any developments about it, that this date has been postponed? And if not, like, if we can expect them to run out soon, then what can we expect to happen? Thank you.
Yeah, she had an interesting statement at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. It was something along the lines of, we need to figure something out. We risk returning back to a planned economy otherwise. So it's very, very curious, I guess, what's going on with them. I think that going away from this very silly policy, which was a very silly policy throughout, I don't know why they ran it other than propaganda value, of inflating the value of the ruble, which basically made, for them as a net exporter, their foreign reserves just worth less, right? Whatever they still had, even in Russia or somewhere else. I think that probably harmed them quite a bit as well. But now that they've released that policy and the ruble has depreciated to quite markedly again, from about 55 to, what is it now, 85, 90 rubles to the dollar, close to 90 rubles to the dollar, their foreign reserves ended up being worth a bit more in terms of rubles, so that they're a little bit more solvent when doing accounting in rubles. That might be why it hasn't quite come to the end yet in June. The other thing is that they've been imposing all sorts of kind of one-off random taxes on different parts of their economy, and that's been actually kind of, it's very extractive at this point. The Russian economy by its design is a very extractive economy as it is. what do? They take stuff out of the ground and then sell it. That's a very large proportion of it. And I think the same kind of goes here, but to an even greater extent. They're literally driving even the companies that make money to the brink in a lot of cases with these sort of one-off sanctions. There's also a reason why they started making companies kind of sponsor battalions or sponsor brigades and recruit brigades, not just so that they could rely on those companies' logistics, but also in order to basically get them to pay for it instead of the state budget. So what it actually is, for a while they can just pretend everything's fine, even after they run out. But yeah, that's where I'm going to kind of leave it. Ming, do you want to add anything to all of that?
No, I think you covered it pretty well there, Jamin. I got it.
Okay, excellent. I was worried I might have missed something. Lexicon, you're waving at me. Do you have more on this?
Well, just that. Just first, why? The answer is Bakhmut. It's the same reason. It's a point of pride. Anyway, yeah, I was surprised. So what they're going to have to do? I mean, obviously they can only do things like yes, more of these. They're not taxes; they're voluntary contributions, voluntary patriotic contributions. Don't you know? And yes, well, you can only do so much of that. Pretty blunt instrument. And of course, you can continue to reduce spending. That's not a new thing, but you'd have to. And but I mean, on people who can't do much about it, i.e., the people. And sooner or later they're going to print some more money. Print money. There's a limited range of things one can do at that point if one wishes to go on living in the style of special military operating that one's accustomed to. It's even worse now. They're being offensed against. So I was very surprised that Nabulina, I always can't keep her name in mind, but that she was allowed to say that. I just wonder why. I doubt she went rogue, but she is responsible for holding it together. She's a smart lady, and we know. I always remember that she wanted to quit. She's wanted to quit several times, but she certainly wanted to quit on February 24th and wasn't allowed to. I wonder if she's making signs that she definitely wants to get out. Although if she wants to get out, she shouldn't make signs about it. She should go about doing it. But anyway, I think they're effed. And yes, I think all the solutions are poor ones, but they'll just do some kind of melange of those solutions that work as long as they work and as long as you can hold it together. It's like sanctions, they work as long as they're sort of working.
Yeah, they're already kind of pretending that they're managing. Their monthly deficit is going completely out of control. The state spending deficit is going completely out of control, and that's because last year they did okay because gas prices were high. They got to export lots of natural gas. Oil prices were high. They got to export lots of oil, and they kind of got through 2022 without too much of a loss. 2023, already December 2022, and then 2023 started with huge budget deficits, just absolutely immense budget deficits, and that's just going to go on and continue. And I agree, they are indeed single lettered. Quick comment, Lexi, and I really want to go to Laughing Tommy.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I just think we should declare it a kind of a holiday. They declare dates when you supposedly are now working for yourself because you've paid your taxes. I think this should be sort of like reservation dogs day, reservoir dogs day has a certain ring to it. I think we should send out a challenge for the name of this day, but it's a red letter day.
Yeah, maybe it'll definitely be a bear market, isn't it? Laughing Tommy.
Hello, everybody. So to Lexicon's question regarding TSMC, TSMC is a Taiwanese company. If you look it up, it was initially there was a third of the funding, the capital was provided by Philips to get started in the 70s or 80s, I think. But
Okay, so there is a Dutch component in it.
yeah, but the point is that currently there are only 3 manufacturers in the world. There's plenty of companies that design chips, and the most advanced ones are mostly from the US. And Britain, I think, is the ARM. Yes, so Britain is ARM company. It's the one that makes all the architecture for the chips that are used in cell phones, in a lot of cell phones, not all of them. But the point is that there are only 3 companies that are the major manufacturers of the most advanced chips. One is TSMC from Taiwan, the other is Samsung in South Korea, and the third one is Intel from the United States. And that's why the Biden administration, when it continued the policy of the semiconductor wars and further sought to isolate the CCP from its access to high-tech components, what they did was they supported all of these manufacturers, but also decided to onshore them. And now TSMC is going to be building, all 3 of them are going to be building new major manufacturing facilities in the US. And the EU, also in response to this, so that it doesn't fall behind, is trying to create a program through which it can sponsor manufacturing in Europe itself. And this is done due to the strategic importance of high-quality chips. As we've discussed multiple times on the space, they are essential to defense, and denying them to the CCP is very important in order for them not to further build their capacity on stolen Western technology. So that's the security side of the matter. From the economic side, the EU stuff would have gotten off the ground sooner, but unfortunately the COVID crisis affected the financial planning, and one of the things that was sacrificed in the EU policy sector was precisely the research and resilience of European industry. So basically the future-proofing, the programs that were supposed to guarantee competitiveness in the tech sector got more restricted, because there's the majority of manufacturing in the EU is, I mean, the high-tech, high-value part is concentrated more on mechanical stuff. It's not so very good cars, very good gyroscopes, precision technology, and so on. It's not it wasn't chips in particular, but now because all the governments are now looking at the new geopolitical map where Russia is an adversary, so that cuts off a bunch of critical resources. It cuts the supply chain, of course, it's being redrawn. Just today there was an article that showed that the EU purchasing of Russian petroleum products and oil itself has increased by 90%. But the point is that now that we're seeing that opposition with the CCP is very likely, what is happening is that we are trying to diversify and onshore a lot of the critical industries. So let's hope it works, and it seems to be working for now, to be fair.
Very good, thank you, Latin Tommy. If you want to know a bit, we can turn to Kazakhstan as well. I see there's some interesting agricultural news from various places as well to touch on. So we can turn to that in a bit. Johannes?
I think Steinmeier is visiting Kazakhstan today. I just saw that note on the Deutsche Welle. I don't know what that means. But regarding the exchange rate of the ruble, you said like a few minutes back that it has been artificially kept high. And I think back then, I mean, when we were all surprised about the ruble doing so well as it seemed, I think, I mean, back then the explanation that I read most of the time was, yeah, the reason why the ruble is shooting up is because, I mean, nobody can do anything with euro or dollar in Russia anyways, and so there's no demand for euro and dollar because of the sanctions. And so it's actually a very bad sign for Russia, and not really that the central bank of Russia has made any efforts to keep it up, but really just because it was kind of an organic development. I mean, right now it seems the exchange rate, if I'm up to date, is pretty much back to what it was at the beginning of the war or before the war even. So that would again be a bad sign, I think.
So I can run you through it. So no, okay. Currency numbers it's just it doesn't really matter, frankly. It matters for the experts and so on. It doesn't really matter for a lot of other stuff. We can go through this. No, it was not organic. I can say that much. It definitely wasn't organic. So what happened was, before the war started, the ruble was about 87 rubles to the euro, and I'm going to use euro because I remember the numbers, and it's closer to than dollars anyway. Then immediately as the invasion started, it spiked. The euro value spiked. So basically, the ruble tanked, and it went to like 140, 150 rubles to the euro, and then the Russian government and central bank put in this rule that massively increased the value of the ruble very quickly. And in a few months, it went to something like 55 rubles to the euro. So from let's say from 90 to 150 to 50, pretty much. And now it's back up to about 90, or back down rather to about 90 rubles to the euro. What I want to say with that is that didn't happen organically. The Russian state instituted a law by which everybody who was bringing in a lot of currency, basically people like Gazprom, for example, were obliged to immediately spend it on buying rubles. And there was only one place that had enough rubles, anything like enough rubles, which was the central bank. So basically, they said immediately, as soon as you bring in euros or dollars, you need to exchange them for rubles. Demand for rubles went massively up because of that rule, because the exports of gas and oil were going pretty well at the time. And that's why the value of the ruble appreciated as much as it did. What it also did is it wreaked a bit of a havoc with Russian public finances, because suddenly, even though they were bringing all of these dollars in, they weren't worth nearly as many rubles as they would have been otherwise if they didn't cause this. So they actually didn't have quite as many rubles to tax people with, but that is what also countered inflation. And this is why Russia didn't really experience inflation, because things that were based on this, almost a tulip bulb economy that was bringing money in from the outside, well, they were getting plenty of foreign currencies to spend on whatever foods say they were importing. So no, it wasn't organic. This was far from organic. It's not a normal rule to impose all of a sudden, right? For every exporter to immediately go and exchange all of the, or not well, I think it was like 85% they had to exchange immediately into rubles, and spiking the demand for rubles. And then they've released it, and then it kind of went back to where it used to be, because that demand isn't there anymore, or that request isn't there anymore. But this is now slightly benefiting again the Russian budget because they get more rubles per dollar of margin of oil exports, basically. Raver, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, the other side of that forced conversion at rates favorable to the central bank is it was effectively a tax on the importation of money. It was a way for Russia to quickly pump its foreign currency reserves by taxing the imports of foreign capital.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of not quite a windfall tax, but it was taxing a very specific segment of the economy, right? Additionally, so there's that. There were also actual straight windfall taxes on Gazprom and Rosneft that were being levied as well. So if you look at Russian budget inflows last year, you see these like big extra chunks that normally wouldn't be there that came from these windfall taxes, lots of stuff like that. So that's why that's why they got through 2022 pretty well off, the Russian budget, actually. Not as well off as they could have if they weren't playing around with interest rates, but still they managed to almost balance the budget last year, whereas this year they're completely out. I think in the first 2 months they managed to get more deficit, aggregate more deficit than in all of 2022, and it's just going up and going up and going up further, it seems. And that's a combination of things just being harder to do, all of the frictions introduced and so on. So very, very good.
Hey, Dolan, do we have any idea what the real exchange rate is inside Russia? You know, where it matters, where people are actually trying to buy sanctioned goods? How many dollars or rubles they're having to come up with?
You mean like dollar blue in Argentina, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think actually now it's not that far off, maybe within about 10%. The bigger question is when it comes to goods, how much more certain goods are going to cost you, just because the supply of them is very limited, right? So if you want to buy dollar bills, it might not be that much more. It's just a question of what can you do with those dollar bills, and you can just do a lot less with those dollar bills, because anything that is kind of hard to get in and anything for which logistics routes are a bit limited, let's say, that makes it that then makes it much more expensive still. But as long as the vodka is cheap, it's all okay.
I just know in the past, the creative importers would rather have foreign denominated currencies than local scrap paper.
Oh, for sure. And this isn't just a Russia thing, this is a general thing. I'm being told that apparently I'm wrong, and the street rate is like 300 rubles to the dollar on large on large volumes, which I'm very surprised at. But oh my, then things are going much worse than I would have expected. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So you're right, Raver. Apparently, I was out of date. Interesting. Okay, I don't know, Raver, if you want to come back on that, but I can't hear anymore. So I'm going to say hi to Ioana and welcome up after a few days away. And if you want to jump in with anything, go right ahead, and then we can go on to Tommy and Picasso.
Let's go to Tommy.
So, Domen, do you want to talk Kazakhstan now, or should we move on to Picasso and then come back to it?
No, let's go to Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan's fun, but I'm getting news from a Romanian and a Bulgarian or Kazakhstan. I don't know which is more exciting. So let's start with agriculture, but then we'll continue with some other agriculture.
Well, so basically, in the Euractiv news website, the Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Kazakhstan himself basically underwrote an article, and it seems that Kazakhstan is striving to make progress with ensuring its own food security and food production. Investment has been growing steadily, and it seems that the EU is investing more heavily, which is very good news because from a geopolitical standpoint, Kazakhstan is they have been under the thumb of Moscow for quite a while. In January 2022, if you remember, there were riots due to the price of natural gas. And even though Kazakhstan has a lot of gas infrastructure and so on, it doesn't have a lot of domestic gas production so that it can, I mean, a lot of its gas doesn't go to the country itself because it gets sucked away in the whole Russian framework for energy. And after the Russians were sent in to suppress the riots, when they left, the leader of the country, President Tokayev, who basically started changing the locks on the country, so he removed his predecessor, who had retained a lot of the power, was now removed from all political influence structures and so on. And Kazakhstan has been steadily trying to fortify itself against Russian influence. And to do that, of course, with the withdrawal of Moscow from the region, they have been also stepping up relations with both China and the European Union. And some of the countries have also, like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and so on, have been pursuing de-Sovietization policies. And what I was very concerned about is the West basically leaving a vacuum in the region so that China is free to step in. And now we see that there's actual competition on the investment front, and I'm certainly hoping that it continues so that both the country can progress and it's not left again to be a colony of the Russians. Because it is a literal colony of the Russians. They have like 2 million Russians living there from not a very large population. And given their policies in the 30s, 40s, 20s, and so on of the last century, let's hope that they managed to get out from under.
And if anything, it looks like they have. We just had the St. Petersburg Economic Forum this year, over the weekend. And last year, famously, Tokayev was there, and he basically told Putin to his face that no, he's not going to be recognizing any of these nonsense republics that Russia keeps proclaiming in its in neighboring countries, which is very good, naturally, right? So some improvements on all of that have already started. Now, the thing with Kazakhstan, I think you really hit on it when you said the de-Sovietization of their agriculture is the best way to put it. So the indicator I like to look at for Kazakhstan here is that about 20% of their labor force works in agriculture, but agriculture only contributes about 4 or 5% of their GDP, right? Whereas it's industry, especially the oil extraction, right? Oil extraction and processing, where about the same proportion of people work, but that makes like 6 or 7 or 8 times the GDP that agriculture does. Their principal exports are, of course, in extractive economies, let's say. So stuff brought out of the ground, be it oil and similar, be it metals like copper and others, be it also uranium. They're a big exporter of uranium, and then food exports are like 2 or 3% of their total exports, right? So a very small proportion compared to the other stuff, and most of that is exported to their immediate neighbors. They do also import quite a lot of food because they don't produce everything they could. Now they don't have a space problem. If anything, they have a water problem and they have an investment problem. So with that, there should be an ability to significantly improve that, and I'm glad that they're focusing on that a little bit more. It is also a little bit more, let's call it, sustainable in a sense, right? Because you can only do so much out of running an entirely oil economy. So that's very good. And now is basically the time as and while the Kazakhstan government is wresting Kazakhstan from the control of Russians or from Russian influence. Now is the time for Europe to try to step in and prevent it falling under some other, let's say, excess control, right? And that doesn't only apply to Kazakhstan, also to other countries in the area, but Kazakhstan is probably the one to which most attention is going to be paid. It's also the one with the highest level of human development, let's say, right? The most developed society, and with some appropriate measures, there is actually good potential that things can improve markedly, and it can also be able to stand up as a bulwark to Russian expansionism, right? There have already been suggestions by leading Russian politicians to establish a People's Republic of Pavlograd in the north of Kazakhstan, for example, right, where a lot of Russian speakers live and where a lot of ethnic Russians live. It's almost as though they've done this before, right? Sounds kind of familiar. So just a couple of additional notes there. And I'm glad that things are being worked at in that sector as well. Tommy?
So if the Russians are talking about creating republics within Kazakhstan, I think that maybe Kazakhstan should restore its historical lands around Orenburg, and then the whole group of countries like Bashkortostan, Tatarstan, and so on can finally have an external border with another country rather than Russia. But that's beside the point. Like they used to, by the way. Anyway, my point about Kazakhstan is the most essential thing regarding the situation in Ukraine is that we haven't been able to pursue major action against Rosatom due to its how essential as a company it is and the nuclear sector of Russia is to Europe and the West currently. But the thing is that Russia is a major player in the refinement and the recycling of nuclear fuel because it was cheaper to do it there. So a lot of the companies in the West contracted. But the important bit here is that Kazakhstan is actually the production source of a lot of the uranium that Rosatom uses. And now that the US is pursuing a policy of making itself absolutely independent from Rosatom by 2028, and the EU will be seeking the same because there were several countries operating under contract in Europe, Russian designed nuclear power plants, and now a lot of them have moved away from this by allowing Westinghouse and to support those plants. So Kazakhstan moving away from the Russians, being extracted from under the Russian sphere of control is very important because that would sever one of the main limbs that Russia has, and it's a main lever that they use to keep extorting the West into supporting them economically. And if that gets cut off, then it's looking even more bleak to them. And that's why Russia, like the first country after there was a shift in their propaganda, like they were discussing, well, maybe it's time to have special military operation in Kazakhstan, to take care of the Nazis there. Kazakhstan, the famous Nazi country.
But this is exactly what Tokayev was kind of fearing there, right? Said, you know what, this is quite likely. Let's not even think of it, and we cannot possibly support anything like that. Quite rightly so. Raver?
So on the question of the stands, this is not related to uranium so much, but have there been any reaction at all by them for these mass roundups and arrests and forced conscription of migrant workers inside Russia?
Not really. There were some kind of protests, on a diplomatic level. Not much, and a lot of that is because principally these come from Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. So the two countries that have the lowest level of weight anywhere. Some number from Uzbekistan, but I think less so. And especially because if Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan would say anything about it too much, Russia has this great kind of switch in its hand that basically says, and now it's illegal for any Kyrgyz or Tajik citizens to enter Russia, be in Russia, work in Russia, send money from Russia, or convert any rubles to those other currencies, or send money to home. And that erases basically 25-30% of their GDP overnight, because that's how much they rely on remittances, on top of the sort of fuel and food imports that they get from Russia, which are done at, let's say, sub-market prices. And because of that, I don't think there has been an awful lot said. There was some stuff done by those governments basically saying you're not allowed to, and you lose your citizenship if you enlist in a foreign military. So that's but that went kind of against them rather than against their citizens rather than against Russia. Also, by the way, I just got a correction. It's the most recent black market rate is about 195. There used to be 300 back in May, but now it's about 200. Tommy, you might have seen something else about the Kyrgyzstan and the migrant workers being enlisted.
So the thing about Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, Xi Jinping had the new cooperation agreement that they signed with all the stands, and the interesting bit about it was that Tajikistan would house a military base, which was not ideal. So Tajikistan is also taking measures to move away from the Russian Syrian influence, but the problem there is that it might get swallowed up by the CCP because of, for those who don't know, a substantial portion of the country is taken up by the autonomous region of Badakhshan, where a different ethnic group lives, and it wouldn't be the first time that China extends control in such a place. But the problem that Kyrgyzstan has, so Tajikistan has leverage because it has external help against Russia to maybe move away. However, Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, which has been geopolitically opposed to Tajikistan for a long time, Kyrgyzstan recently, even though they had taken steps for desovietization, sorry. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister of Russia, Mishustin, was there, and they announced that they were going to start creating new Russian language schools in Kyrgyzstan, which is a problem because it extends the policy of Russification that the Russians have been pursuing in those countries for a long time. So I am worried about that. Basically, there's that, and there's there was a cooperation agreement on natural gas that I think it was signed by Uzbekistan and one other of the stands, but I can't remember which one. That was months ago. But anyway, like the more Russia deteriorates in the region, the more it's going to leave a vacuum and a place for Western countries to help the region and therefore increase the local prosperity as well as their own geopolitical security. And also something very interesting regarding Tajikistan and Turkmenistan, they both have spoken about pursuing a better link with the European market, so they themselves have publicly expressed interest in pursuing a lot more bilateral relations with the European Union, which is very good. But we'll see how this goes. And it's a major thing because if anybody knows anything about Turkmenistan and the political situation there, with they're sort of like
I think that, Tommy, I think describing it as a political situation is already giving it far too much credence, and frankly might be considered even misleading. Let's maybe call it the LARPing North Korea, but with,
yeah, that's exactly
with sand and gas.
I wanted to say they're more like less militaristic North Korea, but they have the same level of cult of personality worships. So the president for life there, as I like to call him due to a certain movie, but the dictator there has his name and his face on every yogurt cup sold in the country. There's giant statues of him all over the place, which was decidedly essential for the economic development of that country. It's an insane place to live, but I guess it's one of those places that has been forgotten by time because Russia has had such a tight grip on it. And now that the grip is loosening, I'm expecting for either China will come in to support the dictatorship and pursue that route, or the West is going to step in and hopefully help people get out from under, but we'll see how it goes.
So my question is it the current president whose face is on yogurt cups, or is it the previous president? Because Turkmenistan now has its third president, and everybody kind of forgot about that because the transition was made a few weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine last year, and then it kind of missed everybody's mind because so there was one guy, right, who was president, the guy called Niyazov, who then called himself Turkmenbakhchi, and he was the president for the first 15 years of independence or so, right? He declared himself the father of the Turkmens, and then he was replaced after his passing by the next guy, the Berdi Muhamedov, right? So last year, Berdi Muhamedov's son took over as president, while Berdi Muhamedov himself moved to something else, like Glorious Leader, I think the title is, something along those lines. So I think it's the Glorious Leader, that is to say the previous president who's on the yogurt cups, not the current president, his son, who's just there to kind of do the day-to-day, if I understand it correctly. I might be wrong.
Well, I meant Berdi Muhamedov, but yeah, because I like, even if there's a different president de jure, I don't think that Berdi Muhamedov has stepped down from power somehow. It seems to be, I don't know. It doesn't seem to me to be the case. It's more like it's an even more severe form of what Kazakhstan was dealing with before Tokayev took measures to remove, what was his name, the previous guy? Nursultan Nazarbayev from the position on the council. So yeah, it's going. These countries have a rough going of it, let's say, but let's see how things pan out now that Russia can just walk all over the place however it pleases.
I mean, walk all over the place, you know, trot all over the place, canter all over the place. We have so many words here.
Domun, do you want to hear something funny about Kazakhstan and about Russia?
Always.
Yeah, I will take convoluted paths to this. You spoke earlier about the Russians trying to impose or to just do new schools to spread the Russian language and the Russian ideology, because we know that even if they do not have an official ideology, they like to mix the Russian language classes with historical perspective, which is very specific to Russia. And they are doing this in Russia too. They have this very interesting historical perspective. They basically change history in order to adapt it to their needs. And they are introducing labor classes now and military classes and also drone classes because they think that the drones are the future. But apparently drones do not work everywhere. And in Kazakhstan, there is a business, delivery business that is called InDrive, that is it's trying to bring a new type of delivery, horse drone delivery, to hard to reach areas in the country. But they believe that this will be very useful for local businessmen and residents of remote villages. And to be fair, Kazakhstan is a very mountainous country, so maybe this makes sense, to do delivery by horse, especially when you don't have roads or other alternative type of transportation. They believe that this will help the businesses to develop. They will provide some new market for them, and also people in these remote villages will have access to essential goods. And interestingly, Russia is also into it. They are really studying this possibility to deliver by horse, and they do this comparison with delivery by drones, because drones, are expensive. They cannot carry big quantities, and it's kind of difficult to get into this type of delivery business. But the horse delivery seem to be very interesting for the Russians. So this is an article in Kommersant, and they seem to be really doing some cost analysis on this. And it's very funny because every time Russians say that they are this very developed country, and they are trying to tell to the world that this is the good way, the Russian way, but in fact it's kind of going back to the past. And I will link this with another news very shortly. You talked also about Nyablina, the head of the central bank in Russia, and she also said about 2 days ago that Russian economy is going to the past, because the state interventions in the Russian economy will lead to some kind of a planned economy in the near future. And this is bringing Russia at least 30 years into the past. So what do you think about horses, Doman?
I think it makes perfect sense. Of course, Russia has very recent experience with horse-drawn vehicles. I mean, if nothing else, their state-of-the-art T-14 Armata tanks are famously horse-drawn, because that's the only way they can be reliably propelled. And you know what? If horses are strong enough to move a tank around, they're strong enough to move parcels with consumer electronics and clothes and whatever else people might be sending around as well. Indeed, imagine just how many, if you replace the tank, you imagine just how many you could how many parcels there could be on it. Or alternatively, and this is just my idea here, just kind of a silly one, but imagine that you would, instead of the turret and all of that armor, but you still had the same track chassis, right, to allow you to go properly off-road. maybe that's what the T-14 Armatas will eventually get recycled to in Russia. They'll use the chassis and they'll put all the parcels on top of that, because a horse doesn't get stuck so easily, right? It can kind of wiggle around and get out. But if you have a wheeled carriage behind, it's much more easy for that to get stuck. But if you have a tracked one, then it distributes the weight across a much greater area, and it just tends to be far more all-terrain. I think that might be the real solution to this all. And maybe that's why they're so interested. This way, they don't have to invest in trivial things like, I don't know, building roads, right? Because they can have a horse-drawn, off-road, tracked carriage that they can use for the delivery of. I forgot what it's called. What's the Russian equivalent of Amazon called? It's not Opal. Of course, it's not Omon. It's something similar.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, whatever that is, those parcels. Now we know how they can be delivered. Yeah, all makes sense. But as you said, right, 30 years back, well, Nabulina is warning that they might have to go all the way back to planned economy, right? Which is much more than 30 years even. No real surprises there, I guess. It all makes sense if you just zoom out a little bit. Hi, Nale. How are you?
Yeah, hi friends, hi Domen, who is also my friend, of course. But I have a question about this Russian economy. Are they able to borrow money like a normal country to patch up the holes in their state budget, or no?
See, that's a good one. I not externally, not so much, but the general drive that they're doing here, whether it's horse driven or otherwise, looks to be more in the direction of borrowing internally. So that will probably be directed primarily at big companies within Russia, possibly the banking sector, possibly others, and they'll be basically told, "Hey guys, lend the state lots of money." The other thing that will happen is some surreptitious printing of money that won't be declared anywhere, and it's going to take a while for it to show up anywhere. And then some of it will just be playing pretend, and they'll just pretend everything is fine, because you can do that for about 6 to 12 months before reality hits and hits really hard. So that's kind of my short answer to that. Ming, if you want to expand on that and help me answer this better, feel free. Or shall we go back to a sub point from Nale first?
No, Russia can't borrow in the sovereign markets because if you look at their credit default swap pricing, they are they're already in default, right? So credit default swaps are a way of insuring against defaults for, in this case, sovereign debt. And I'll just give you a quick rundown on the pricing. It is, so the Russia 5 years sovereign credit default swap value is 13,775 basis points, with 100% implied probability of default. And there's another baked-in assumption there. If you were to buy these bonds, you'd recover 40% of your money. So yeah, that's where they are. So no, they can't borrow money the way normal countries do.
Thank you, Ming. Yeah, that's the bit that I couldn't expand more on. So perfect timing. Nale?
Yeah, that's what I remember to them going to default a while back. Then I have another question regarding this training of Ukrainian troops, because am I correct in assuming that the troops they sent abroad to train on different platforms or infantry tactics, they were not recruits exactly? They sent more experienced guys.
There's a
right?
mix. mix. So some of the Ukrainians trained abroad were completely fresh, completely green, and they basically did basic training. For example, in the UK, the principal drive was really just get tens of thousands of Ukrainians through proper basic training, and to supplement what is happening in Ukraine. And they tended to be quite special. So one of the things that we heard that they were training on specifically and focusing on was, for example, trench clearing, because I guess the presumption was there would be a lot of need for that for Ukrainians. Others, right, when they were sending people to, learn to operate the Panzerhaubitze 5000, for example, or HIMARS or whatever, those tended to be experienced specialists already. So when it came to, let's call it, integrating more advanced weapon systems, at least early on, it tended to be experienced artillerists, for example, for Panzerhaubitze, and they said, we went from like a 2S1 or a 2S3 to Panzerhaubitze 5000, and then for some of it was completely fresh ones. Depends on which batch went to what. In a lot of cases we don't know who they sent. So in a lot of cases for the Western Armor, for example, I don't think it was ever reported as to who they sent. In some cases, these are completely new units being stood up. So I would guess that those could be a mix as well. But that's just me guessing, Nale. So yeah, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Depends on what the purpose was.
Yeah, okay, but what's the point in sending people abroad for basic training? Or is the NATO standard basic training so much different from the Ukrainian one? Or
numbers,
do they
capacity?
Yes, and also might part of the reason be that the Ukrainian soldiers able to train others are at the front lines already.
There's a little bit of that, but one of the problems that Ukraine simply had was a lot of people that would normally be trainers in the initial response to the invasion. They they weren't doing training. They were doing immediate combat operations, right? Not all of them, just a good chunk that normally would have been used for training, and they just needed more capacity. And when you're bringing hundreds of thousands of people into the military, that's a lot of training that needs to be done. You need a lot of trainers, you need a lot of all sorts of stuff. The other thing that happened here, it was an easy way for them to get equipped as well, and quite well equipped. When they were returning from example from Britain, in this big combined training system, right? There wasn't just the Brits, there was also the Canadians, the Australians, the Kiwis, the Dutch, Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, Finns, Estonians. Might be forgetting someone else who contributed trainers to that effort, right? It was a huge effort, but they didn't go home just now. You've had your few weeks of training, now go home. They send them home fully kitted out with body armor, with helmets, guns, all sorts of stuff, right? All of those baseline things, and a backpack full of other stuff to live with. So that helped as well, and it was kind of a very comprehensive approach. And they also focused on some skills like trench clearing that weren't even taught in the British military for quite a while. Not regularly, not at this sort of scale, certainly, because they kind of said, okay, this brigade, what will they need to know? What do you expect them that they will need to do? And we even heard reports of there being a whole trench system, a training trench system being dug somewhere in Britain, so that they could learn this and how to do this properly and well. And it's all about numbers. In a large scale conventional war like this, so much ends up being about numbers. Go ahead, Nale, and then I'll turn to Matthias, who's coming up, who might be able to elucidate a bit more as well. Nale.
Yeah, so good to hear that they also equip them with body armor and stuff like that, because that's needed, of course. And have a nice day, people.
Thank you, Nale. Hang about, because I think Matthias wants to add a bit more context to that, and I know his history. So Yes.
Thanks. Not this time. So I was going to talk about something completely different, but hey, Nala. So yeah, I'll yield.
Oh, okay. In which case, let's go to Jens first, and then we'll go back to you. Jens?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I just thought I'd contrast it to, you know, the training we've seen of Russian conscripts. And I think logistics is a big part of it, right? Where you want ammunition, you want quarters, you want to feed them and dress them and train them. And wherever you do that in these numbers, there's also large concentrations of people. So it's, I guess, both because we can use experienced trainers around Europe. It's also slightly safer to train them. You don't. I remember in the beginning of the invasion, there was I don't know if it was the Legion that had problems with the, you know, phone discipline. So one of these training locations, I think, got bombed. So there's a lot of aspects where it's really helpful. That was all.
Yeah, and I just remember that Russians also send their forces abroad to be trained, specifically to Belarus. And I think that was also, actually, I'm not going to be joking here, right? I think this is actually because of logistics, and I think that in many cases they were probably lacking capacity to train them themselves, because they had, you know, they had divisions and brigades on paper, but they didn't actually have any people left in them. And some, because they were already at a peacetime staffing of 60 to 70%, they sent everyone off to Ukraine. There were like 7 people left back at the you know, brigade home base to keep the lights on, literally, and off, and then on again, and then off again. And they had no more capacity to train new backfill for those same brigades in many cases. Or maybe, you know, a battalion was left and everybody else had gone, and they didn't have training capacity because often trainers were sent as the more experienced NCOs and officers straight off to the front as well. And I think they needed Belarus in some cases to actually be able to train for certain units. Yeah, it's very VDV especially, I think, we're in that state. Now, you know, how much getting hit on the head with bricks helped, I don't know, but it certainly was some sort of training. Matthias, please.
Yeah, I think I remember what Jens was talking about. It's pretty early in the war, and I think they were just kind of collecting the people who were volunteering. And if I'm not mistaken, this was somewhere in the west of the Ukraine, not too far from Lviv, possibly neck of the woods. But yeah, I think that was probably more of a transitionary period. With, I think what's going on now and have been going on for like a year or so is the systematic approach to training, right? Which is all the support partner companies, partner countries to Ukraine have been really stepping up. And I think that is one area I think we can do even more, right? Becoming very, very good at the logistics and of operating training programs for Ukrainian soon-to-be combatants, right? I wonder if there's any efforts done, for example, to collect lessons learned and kind of feedbacking, evaluating the batches of trainees that have passed through these training programs to kind of evaluate how well these soldiers perform later, and maybe having those lessons learned impact the content and the focus on these training programs, maybe the length of them, of course. Obviously, time is of an essence, right? So especially in the beginning, but I suspect also still today, you can't teach soldiers everything. You're gonna have to have a compressed timeline, right, to get them ready. But I would imagine we might be at a point now where all these European partner programs could benefit from having some sort of I'm not sure standardization is the right word yet, but more like, okay, what do we need to do to improve these programs? How can we improve the capacity to train more people? Because from what I understand, Ukraine still have volunteers that are waiting for a chance to get trained, right?
Oh yeah. And there's part of it is also the logistical effort afterwards, right? Getting them actually integrated and supplied once they're trained as well. And if Ukraine was given, I don't know, 3,000 Patria APCs tomorrow, I know that there's not really something in existence, right? But like they could use them tomorrow. If they get like 3,000 big 8x8 APCs, they can integrate those literally tomorrow, because they still need so much mechanization, motorization on top of everything else.
100% agree, and I think we've discussed that, on and on as well. Like getting that high-end hardware, right? Getting more Bradleys and we talked about helicopters yesterday, and just getting the high-profile kit. But I think there's still a case to be made for, again, just personal kit, right? Helmet, vest, rifle, everything like that. And as you're saying, not just fitting these people with basic equipment, but also the logistic chains and the supply chains. And also here, I imagine that we're a little bit further ahead, because that's something that NATO already does, has an organizational structure to do. NATO normally is every country trains their own personnel, so there's no cross NATO country program to organize large batches of recruits to be given basic training. That's something that has been a need that's been filled pretty quickly. And as you said, the UK has been one of the main pioneers here. And I would imagine that connecting these two, getting much better at training personnel, but also fitting them. I think the bottlenecks there are probably instructor numbers, and also having the processes and structures to support more training, more soldiers, but then the political will to supply Ukraine with more high-end hardware, like unit level hardware, team and platoon and above, right? The harder, the bigger, the more expensive kit. That's what the political thing can do, and everything else is NATO structure and funding, I would imagine.
Yeah, and there's fundamentally need for a whole lot of all sorts of things, right? It isn't just one or the other. It's everything in quantity, which is quite frustrating, really. But one thing that I'll say is the goodness, what was I going to say? Something very sensible. Yes, right. You said about standardization. I think that's good, and that's important, and I think that's why it was good to have this big training effort in the UK, because again, it was like 10 countries working at it, right? It wasn't just the Brits, and I think that they would have had some sort of a planning meeting between them to figure out exactly that sort of a sense of standardization there as well.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I have another point I wanted to make, but maybe there's some comments. Maybe Jens, you wanted to add something first?
Yeah, Jens?
Well, I was thinking about late summer, where the Nordic countries began to, think in winter gear. And I also think I mentioned this before, that the German army TV channel has kind of had a little bit of insight into their experiences with training. Obviously, there's a difference between taking a civilian and turning him into a useful soldier, and then taking a experienced Ukrainian artillery crew in. But where we very much saw there's I don't know if the right word is a negotiation, but where you see that there's a two-way learning experience from training this, where you where both the Ukrainians bring very practical and up-to-date experience to the nature of this the solutions they need. And so I think that you obviously have to where there's logistics, there has to be planning also. But that was all. I'll drop down.
Thank you, Jens. Tommy?
There's something interesting going on Russian Telegram. There's this channel, two majors, and they have just announced that there's going to be a curfew in Vasilivka, which is 14 kilometers away from the current front line. And this is very interesting because they're trying to cover troop movement during the night, or they're worried about
partisans.
What do you call? Yes, and also sabotage groups all the way there. And this is very good since this is part of the Vasilivka Tokmak Tarasivka triangle. So this is the left wing of the defense triangle against the Zaporizhzhia front. And they started with such curfews not long before Kherson fell. So if we follow the pattern.
I like that pattern. It's a very pleasant pattern. Very trendy this year. I forgot what it's called, but I think all the fashion magazines are writing about it, right, Matthias?
Yeah, I would imagine that partisan activity is the reason there. It's been the most partisan active region, if I understand it correctly, in all of Ukraine for a very long time. This Tokmak, Melitopol, Abouts region. So I would imagine that they're probably reporting every piece of troop movement that the Russians are conducting, and also I would imagine are conducting also maybe raids or some sabotage, or basically being a big nuisance. I would imagine also hosting special forces potentially in other people green uniform categories. So yeah, do you have a comment on that, Tommy?
Well, regarding partisan activity and how locals feel about Russians, there was, I don't know if it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, because everything basically merges in my head, but there was a comment by Russians that were complaining about how people in Mariupol didn't like them very much, and that the whole place was full of Ukrainians. They didn't want to be Russian, and they were so ungrateful about the reconstruction efforts that were happening there. It's almost as if the people that were conducting the reconstruction efforts were the ones that destroyed the buildings in the first place. You know, that could be a clue.
It could be a possibility, at least, right? But you would have to expect the Russians to put the two and two together, though, right?
I'm always fascinated about how tone deaf they are. I mean, I get it, like it's a propaganda channel, but like civilians who are amazed that the Ukrainians don't like the Russians just baffle me.
Yeah, I would imagine. And Mariupol, of all the cities, what did the Russians ever do to Mariupol, huh?
It's a mystery, man. It's a mystery.
Yeah. Well, I had another point, Doman, I wanted to ask
Please.
about. And that's the latest statements from the White House, President Biden. Not sure if I haven't listened earlier today. Did we talk about that yet?
I missed it altogether. What statement? What? Where? Who?
Well, his latest statements are that he's made a public statement about how Putin's threat to detonate tactical nuclear weapons is real and should be taken seriously. And kind of drives me crazy. And I'm trying to wrap my head around this. From where I'm looking, it just looks like the absolute worst thing you can do from the White House point of view, because it's basically Biden doing, and from my end, Biden doing Putin's fear mongering for him, and combined with a lack of response and complete flatline in terms of deterrence or any type of statement based on the mass destruction of the Novakakova Dam. Those two seem to be the absolute worst thing in combination that you can do. It's basically the best thing you can do if you want to ensure Putin that he can do whatever he wants in Ukraine, and there will be no repercussions. And on top of that, and yeah, you should be very afraid of Putin. So let him do his genocide in peace, right? That's what I'm saying. But maybe there's some other cons to this statement. I'm thinking, is this some sort of signaling to the American people that they need to take this conflict serious? Is it some sort of other statement that's kind of preparing for political escalation from the White House? Like, I'm trying to make sense of this. Maybe you can help me out.
So I'm in two minds. One mind agrees with you that this is very dumb. The other one makes me think a little bit along the lines of, well, what do the Russians really want out of the nuclear weapons threat? Well, they want it to be taken seriously, obviously, because that's how that works, right? But the other thing is, maybe it has to be taken, maybe it has to be messaged as though it's taken seriously, for telling them, no, don't do it, this is unacceptable to work. Otherwise, they'll be wanting to prove themselves that they were serious about it all along. Now, this might sound very convoluted, but I don't think it necessarily is. What I'm getting at is that obviously everybody's quite unhappy with the prospect of Russia resorting to any sort of R or N events, right? And that doesn't just include this doesn't just include the US and Europe. That also includes places like China, right, which is quite important for Russians. And to me, it almost sounds like this could be a part of a broader effort to definitely and genuinely say, you know, the Russians, don't do this. Yes, we're taking you seriously. Whatever. But that maybe that's the basis for it. Now, I know I'm being the most optimistic possible thinking here, right? This is me with my optimistic hat on, saying maybe there's a good reason for it, and maybe this could be the best reason I can imagine. Beyond that, if it's anything else, I agree with you, Matthias, that this is a bad idea, and this is not how you should message about any of these things. It's almost as bad as Macron last year saying we are limiting what we're going to do with, we're limiting ourselves to how we are willing to employ nuclear weapons ever, and it's for France and nothing else. That's my general take on all of these things. That too much is being spent on not deterring.
Yeah, because that's what I'm sensing as well. I mean, if it is saying, hey, we take it serious, we believe you are considering it, and that is why we're responding with this, basically a new message that is saying, if you do anything like XYZ, we're stepping in, we're gonna punish you, right? It would make such a counterplay threat more credible if you're also saying that you're taking Putin's threat seriously, right? And that could be one way to do it, right? And we don't know what the what the non-public messaging is from the White House to the Kremlin. There might be things going on that we're not aware of. But as you're saying, I just put the whole picture together. It just looks weak to me, right? And I'm concerned that this is yet another sign that the White House and the National Security Council still haven't done the homework and aren't thinking like the Russians. They're more thinking from their own point of view, mostly. Yeah, I think I had something more to say about it, but I'll pause there. There's some hands. Maybe I'll come in later.
I go about Maggie. I think this is it's a good point, and it's certainly I find it endlessly frustrating because I think they're trying to solve the unresolvable while ignoring the things that can actually be affected, and I'm always frustrated at that. But yeah,
Yeah, I'll add this. What's been consistent in all of this is the White House or the NATO countries or the West. We have never taken the initiative in this crisis. And as long as Putin has the initiative when it comes to everything political, he has the agenda. He's the one probing. We're the one responding all the effing time. I think that needs to be reevaluated as well. It just like at a meta high level way of trying to deal with Putin. I don't think you can deal with Putin by always responding to his comfort. He's always in his comfort level when he's probing and escalating and trying stuff. I think we need to reconsider that as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I likewise another thing that I am endlessly frustrated with them, because there's no point in acting this way. And where I quite appreciate the British attitude to things sometimes, which is like, oh, just go and do it. You know, happens. They hate us anyway, which is just good. Jens?
Yeah, I just had to come back to the mic button. I'm actually okay with Biden addressing this. I think throughout this last year and a half, Russia has rattled several times, and I think it's important to address this. The fact is that Russia is not Libya and it's not Serbia. They have nukes, and therefore this is a part of this I'm always I would say, conflict between the West and Russia, where the war in Ukraine, and I also think that I understand to some extreme extent why Russia, the United States can't take the initiative, because we are still not an active participant in the war. So I think it's important to address it once in a while, simply because there are other people who are ready to run wild with, nuclear talking points. So I think it's important to address it whenever it is needed, simply because that there is a reason why we are not sending peacekeeping A-10s into Ukraine.
I'm a fan of the concept of peacekeeping A-10s, even if the content itself might be a bit problematic. But yeah, again, it's silly to make steps back. Now, the other thing, Matthias, I think that this rhetoric could be, just thinking a little bit more on it, is a way to set up the Ukrainian membership prospects for NATO in a way that that's too confusing to be straightforward. And whenever Russians are confused, they just launch a few missiles and are done with it, rather than actually do anything that leads to, very significant outcomes. No, maybe that's a part of it as well. What do you think, Matthias?
I think that's possible. I mean, anything is really possible. One thing that I'm wondering about is the West bending itself backwards to avoid accepting the frame that Russia is trying to set, that Russia is in conflict with the West and with the United States? It's so important to reject that frame that we're allowing genocide. Anyway, it's better that we allow genocide and blowing up, mass destructions of a dam that kills thousands and ecocide. It's more important. We can allow that rather than accepting that we are in a confrontation with Russia. It's almost a sort of political stubbornness. I'm not saying I have the solution of what to do, but what I would like to see the West standing up for itself a little bit more and saying this is not okay. We want the world-based order, and you've gone too far, and we're now willing to do X. Retake the initiative, reestablish acts in line with our values, and just making more of a moral statement. I would like to see more of that.
Yeah, Matthias, I completely agree. So the big news today, with regards to the future for Ukraine, security future for Ukraine, is the very strong rumblings that are coming out of Paris, effectively saying, yeah, now we're in favor of Ukraine's membership in NATO, and they're figuring out exactly the details of it and so on. But basically, there were three countries that matter that weren't so sure, right? Germany, France, the US. I don't care about Hungary here. Sorry, just whatever the opinion of the Hungarian government is worthwhile ignoring under the circumstances. So France has flipped, which is really good, right? So now it's down to kind of two. And I think what the US is doing here is it's steering into a path of exactly how to get it done, and not an ease things. And I think Biden's comments over the weekend were something along the lines of, we're not going to give them an easy way in. It won't be like a discounted path in, which is fine, which maybe in itself might actually be good messaging in a way, in order to say, hey, this is it's not like they're getting an easy ride in. They need to fulfill everything, but somehow most things are going to be fulfilled anyway. So that's good. It's also a question of how much that is done in order to affect a particular pathway, I guess, by which Ukraine gets NATO membership as well. I think that's the other thing that's worthwhile looking at here, right? Because the thing that we really need out of Vilnius is a clear path. It doesn't, not one that rather than membership on the day, because that's impossible anyway, because countries need to vote for that, and it's better for it to look like it's fulfilling a path that leads to then a clear, straightforward voting results, rather than then getting stuck endlessly on the voting results instead. So maybe, because then it at least looks like constant progress. Maybe that's what they're really going out for, and maybe they're outlining this as like, yes, Russia, you're taking you seriously. You're not just the ridiculous head case that you are, in the worst possible imaginable psychopathic way. Maybe it's that. Anyway, Matthias, you want to come back to? Go ahead, and I'll go to Lexico.
Okay.
No. I said come. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. No, I was going to say, yeah, maybe it is, but I think it feels like the feel of it is more indecisiveness. It's like it's a very cheap thing to talk about, saying, well, let's start throwing. If we're gonna start getting the Ukraine NATO process going, we need to start first thinking about the conditions. And yeah, they're not gonna have an easy ride. They're gonna have based on merit and blah blah blah. It's very cheap things to say. It's not gonna stir the pot. It needs to kind of be said, and let's start going through that initial phase of almost paperwork from the political point of view, right? So it's almost as if that needs to be said. It's filling the vacuum from the not doing anything about the dam. So I don't know. I still think I'm getting the sense that the White House and NATO and also France and Germany, they still really have no clue what to do about dealing with Putin.
They're trying to
maybe
make life
lexicon.
predictable.
It's not going to be predictable. That's what they need. The bottom line thing we need to start letting go of in the West is this: how can we get back to comfort again? That's one of the major impediments that I see. Everything is around the expectations that we're going to find some sort of path, not necessarily back to status quo, but back to some sort of comfort of things not being normal, but still being comfortable again. That needs to go. It's not going to happen. It's not effing going to happen. And as long as people think in those terms, I think it's blurring the mind and the view of what options may exist and what might have to be done.
Here we go. That's it. That's exactly it, and we're very well aligned on this. But yes, it's wanting to predict and affect a very particular set of outcomes without realizing that it's possible that those outcomes are unreachable, and it's also it's practically impossible for you to affect things controlledly in a way that you reach them. Take a step back, figure out what you actually can do and what you actually can assure, and
it's like
stop building castles in the sky.
Sorry, but yeah, it's almost as if the White House is trying to ask itself, how can we deal with Putin in a decisive way, but never at the cost of us still being comfortable in the West, being comfortable politically, comfortable in terms of, no, you're going to have to push through your discomfort zone. That's what this is going to require. I think the sooner we can get into that, I think it's going to be easier to make decisions. I'll yield now.
No, thank you, Matthias. I think this is really useful. Lexicon, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree that I think there's various ways to consider it. I do agree with some of your points there, Doman. But yeah, it's annoying. But I think this administration keeps having these two lines about this nuclear threat. It's this pair. It's this couplet of theirs. Yes, we take it seriously, but don't you bloody dare. Or the way they say it is, there will be serious consequences. And Biden, he sort of says one or the other. Like it's like he is often he's got these couplets and he says one or the other. He's a bit flippant. I don't know if that was said in response to a journalist or was it part of a longer statement. But for example, about NATO, Ukraine joining NATO, yes, he said we're not going to make it easy for them. But the previous day he had said, or 2 days before, he had said that he's open to dropping the membership action plan if the other members agree. So then he thought that he had to say the other. It's like every second day he has to come up with the other one of the couplet. I think it's legitimate to say we take it seriously for the reasons that you said, so that Russia can't think, oh, they're not taking it seriously enough, so we better do something more, shake around, move them a little closer to the border of Belarus's internal border or something, do something. But I was just also listening last night to a what do we call these things? YouTube post of a guy named, I guess it was on Michal Racon, talking to Joe Lindsley. He's I guess an American Ukrainian, I'm not sure, American guy who's living in Lviv. And one thing he said is talking about Crimea, and he said, of course, the Americans are not comfortable with it. He's talking about every American going through Lviv. He's saying constantly that he really finds Americans are still not comfortable with the idea that Ukraine takes Crimea. I feel like it's that kind of, I don't know, Biden administration, Democrats just, or whatever, just can't get over the fact that Russia will be completely and totally beaten. I think that Ukraine and its European allies have made this so clear, and a whole lot of American generals and officers retired, that this is going to happen, that I think they can't officially object, but I think they do still feel uncomfortable. And it is this wish to return to some kind of comfort of the good old days when Russia's in Sevastopol with its Black Sea fleet. Why anybody in the entire Black Sea would be comfortable with that, of course, we don't know, but nobody would, and they will kick them out. But I think there's this holdover discomfort and wish for comfort in America.
Something interesting I read in the last couple of days, and I don't know who wrote it, but it's kind of related to this. Was somebody saying, it's interesting how Germany, with it's quite legal minded, and what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, and what's encoded is correct mentality, right? How that seems to apply to just about everything except for Crimea, because the myth that the Russians have promulgated and perpetuated about how Crimea is special and is really Russian, and it just Khrushchev gave it to Ukraine and whatever, that's the center of everything to go around Crimea, which I think is interesting, to say at the very least, but it's also very harmful. It's very harmful that was allowed to perpetuate, right? And I think this is it's a part of the fear, and it's a part of the fear of, oh, but what will the Russians do, if they get kicked out, rather than just saying, okay, well, they will get kicked out. What happens then? Let's get prepared for that. Let's prepare for mitigation of any side effects of it or whatever. But it has to be done, and it will happen. Just start with that as opposed to starting with, oh, but what if? That I think that's a big one. That's a big one here. Matthias?
Yeah, I agree, and thank you so much for that perspective lexicon. That I think it makes a lot of sense. It's almost as if there's a certain, at a very high level, you said the good old days, or the US-centric point of view of how the world works, right? Which is still, there's still that role for United States to be that player, but it's not going to be in the old shapes of post-Soviet era, right? The idyllic, the oppression of the CCCP is gone, so now we have all these independent states, but okay, now they're free, but everything else is more or less like the same. No, it's like, it's going to become more dynamic, and from my point of view, Crimea, we're not really comfortable with that being retaken. I found that absolutely preposterous, but I can understand it from that point of view. Like, well, that's, part of the afterbirth of CCCP falling, almost as if it's kind of reaching the top of the mind, right, of how the world actually is changing. And if that's happening, who are we in the United States, and what's our role for the world? I think that still is very, very important. It's an important role for the world, right? The United States is fantastic in many ways, but it also has some challenges, and the domestic challenges and how the world is changing doesn't change what the United States can accomplish in the world, but it does change possibly its experience from the inside of what that role feels like as an identity, right? And there's definitely something to be said about that, but I think it's also, if I would combine that with the read that I'm getting myself, is all of the domestic things that are going on in the United States that's sucking up so much attention, it's also taking the eyes and the attentions away from how the world outside the United States may be changing and evolving and adapting, and what the forces are that are at play. And now the Europe is being brought back into focus in a way that the attention span and the saturation on that attention is putting some pressure on. I don't know what you're making of that, but that's kind of how it feels for me, looking outside in.
The really ironic thing is that, this, if anything, it gives more ability for the US to, if they really wanted to get more
yes,
control.
It's an opportunity, right?
Exactly, and that's the biggest irony of it all.
But it's also, the United States needs to feel centered, and it's who they are, and like to step into that challenge, right? Especially if it means being somewhat at discomfort. And I think maybe the United States is a little bit off balance now, and that's part of why this is happening.
Yeah, kind of. You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Like, you can't have things look like exactly how you learned them at college 30 years ago, and then, or 40 years ago, and then also at the same time have exactly the same approaches as before. Just you can't have both. Pick one, right?
What do you make of some of that? I was trying to add to your ideas, their lexicon.
Yeah, I think you put it really well. I think it is hard to understand why the US should think, or this rather large wing should think that that is what spells comfort, just because, yeah, they learned that in college, which is true. What I see is that wing that's in places like the Atlantic Council, which is, of course, hugely government funded, liberal and Democrat and so on wing, Atlanticist wing of American thought and influencers. They are absolutely unanimous that, well, among other things, America, I remember one seminar of theirs that I talked about here, or one of these webinars, that they talked about how America, no, I guess that they said NATO, they say NATO, but to me they mean America, hasn't got a Black Sea policy, and that it needs to develop, or a new one. If some people, no, nobody on there thought they had one. Anyway, that they need to have a Black Sea policy in more, both in military senses, but also in economic and, every other sort of sense you might think of. And I remember one of the, is it Luke Coffey? I can't remember. So one of the people there talked about how with a powerful Ukraine and of trading, economically reborn Ukraine, and trade viable, what we call them efficient trade in routes through the Black Sea, which are so central to that whole European and Mediterranean and North Atlantic world, that this also means that he talked about, oh yeah, there was this number that this guy put forward, that something like that 40 American states, some number like that, have the majority of their export to countries of Europe, and that this Black Sea route and Black Sea economy and policy are vital in terms of jobs for American workers, and that's one of the ways in which this understanding needs to be sold to the American voting public. And if the Democrats can't figure that out for their election needs, then it's a pretty sorry thing. Well, they haven't talked about it so far, but it's an interesting perspective. It was quite powerful at the time. Yeah, I think I'll go back and look at it again, but worth thinking about it. But I see it from nowhere else except from that think tank and some of those speakers.
I think that's an interesting point. Now, and then the question would be, oh, but how much of that really is Black Sea trade and how much isn't? And, it's really not that much, and it doesn't affect the big Western European economies that are the bulk of that. But nevertheless, I think it's a good point to be making, certainly a good point to be spreading. I will note one thing before we go to Jens, and I think probably that certainly General Hodges, whenever he was here with us, not every time, but on several occasions, he contextualized. Oh, have you lost me? Am I not there anymore? Mic check.
I can
I
hear
am
you.
here. Okay, everybody else can hear me except for Matthias. I see how it is.
Okay, Mr. M, maybe you know the order of speakers here.
Can someone tell Matthias to just recycle, go down to listener and back to speaker?
Matthias, recycle.
Matthias?
Okay, I recycle.
Yes.
Excellent, and I'll complete this in the meantime, right? That Ukraine isn't just about Ukraine, and Ukraine beating Russia isn't just about Ukraine, but it's about the broader Black Sea as a whole. And I think that's a really important point, and that's one that we should keep going back to and remember. Jens.
Yeah, I find myself now acting as some kind of Biden apologist, which is, whatever. But a few days ago, we talked a bit about, the golden number of Russian sunflowers, and it reminded me of something Schultz said in December when we were approaching 100,000 sunflowers, where he said in this interview, he said that if Russia ought to have been forced to negotiate already because of the casualties they had sustained, and that implied that if Russia was any kind of reasonable civilized, rational country, they would have admitted that this full-scale war was a colossal mistake. So to some degree, I understand why Biden and Schultz even have to have try to gauge how desperate, how destabilized Russia is. And so as long as we are not participating in the war, we can't go in and, decide whether Ukraine takes Crimea or not. But the kind of systems I would have liked to see the systems come into Ukraine sooner. But the systems they are receiving, are training on, they basically make Crimea unsustainable for Russia. The further Ukraine goes south, I mean, they already demonstrated that the Crimean Bridge only stands because of Ukrainian goodwill, that they can reach out and hit it with an airborne truck bomb or whatever. So I think that Crimea cannot be sustained by Russia, and I think that the support we are giving them may be delayed, probably delayed, actually delayed. It is unsustainable for Russia, but the hesitation does have a cost for Ukrainian lives, and that is something that frustrates me tremendously.
Thank you, Jens. And this is where the jump in thinking needs to be made, like we were talking about earlier with Matthias, right? Is stop thinking about, but what if, and start thinking about when and how and then what, and how to best solve that. And in some places that jump in thinking has occurred, far from many enough places. Tommy, and then we go to Hop.
Yeah, just to address something Lexicon brought up regarding the security plan for the Black Sea. I'd like to underline again, like I did last time this point was brought up, what those articles, seminars, etc. reference is that there is no security cooperation framework for who should run the security and how governments around the Black Sea should coordinate, etc., etc., etc. It does not mean that NATO has no military plans for engaging the Black Sea fleet or anything like that, just to make that very clear.
Cheers, Tommy. Hop, good morning.
Morning, everybody. 2 points. Well, I'm laughing Tommy got to one of them. Not only is there just more than one scenario, there a scenario built and a plan for the Black Sea. I mean, there are dozens, and they've existed since time immemorial, since basically back when the Cold War broke out. And the other point is and I think it was Yen. You're not being a Biden apologist. Don't apologize for that, but understand that every day that we send mixed signals, we strengthen Russia's bargaining position vis-a-vis the Crimea, especially, and that those bargaining positions, the numbers are written in blood, and both my friends on the left and the right, we have to, I guess, re-galvanize based on the ludicrousy of the announcement that came out of Paris today. And I can't believe we're talking about F-16s again. Incredibly frustrating. Thanks.
Thank you, Hop. What are we talking about? F-16s? You said F-16s. Where are the F-16s?
Jeff posted something earlier, I think. It's on the back channels about some equivocation from a State Department official about further delays on the F-16, and it's got us all riled up back in the air wing. Yeah, it might be in there. If somebody wants to send it to you, I'm kind of doing this with one hand. So, but yeah, it's in there. Apparently, some State Department official started trotting out some more nonsense about how long it's going to take with the F-16s and all this other stuff. And I'm just hoping this is a sadly misinformed individual who got caught with his pants down and a lack of knowledge. I hope that's the case.
Right. Okay. I would think that I thought that it was in reference with the thing of the Danish defense minister saying, we need the American approval for F-16s, which, is fine. What how I see when the State Department somebody said that it would take months to start training Ukrainians in F-16s. I don't think that that's going to end up being true. I think the State Department might be out of date on that one.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Because I think that the Dutch and the Danes are going to start training like yesterday, regardless.
Well, I believe they already have, and I think they're just going to look at that and shrug and sort of do what they do and say, oh, well, we forgot to tell you, sorry. Even if it were policy, which I seriously doubt it is. Just goes to show you how mixed the message is on the American side of the fence, and how we our politicians need to get their ducks in a row and set an official policy, which has been sadly lacking from the Biden White House.
Nope, it's very odd, and I don't get it at all, and I don't think it has anything to do with anything. Basically, the Dutch and the Danes now have a few months to train up the Ukrainians and then move on, and in the meantime figure out the actual sending of jets. But there's no reason why the training can or should or would be delayed in the meantime anyway, and I think that's not really an issue. We'll see. Goodness me, 4 hands up all at the same time. I'm gonna go to Matthias, then I'm gonna go to Tommy, Lexicon, and Jens, and then I want to talk to Hop a bit about all of those alligators that have been being turned into handbags, boots, belts, and other accoutrements of late. Matthias.
I think I was actually last, but I'll just say I just see this another indicator of the same thing we were discussing before. I think you jumped on it. It's an indicator of reluctance, of discomfort, and not being willing to step into the situation, kind of hoping that it goes away, or to drag out the decision to actually become an agent. So, but I'll yield to somebody else here who is ahead of me.
Tommy.
So just something interesting regarding the F-16s. I don't know if somebody else caught it, but there was an article, I think yesterday, just let me check the date, but it's from the Financial Times, and basically Lockheed has declared that they're more than ready to. So I'll just read the quote. We're standing by ready to not only backfill need as it arises with new F-16 builds, but also any modifications to F-16s, as well as training equipment and systems, said the CEO of Lockheed Martin in regards to the F-16 fighter jets being provided to Ukraine. So basically Lockheed is waiting for a decision by the government in order to help countries with re-exports, training, etc. They just need to go ahead.
Lexicon?
Yeah, I think that statement also belies and maybe is to belie any lines that it's going to take months. What they're saying is we're ready to go. I want, and I also agree with that statement that any of these double messages and hesitation and so on do feed into or strengthen Putin's, Russia's line on Crimea and its Crimea position, and that's really negative for our effort, for Ukraine's effort. But I just wanted to ask you, Doman, though, there was one point where I kind of lost a bit of you, and you were saying that the most important news for today is, and then a gap, and then about NATO or NATO accession or Vilnius or something. Do you remember what that was?
Yeah, the French changed their mind, specifically when it comes to the question of NATO accession for Ukraine. The big news today is that France went from being on the in the trio of Germany, France, US, the three relevant countries that don't support a NATO membership pathway, whatever, at Vilnius, to one that seemed to back NATO membership for Ukraine all of a sudden. And I think that
Macron said something.
Yeah, there's a big article in Le Monde.
Okay.
In the English version, France resolves to support Ukraine's NATO membership, etc., etc. So what this is about, I think, is the French seeing the writing on the wall that NATO membership is coming anyway, and B, wanting to be seen as on the other side from Washington because they constantly want, strategic various things, intimacy, whatever the relevant one is. So as a consequence, they're going with this one, and I think the steps are roughly as follows. France is against Ukraine joining NATO because they're very careful. They want to be seen as very careful. And then they realize they're on the same side as the US, so they switch to be on the different side as the US, but they also see it's inevitable, so it's worthwhile switching because you'll be correct eventually. And then the Americans will eventually agree, and then the French get to do a victory lap because they were there before the Americans, and because the Americans agreed with them rather than other 20 all the other countries that were there before then, because nobody else really matters. It's all about Paris and Washington anyway. So yeah, it's but it's good because they're on the correct side, and I'm happy about that. Jens?
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that Denmark would start training Ukrainian pilots on F-16s without Biden's approval. We are expecting deliveries, of F-35s. So if Biden thought we were just handing over planes, American planes, without consulting the United States, I just don't. I find that unbelievable. I see these.
Jens, this wasn't Biden saying it. This was some guy in the State Department saying it.
Yeah, but I think that we've seen this kind of communication before with tanks, and now with the F-16s, where these statements seems to be, I would say, disguising what's going on. That's just my perception.
So that is true, but remember the difference. The difference being that both the Dutch and Danish governments have previously said we are going to be starting training, within the next couple of weeks or whatever the statement was some weeks ago. That's the difference. This isn't, we're slowly inching towards something and then there was a step back. No. This is the leap forward has already been taken, and now there's a guy at the State Department trying to walk it back, but he was probably out on holidays for a few weeks and missed what all has happened and thought that this is still the status quo. I think that's the much more likely explanation here, rather than an actual, many steps back having been made in some sort of a concerted fashion anywhere. Do you see the difference? With tanks, it was, but it could be, but maybe it isn't. Here, there was already a declaration made with the statements that were made at Ramstein last week. Clearly, there wasn't an opposition. I don't think that this is an indication of an opposition re-arising as much as it is somebody being thoroughly out of date on whether they should be on where things are, right? So that's the difference, I think, between things. Do you see the difference in the progression?
Yep, I just think maybe I was just kind of responding to Hub C, where it said, where I would simply, well, I always operate purely on assumption that the Dutch and the Danes wouldn't coordinate without written approval by Biden. But it may not be, explicit in the media what exactly is going on, and we don't want to necessarily give Russia notice of what we're doing, and we don't want to give Russia notice of our challenges and our difficulties and our timetables.
Yeah. So again, it was already flagged. The timetable was already put out. If anything, they're more likely to already be training rather than not having started training yet. Frankly, on the basis of the statements previously made, seeing that we're now entering the latter third of June. So either way, Matthias, go ahead, and then I really want to go to those helicopters. Matthias.
Yeah, I think from the Danish point of view, I think the big plays regarding the F-16s, they have already been made, right? And regarding having a support, and it almost sounds that, well, Denmark wouldn't do it on their own. They are not doing it on their own. They're doing it together with UK, Dutch, and several other NATO countries in Europe that have F-16s or are willing to help with the logistics, and training, and all kinds of other things. So that's the big alliance that was made. It took a year, and it's basically saying it's the UK that's the big player in terms of pool, and a multitude of other kind of upset countries in Europe that are very much more skin in the game. They're saying, we're going to fund this, we're going to put in our own time, we're going to use our own vehicles, our own airframes, and we're going to do this. Don't you dare stopping us, almost. That's the feel I'm getting, and that's from what I'm hearing, like Domin is pointing towards, is most of that, those plays, and that's been played out and kind of where it's at. So I see this as a little bit of a, bump after shock. Maybe not that's too big of a word, but just adjusting to the direction things are going. I don't think the Danish government has anything to worry about.
No, exactly. Especially as this has already been expanded to other things, like the operation evaluation on Gripens or whatever. Somebody's trying to delay stuff, but they're too late. The train has left the station a month ago. Right. So staying up in the air. Hop, we've seen, I think, 5 in the last 90 hours or so, 5 K-52s being taken out of the air, which is pretty good. And obviously something seems to have at least somewhat changed with the Russian ability to deliver artillery fires from the air. Now, 5 is about 4% of their pre-war stock of these helicopters. Plenty more have been taken down out of the skies previously. What do you think the adjustment had to have been for Ukraine to, after having been stopped in their tracks a little bit? Do you think that they simply had to bring in some other air defenses closer in, or move manpads further out?
I'm gonna go with sort of. There's been a pretty significant back channel conversation over this last couple of days, which I'll try and give to you. I don't think it's one thing. I think it's a confluence of events. That confluence would be, well, one, the manpads. They're moving up. They're it's probably the densest manpad environment ever known in the history of manpads. You sort of touched on it when you said that they'd lost, I think you said 5 in the last 90 hours. And if we go back, say, to the big shoot down event in late May, we're looking at 20 plus airframes. And more importantly than the airframes, we're looking at their premier attack helicopter and crews. And if you even go back to the invasion, they've been trying trained crews for a long time. So your quality is probably going down and down and down, and your ability to avoid and think tactically is going down. At the same time, things are becoming more challenging. The air defense environment is becoming denser and denser for them. And add to that, I think another layer on this cake would be the fact that their intel is dated. And you're seeing, they think they have safe transit areas and boxes they can go into where they're safe, and they're not. And another thing I didn't know until a few days ago about a lot of the weapon systems on the Alligator is they have to maintain a fixed hover tank missiles to ride their laser beam in. And of course, a laser beam can be a huge spotlight as to where you are under the right conditions. So it's a combination of the airframe sucks and they figured out its weakness. The air crews are getting weaker and weaker. The environment is getting harder to operate in. And take one area, any area you want, and divide it up between at least those 3 or 4. Oh, fourth thing is there's a rumor afloat that the Russians are having a hard time keeping up with their flare supply, and that aircraft may be going out without a full load of flares, which I don't know how we would confirm that, but that's another rumor afloat. So I think it's a confluence of those events.
Because what I found interesting was back last year in a sort of September, October, right? There were a bunch of these Ka-52s taken out of the skies mostly over Kherson Oblast, right, on the right bank of Kherson, and then suddenly they seemed to be kind of effective early on near Vuhledar, Novodonetsk, and then it's like it's reverted back to the case of last year over Kherson, where they, I'm sure they have some sort of an effect. Don't get me wrong, but when they seem to be getting taken out quite easily, again, or at least readily enough relatively to the numbers that they have. So it looks like Russians made an adjustment of some sort, and now the commensurate adjustment on the Ukrainian side has also been made. Then, and I just wonder what the Russian adjustment was, if we could have divined this by now, Hop. Hop?
Sorry, thick fingers. I think the adjustment to the adjustment has been made. They probably pulled them back, as the last year's summer offensive waned, reevaluated how they were going to do things, went sort of more into an artillery instead of a direct action mode, because from what I can tell, the Ukrainians weren't putting forward their forces as much as they are now. So you didn't have the targets of opportunity for the Alligators, and everybody sort of hunkered down a little bit. Let us not forget that the weather wasn't as good. The days were shorter. There's a whole bunch of factors, but they probably made an adjustment, and the Ukrainians adjusted for their adjustment. And in the price of handbags, don't buy any Alligator futures. They're dropping like a stone.
Love it. Matthias?
Yeah, I got a question for you, Hop. So let's say I'm a special operations mission planner, and I'm telling you I have a team of 6 operatives who can operate simple man-pads, Iglas or Stingers, something of the equivalent. And I would like to ask you to assess where we station them. So let's say I tell you we have a partisan network capable of hosting these operatives in a safe, secure location. And I would like to have the opportunity to perform, let's say, 3 strikes in Russian territory, somewhere between Berdyansk, Tokmak, up to, I don't know, Vuhledar, that triangle somewhere. Do we have the intel to know when and where the Russians fly, and can we get the operatives there to take a few shots and hit them 3 times and then get out of there? What would you say about that kind of ballparky idea?
Well, that's a set of questions that I wish some of our SOF guys were here to answer. Chuck would probably say, I'm trying to channel my inner Chuck. He'd say, you know, they never want to they want to be gone before you know they were there. And when you start firing man pads off, you're got a little white finger of smoke that points straight back to where you were. Do we have the intel? Yes, we do. Between the NATO sources and the fact that the Russians are very pattern driven, yes, we would know where. You just, you know, I don't know if the mission is worth the risk because it's super risky. And once those guys take out their stingers or their Strelas or whatever they're playing with, I mean, there's so many good weapon systems out there now. They're going to be very exposed. And can we do it? Yes. Would we do it? I'd be inclined to say no. Do we have the intel? I'd be inclined to say yes. So I hope that kind of answers some of your questions. Anyway, I wish some of our special ops guys were around.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just, considering creative ideas, and there might be a few Ukrainians willing to take a high risk, and maybe there's a one-shot and escape, but anything that can kind of make the Russians feel more discomfort, even operating over occupied territory, could be a win. Just thinking out of the box here.
Yeah, I think, if your guys are operating behind the lines that much, they either have a very specific person or mission, or they're doing stuff that's logistically oriented, and in partisan support. That's one of that over the years historically has been one of the things they do. I mean, would you give them a man pad so they can get out of a sticky situation should they need? Yeah, probably. But would that be your primary mission? Probably not.
Scottman, how are you?
Yeah, I just want to comment first on what Hop said. He's exactly right. The soft guys, when they're firing stuff, that usually means that things went wrong. They want to get in and out without anybody knowing they were there. And to me, the only place where you might take a chance at exposing yourself and taking that risk is if you could take out some of those strategic bombers that are launching some of those cruise missiles and Kinzels. Like that would be where you would do that. You wouldn't do it in a tactical situation. It would have to be very strategic, where you had a high value target that you don't have another way to get. That I expect someday that will happen to those bears and other strategic bombers that are operating, well inside Russia. But we'll see. On the K-52s, I think that to me that I'm a simple person, so I just think simply. I think it's just the change that has happened is that one, Ukraine's on the offensive versus the defensive, and how your assets are used in one case versus the other are different, and then there are adjustments after you start. So I think when Ukraine was on the defensive, Russia realized that the manpad threat was just too great and stopped flying K-52s near the front because dismounted infantry was the front. And when you're on the offensive, it's just a different dynamic, that there's more armor up front. So they were initially successful, and now that there's been adjustments made, clearly took them a week to make some adjustments, and and like Hop said, it's probably there's never one thing, but it's a combination of things that have allowed them to kind of mitigate that K-52 risk. Apparently, I mean, you don't get 5 of them in that short a period of time without really changing how the game's played on the board. So they did something, and it's probably more than one thing. it'd be interesting to know. We haven't really heard anything about how they were taken down. Like usually, when Ukraine was on the defensive, when they took down a K-52, they would many times announce, an air defense unit that took it down, and they put a symbol on their truck or something like that. We really haven't heard anything on how they were taken down from the Ukraine side. So that's been pretty tight compared to what we saw in the past.
That's a good point, right? Often we'd hear, it was it was Ihor from such and such unit with his Igla, and it was his third helicopter.
Yes,
and well done, Ihor. But we haven't heard.
We haven't heard anything. So clearly, they believe Russia's trying to figure out what they did different.
I think that makes perfect sense, and that's why Russia is still, trying to launch these quite distributed missile and drone strikes across not just major cities across the country, but also secondary, tertiary cities across the country, right? In order to tie up more air defenses there. And Zgoman, then we're back to our favorite saying that we've invented over the weekend, right? Attackums are air defense.
Yeah, correct. I mean, we already see that one that came back without its tail, the K-52. I guess some videos you can see it like dropping its fuel tank. So they're already flying with extended range fuel tanks, right? So that tells me that they're already their legs are already a little bit compromised if they're flying with extended range fuel tanks, which means they're taking less weapons with them. So we just got to push them into the sea. To be honest with you, we just got to do, and that's the attackums, right? I mean, if they're already using extended range fuel tanks from where they are, the next step is pretty important.
Zgoman, before we go on to Matthias, yesterday there was a video that was going around about the K-52 losing its tail and whatnot. I'm sure most people have seen it. I, for one, don't know what actually was going on there. Do you happen, by chance, to be able to elucidate that?
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me, it looks like it got shot off. To be honest with you, some people were saying a man pad. I doubt it was a man pad, just because there'd be no reason for a man pad to hit the tail. It would go up the butt of the engine. I think it's a 12-7 or something that just shot off the vertical. To be honest with you, I think it's just that simple. And that configuration, the tail's not flight critical, so it can tool its way home. You've got a little bit of stability issues because you're missing some of your surfaces in the back, but you're certainly flyable on a return mission. So I think it's as simple as 12-7 or a bunch of 7.62s or something that took off the tail.
And does that require very extensive repairs then? You said it's flyable. I'm guessing it's more difficult for it to stay stable.
Yeah,
right? In order to say lays in anything into a target.
Yeah, you couldn't target with it. You couldn't fly quickly, right? Because the tail gives you stability at speed. So it would certainly you'd fly much slower. It would need to be fixed, but it can be fixed. I'm guessing it could be fixed. It's probably a month and a half fix if you had a spare tail to put on it. There usually isn't any systems back there because they're not. I don't believe they're control surfaces. So it's not like you have hydraulics and things like that to repair. Maybe they do. I haven't studied it to see if there are actual control surfaces back there, or are they just fixed stabilizers? But yeah, it's a month or two, probably out of the fight.
Excellent. I'm happy to hear that. Right, let's go to Matthias and then to Hop. We'll go to Tommy after we're done with the aircraft conversation because we have something else. Matthias, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. The fuel tank, I wasn't aware of that. That sounds like to me that they're prioritizing time on station over having more ammunition, meaning more time on station, looking for the right target, than picking something off and then returning after a longer time. And if it is indeed 12.7 heavier machine gun, or even something a small, finer caliber, as you mentioned, that sounds to me like the engagement distance would have been much closer than anything near, multiple kilometers, because most of those weapon systems they're not made for shooting 5 clicks or something like that. It's that sounds like a closer encounter that got that helicopter into trouble. If obviously sample of one, but that could be longer time on station, maybe closer range. I don't know if one is not a pattern, but it could be at least one indicator of at least occasionally engagement distances being shorter, and that I think is a good sign for Ukraine.
Yeah, let me just comment on the back channel. As Hop said, we've had this conversation going on pretty intensely on what could be happening, and there is a theory that one of the theories is that Ukraine's putting dismounted troops up in front of the armor to both to provide some air protection for the armor. That is one theory. It's probably one of many things they're doing. And then if that was the case, then then you could actually have infantry out in front that would then be a click or two out in front that's there to take that shot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and you can even, you can just put them in any open vehicle, like an MRAP or anything, even more like a terrain vehicle with less doors, less roof, but still sturdy, right? And just be highly mobile. And, you have full view from sitting in the vehicle and just step out, take the shot if necessary. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be surprised me at all if that's what's happening. If they would have no other options, that's, I think, what I would do.
Hop? Sorry, guys. My Twitter's very glitchy today. Yes, Z had talked about sort of the evolution of the tactics, which we've all seen that the Ukrainians historically in this conflict have been willing to try anything and everything, and then and it really works. Russians, as we know, with their central command structure, are very, 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 very slow to react. And I wanted to expand a little bit on something Z said. Even though they didn't do a hard kill on the Ka-52, which lost its tail, it's a mission kill, and that airframe is out of the fight for, let's just say, perfect world, Western world, 6 weeks. It's probably going to be put on a train back to some factory, and it's going to be gone a lot longer than that. It's no longer mission capable. That's the important part. That's like a ship with a hole in the side of it. You're not taking it into combat. And the other point that Z brought up, which I had forgotten about, was the long-range fuel tanks being seen on that particular airframe, and probably all airframes. That's a double penalty in the summertime. Jet turbine engines do not like hot weather. They become a lot less efficient when temperatures go above about 15 degrees centigrade, and then you add that penalty of having to carry fuel. You're having, or more, every pound of fuel you carry is a pound of weaponry you cannot have. You don't have the lift to operate with, so it's a double penalty that they're having, especially because as the weather gets warmer in the Ukraine, helicopters historically become less efficient, if for no other reason because of their because of their engines just don't generate the power, the shaft horsepower that they would have in a cooler environment. Z could probably write a paper on this off the top of his head.
Yeah, those are sizing conditions for helicopters. Like those are, you know, those are what when the designer sits down. When the designer sits down with the user and says, "Hey, what do you want?" You know, the first question is temperature, altitude, right? Temperature and altitude. Both of those are the anchors. So they size the aircraft, right? They are what size is the aircraft, is the temperature you're trying to operate and the altitude you're trying to operate, and the combination of the two. So they size the aircraft. The size of a tail in a conventional helicopter is based on the operating environment, thermally and altitude wise. That's why the tail rotor blades are as big as they are. You know, I mean, that's just, and then the engines, like Hop said, are then you know, thermally, that's what's, you know, sizing them, right? So there's multiple sizing things, but he's right that the higher temperature from an engine perspective is what sizes the engine, right? So it's what when somebody said, "Hey, how much horsepower do I need?" You know, the first question is, okay, what temperature are you flying at? You know what I mean? So those are, you know, there are various sizing elements around. That's one of them, and he's exactly right. You know, and then you actually get downwash penalties too when you're carrying extended range fuel. Right, you're generating lift with your rotor blades, but if you got this big chunk of stuff hanging out there, it's providing blockage for that lift, and so you get multiple penalties. You get a lift penalty just from the area underneath the rotor being blocked.
Hope if you're gonna come back to that, go ahead, and then I'll go to Bloke and have a question beforehand.
Yeah, just and we also have to remember who we're talking about here. We're talking about the Russians. Their engine technology is, to put it kindly, crap, and you know, their tolerances or their manufacturing is awful. They don't make good turbine blades, and now the equipment that would have helped them make good turbine blades is becoming less and less available, so forth and so on. And I had another point, and it's gotten caught in the rotor downwash. So anyway, I'll listen. Thanks.
Yeah, correct. He's absolutely right. So, you know, when in the U.S. engine manufacturer quotes an engine horsepower, that's on the last hour of its 3,000 hour life, right? Because the engine manufacturer never wants the pilot to think he has something that he doesn't have. So the power is guaranteed power for the last hour of its life. If you have a 3,000 hour engine, when you look at Wikipedia, what the power of that engine or the thrust of that engine is, it's the last hour of its useful life. I'd be very, very surprised if what Russia quotes as it's the horsepower or thrust of their engines is in the last hour of its life and not the first hour of its life.
Bloke, good morning. Unless you're indisposed for the moment, which is fine as well. In which case, I'll introduce my little question that I had, which is, why are the Russians caring so much about attack helicopters? And my thinking is, I think they care so much about attack helicopters because they're too slow bringing in artillery from anywhere else, from an observation to a targeting to an actual firing remotely precisely. Whereas at least with helicopters, they have this kind of immediate response going on, right? Because it's the same person who's in charge of all of these steps. Hop, I guess you're as good as anyone to address this.
Or less good than almost anyone. Yeah, it's a much shorter kill chain with the helicopters than with the artillery, and we've seen that that the Russians aren't quite as agile, and they don't have the accuracy with their tubes as the Ukrainians do. So you're 100% correct.
Right. So that's why it's a big deal for them. But that shouldn't be forgotten here either. I think. No, if it is a big deal for them, well, it is actually genuinely a big deal. Excellent. Right. I think I had Lexicon and then Thanos, and I think I have to go to Tommy. Lexicon.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I'm not sure if we know the location where that helicopter was. Well, I guess we must. I just wondered, did we say they have some of them stationed in Genkoy? If they're carrying those extended range, those extra fuel tanks, does that possibly that they were coming from Genkoy, or do they have those? Do they have some of them stationed there, or have they all gone to Berdyansk as far as we knew?
If I have it right, I think they have 3 or 4 bases. One of them is in northern Crimea, possibly at Jankoy, possibly somewhere a bit north, and then a couple others elsewhere in the occupied south of Ukraine. One of them being Berdyansk, one of them being somewhere south of Melitopol, but I'm not sure which side of the Kherson. Could be Chaplinka still, but I think Chaplinka is now in range. In range, and has been for quite a while since the city of Kherson was liberated. So I think that they would have been moved to somewhere else. The most recent one was in Western Donetsk Oblast, so close to Vuhledar, somewhere Novodonetsk. The rest, I think, were over the Zaporizhia front, but it's all one continuum. It's already on that east-west trajectory, on that east-west delineated front. So hope that covers most of that. Thanos?
Yeah, compelling conversation. So, a couple thoughts. First one, a Russian helicopter with fuel tanks. Why would they be sporting those fuel tanks? A couple reasons. First is they have to fly at low altitude to avoid Ukrainian air defense. Flying at low altitude is suboptimal, and so they're going to be burning up more fuel in order to fly further. They're going to need to set up a limited reaction capability. It's not quite a combat air patrol, but they have to be able to use helicopters to suppress Ukrainian advances in armor. Why? Because every time they try to use other means of fires, as you mentioned, Doman, they're not as responsive. But the second issue is that when they start lighting off counter battery radars, they give away their position. Russians are not good at the kind of integrated fire control that the West loves to do, which is separating your sensor from your shooter. What the Russians like to do is keep their counter battery radars very close to their actual artillery tubes. So when you start radiating your counter battery radar, that's how you end up getting UAVs pounding all over it. Now, according to open source reporting, Ukrainians are losing something like 800 UAVs a day, and that is acceptable. Let me say that again. Losing 800 a day, and that is acceptable. That means that the Ukrainians are absolutely saturating the battlefield with commercial off-the-shelf UAVs, and that means that the Russians have to react to that. So they're having to send out these Ka-52s. They're having to strap fuel tanks underneath the wings, and they're having to fly at low altitudes so that they don't get pickled off by NASAMS or any other kind of local, terminal or local area defense, anti-air or surface-to-air missiles. This is really great as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that they were potentially shot up by a either 12.7, which is pretty much the same thing as a 50 caliber machine gun. Max effective ballistics is about 2,000 to 3,000 yards, so not really much more than a kilometer or so. That's a really great indicator, and that also lets you know that you're going to have plenty of opportunities to shoot at these Ka-52s. What that does tell the Ukrainians, though, is you really want to get light infantry up forward, dismounted with stingers or name your favorite system. Have them embedded, get them comfortable, and then have them looking for these guys every single time you have any kind of armored thrust. And I think that's probably what they're already doing. And I think you're going to see the Ka-52 count start to go up to the point where the Russians are going to have to come up with a new alternative. And that new alternative for them is probably going to be fallback.
And hopefully that means fall back all the way back into actual Russia. Okay, let's do one more round on the air component before we go to Bulgarian updates. Ankrians?
Yeah, I wanted to add. This is a great conversation, by the way, and I think Thanos really hit the nail on the head on a couple points and really kind of tied it up. But to me, this is what I've been seeing over the last few weeks is this is a reaction, right? The front line is incredibly pressured, and we knew early on that the attack helicopters were very vulnerable. It seems like the Ukrainians were able to engage them pretty early on. So to me, this is kind of one of those not last ditch, but one of those reactions that have to be done to try and stop wherever there's an advancement happening. They have to. Storm shadows are in country. The distance that Ukraine can reach out gets longer and longer every day. So that they have to continue to push back. But this seems like one of those things that, there's only so many options they have in their playbook right now. And sending out their, most advanced attack helicopters is one of those things that they have to do. What that does is leave them very exposed. Whether it's to ground fire, or we've got a ton of stuff that's in country for Ukraine now, like Avengers, which are mobile air defense. So I do believe that you're going to see a lot more of these going down, but they have to be used. Russia has to use them because they have got to try and blunt these attacks, and we know their other means aren't able to do that. And that's where I think once you start seeing a lot of helicopters going down, the next step is to start seeing a lot of jets going down because they're going to get desperate. And again, it's just kind of the point to kind of explain what I'm really seeing is the difference between the Russians are Ukrainians are using Storm Shadows to take out targets way in advance, and Russians are using VBIDs, T-55s and tons of TNT. The difference in desperation versus effective maneuver and use of tactics and stuff is just completely different.
That was one shocking event, definitely for anyone around. It wasn't quite the first one. Russians did a similar thing with an MTOB, I think, or similar, or BMP, back in February, but it was definitely an even bigger one than that. Right, Matthias, close us out on this because I want to hear what the new Bulgarian defense minister has been saying. Matthias?
Yeah, one last idea, if you will, in terms of killing Russian helicopters. So this is a question for the helicopter guys. So what do you think about the idea? Because we know the Ukrainians have, as you said, like massive amounts of drones in the air, right? And some of these drones have a very high range, and some of them can carry payload. What's the matchup like? Ka-52 helicopter versus kamikaze drone. Could that be what we're seeing? Is that an idea worth pursuing? I'm not fully aware about the speed differences and maneuverability and the ability of a Ka-52 to defend itself versus a high-end kill drone. So comments on that, then I'm done.
Yes, if you lay the right trap for the Ka-52, then that is most definitely a option, especially if you use a racing drone. So the drones that we're seeing being used as kamikaze drones are not your standard DJI quadcopters. These are the kind of drones, if you look on YouTube and you look at the drone races and the guys have the VR goggles on, my neighbor loves doing this. It's why he's always racing around his farm with drones. And these things are pretty fast. But basically, what you need to know is, what is this thing going to attack? have a good idea about the altitude it's going to come in, so you know where the horizon is, and have a decent idea of all the different attack vectors that it can come in. And if you have those things, you can very easily have a combat air patrol of sorts of racing drones up in a pattern. And once you have that, basically, you can have fake targets out there to kind of lure in the Ka-52, and then you send those racing drones in and get them. It's a great idea. It's something that should be experimented with and given an operational test.
Yeah, because I can imagine like you would have a mission profile. First, you need the intel, right? The patterns of flight paths and times and types of helicopters, whatever. You might have some partisans who could give you intel just sitting somewhere in a bush looking for something incoming. Then you, as you say, you would pre-station these in a cap, I guess, just waiting area, right? And then multiple flying IADs to try to close to the target. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. I wouldn't be surprised if Ukrainians tried something like this because they have much more drones than they have air defenses.
Absolutely, and one of the things to remember too is that they're not exactly still flying their top pilots anymore. It's kind of like Japan circa World War II. They don't have the ability to turn around pilots like the Allies do. So we're going to be seeing more and more of the Russians utilizing the same attack vectors, the same tactics, techniques, and procedures in a very slow time frame to adapt. They don't have the same after-action culture that we do in the West, whereby after every mission, every LERP, everything, we're debriefing and writing it up and looking to exploit what we learned from that mission into new tactics. So it's not going to be a real big hump for the Ukrainians to establish a good pattern of life on Russian Ka-52 tactics, techniques, and procedures, and then turn around and then make that actionable intelligence that they can set some really good traps for. So good idea, man. I would write that up and send it in.
So, Gorman, what do you think?
Yeah, sure. It's an option. I mean, maybe that's why Ukraine hasn't announced how they've done this, because they're doing something completely out of the box different, right? So I think the fact that Ukraine's been silent on and not kind of giving credit to who did the deed, I think that's an important part of this, that they're doing something different. But that could be, yeah. I mean, you got to remember the thing. You got to remember though, it's not like every drone that could do this. As we understand it, Ukraine's attacking at night and consolidating during the day, and repelling Russian counterattacks during the day, right? Which is what you would logically think Russia would do. But so the Ka-52s can get out there at night. So you'd need a drone with at least some thermal vision capability, in addition to some type of explosive on it, right? So I believe all this.
Would they be able to see it on the radar?
Say again?
Would they be able to see it incoming on the radar? They travel more or less 100 kilometers an hour, whatever. Would they be visible on a helicopter?
Yeah, probably. If you had the right aircraft or with a downward looking radar, you might be able to see it. But you kind of gotta.
No way.
Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem.
No way.
You'd have to know that they've taken off through intelligence, which I'm sure they have. Like, they know where they're based, and they say, "Hey, they just took off. Here they come." You know what I'm saying? So you wouldn't necessarily be able to see them per se. I mean,
no way. A racing
oh, the racing drone. No, the racing drone.
No
Oh, okay.
way.
I thought you meant the helicopters. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, a racing drone has such an incredibly small radar cross section, both because of its size,
Yeah,
as well as its actual aerodynamic shape. It's very similar to, Allied stealth aircraft in terms of its profile. There's no way you're going to see it. You're not going to see it on infrared. The servos and the motors don't put off enough heat. It would have to be an absolutely freezing cold night. Even then, your racing drone might not work because it might be too cold.
I misunderstood Dome's question. Yeah, the racing drone, unless it's broadcasting, and you figure out how it's broadcasting, you wouldn't see it passively, let's say.
Yeah, so I actually have done a lot of work with drones, and I've put them in, anechoic chambers. And I'm going to tell you that helicopter, the K-52, is not even going to see it broadcasting.
Yeah, I believe it. I'm just saying that'd be the only possibility. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just saying, yeah.
There we go. Then either Matthias has solved the problem, or figured out what the Ukrainians have been up to lately. Either way, good work, and I hope the right person heard this. If they're not doing this already, right? Instead of SOF with Stingers, SOF with FPV drones. Amazing. Right. Thank you, gentlemen, for this for these insights. I've had something pending for over half an hour now, which is very interesting as well. And I think many of you will enjoy this, because we know that Bulgaria has had a bit of a change of government not very long ago. And Bulgaria, for many decades, has accumulated vast quantities of both industrial capacity, defense industry production capacity, as well as just simply defense material. And Tommy tells me that their new defense minister, who has a big Ukrainian flag as his social media banner, just had a press conference, or rather an interview. And I wonder what Tagarev said in it. Tommy, what are the headline takeaways?
So, Doman, it was quite interesting. It didn't go into a lot of specifics regarding what particular systems and so on will be donated, since there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding how we perceive the process going. And it was very illuminating. So, first of all, if you remember, there was this article a while ago which actually showed how Bulgaria had provided through third parties and so on a lot of the fuel and ammunition in the initial stages of the invasion, and that enabled Kiev to resist the Moscovian horde. So something very interesting. I was always concerned regarding the conditions in which the Bulgarian kit has been kept, since we also have a bit of the Soviet disease of institutional corruption and so on. But it seems that, at least according to the Ministry of Defense, all the donated stuff met with surprise by the allies as to how good of a condition it was in. So it seems that the condition in which the arms are stored and maintained is actually very good, which genuinely surprised me, given efforts on behalf of previous governments. So that's one thing. Another thing regarding what's already happening is that the Bulgarian government has been pursuing a policy to help with rehabilitating injured Ukrainian soldiers and other servicemen, to basically help with their rehabilitation after injuries and maybe more sophisticated treatment. And now the Ministry of Defense and the rest of the government are looking for ways to expand this initiative. Regarding Bulgarian ammunition, as we know, a lot of the ammunition, actually all of the ammunition that has been donated so far has been donated under the scheme where a third nation purchases it and then donates it to Ukraine. And what's going to happen now is they're looking for ways to expand these efforts and also just start providing help that is without any compensation, so direct help from existing stock. So The way the minister referred to it is that Bulgaria basically has a reserve that is maintained for operations, training, and so on. And there's also a reserve that is basically left over in case of necessity break glass. So it's a reserve that is unlikely to be used. And this is the kind of reserve from which big amounts of shells may start coming into Ukraine from Bulgaria. Now, there was an additional thing that pissed me off to a degree that is unimaginable. And basically it was that recently there was a commission from the EU and some people who came over to Bulgaria and looked at the industrial capacity here in Bulgaria. So basically what kind of ammo was being produced, what the conditions were, and if the production lines would be able to be upgraded, not only expanded, but also upgraded to start producing NATO standard ammunition so that we can cooperate in the same way that the Czech Republic has been doing, where they produce NATO ammo. And unfortunately, while it seems that such an ability exists, the caretaker government was successful in dilly-dallying and obfuscating, and so that opportunity may have passed, but the minister says that he will do everything possible to pursue this opportunity. What else?
So plenty of Soviet ammo, less so on the other stuff.
Now, I've heard the estimate, it's not from this interview, so I can't confirm it, but I've heard an estimate of 5 million shells. Now, we should take into account that this may include all of the shells that the Bulgarian military has. And given the hybrid war that Russia is waging within the country and the information sphere of my country, I don't think that it will be completely possible to donate all of that. But still, whatever amount it is, I think as a portion of 5 million shells, and given the necessities of the army, there is a substantial amount of ammunition that could be provided. And now we'll see how the political aspect can pan out. The very vital piece of information here is that the Bulgarian president, who's a vetnik, tanky, and maybe even part of some state security operation, and by that I mean Soviet era state security here, maybe he, the good thing is that he basically has no power because everything can happen through parliamentary decisions. So at this point he can only and moan about what's being done, but he can't legally obstruct it. So that's very good. Basically, the legal apparatus is such that as soon as there's a complete report, which is being done now, of exactly what can be provided, the Minister of Defense, together with the Council of Ministers, who are also currently part of a pro-Western coalition, all of them can make decisions as to what can be donated. So that's regarding ammo. There's also.
We'll go to equipment in a second, and don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we will return to aircraft moment in a few minutes anyway. But to go just through ammo, so there are existing stocks in Bulgarian army stocks that haven't been moved yet, right? That are going to be moved. There's additional production and there's additional industry stocks that weren't able to be moved yet and will now be able to be moved. And that so there's three sources for Soviet calibers for Ukraine that have been identified and that are now going to be more on the move than they have been thus far.
So to clarify, as far as production capacity, currently all Bulgarian weapons factories, which are the biggest employer in the country, by the way, so it's a really substantial amount of factories of production capacity. It's not a lot of factories, but they're big. They're the old Soviet era factories that have been renovated. So all of those have been working 3 shifts 24/7 since very early on in the invasion, and all of that capacity has been purchased by other countries to provide to Ukraine. It was so substantial that Bulgaria actually received a bump in the GDP just because of that. That's how big it was. Now that's the production capacity. Second thing is reserves that the army has for its own use. There's a substantial portion of that reserve that is nearing its expiration date. So shells, etc., are not like you build them once and you can keep them for 100 years. They're expired due to chemical, mechanical, and so on factors. So what happens is that ammunition gets recertified for use or gets utilized as in destroyed. Or it gets used, but the Bulgarian army can't hope to use 5 million shells in the next 20 years unless there's a major war with a neighbor, and all our neighbors apart from Serbia are NATO allies. And I wish Serbia would try so that NATO can mop up that petty excuse for a government they have, but that's another matter. So the point here is that these operational stocks that the army has, there's a batch of them that are going to expire, and there's already a contract for those expiring shells to be sent to the industry here in Bulgaria and therefore sold on to Ukraine. And these shells there's already a contract for their replacement in the army stock, so that means that there's additional money for the production of other shells going into the industry, because that contract is not that doesn't have such a label of emergency on it, so it's going to take a back seat and be queued up. But in the meantime, that money is going to go to the current operations, so that's going to help as well. Now, the third part is what we could call excess stock. So that's the stuff that there's no way in hell that the Bulgarian army will get to use at any time. It's just the kind of munitions that have basically stayed behind just because so much of them was made, and those munitions can be recertified and so on and so on. Now, those munitions, it seems that the Ukrainians not only want munitions that are in perfect condition and working order, but they're also willing to take on munitions that they can actually repair because they have the production capacity to do that. It turns out that, as we know, the Ukrainian production capacity has been regenerating, and not all of it has been lost. So they have valuable production capacity that they can use on munitions that are mildly damaged or there's some technical malfunction. They can repair that. So that's excellent. So even those munitions that aren't in the reserve stock are going to be sent. And given that those munitions have to be destroyed, I see no reason that all of that ammo can't be just sent immediately as fast as possible. So that's the ammunition situation from Bulgaria. There's vast quantities of ammo that can be made available, and we'll see how things will split as what's going to go as direct aid, what's going to be purchased by partners. But the main thing is that the bureaucratic hurdles to that happening are not existent at the moment. So Bulgaria can go to red line with all the capacity that it has, which is great, because up to now it was a whole song and dance about different members of the caretaker government obstructing the presidential administration, obstructing, and so on and so on and so on. And then the information operations by the Russians here in Bulgaria have also affected this, and so on. It doesn't. Oh, and some good news on the side, by the way. I just saw that the Bulgarian state television has started broadcasting news in Ukrainian for the refugees that are here already. So that's also good news. But that's it for ammo. If you have additional questions.
No, that's good for ammo. We're looking at some, who knows, hundreds of thousands, millions of rounds of artillery munitions, especially, which is great. Okay, other stuff.
Just before we get to the stuff, there's because he didn't address weapons platforms as much, because the availability evaluation by the Ministry of Defense is currently ongoing, and they're going to have all the, because the previous government sort of made a report about stocks and so on, but it wasn't complete because it omitted different things, and now they want to have a real report as to the actual capacity of what the hell we have. So he didn't. He expressed a willingness to provide everything that can be provided, and he said that that would probably be a substantial amount, but we will see what can actually happen. But I'm thinking that the Bulgarian government and Bulgarian army can't make much use of 500 Grad rocket artillery trucks or God knows how many hundreds of MTLBs, BMPs. I think BTRs and BMP-1s, or BTRs and MTLBs, Bulgaria has 1,400 units in total. Now, the report is necessary to establish in what condition those are, but I think we can agree that's a substantial amount, even if a minuscule portion of them, like even if 10%, that's 140 armored personnel carriers going directly to the Ukrainians, which is not something to scoff at. And I suspect that the percentage will be substantially higher. So that's that. He also brought up the subject of maintenance. So the Ukrainians had expressed an interest in sustainment and maintenance efforts in Bulgaria, which would have proven it was difficult to imagine how something would get damaged in Ukraine and then shifted all the way back to Bulgaria to be repaired and then sent back. But apparently there is interest, and the caretaker government was dragging its feet. But now the minister says that he wants to switch on everything he can and help the Ukrainians, because he was talking about how basically all these factories and so on for armored units were working in a way that the Bulgarian government was subsidizing a substantial amount of their activity just to keep the workers current and in employment due to certain legal requirements. But now he wants to actually put that capacity to use, which is very good news. And so that's it for this thing. Also, he brought up the issue of Bulgaria had taken on the not the duty, but the obligation to help with the training of field medics and so on. And now they'll be looking to expand that effort so that even more troops can be trained faster. He did not, however, mention the training of combat troops on Bulgarian territory. So we'll see if there's more evolution in that. And now the last thing he touched upon were the MiG-29s and the S-300s. So he was talking, he said that regarding the MiG-29s, that it seems, at least recently, Ukraine hasn't brought it up. So it may be actually a possibility that the Ukrainians are much more interested in the F-16s and have sufficient spare parts for the MiG-29s. So it's not essential for Bulgarian to turn them over, but he said that he would make inquiries as to what the possibility for that is. And it also may be actually a matter of how combat capable those aircraft still are, given that if there's no request by the Ukrainians to have them, then there's another reason for why Bulgaria has requested Greece to help with the protection of its skies. Because, you know, if those aircraft were capable of fulfilling their duties until the arrival of the Bulgarian F-16s, the Block 70s that we ordered, well, then how come
how come we were requesting the help of Greece if we're not going to give them to Ukraine? You know, it's that kind of question. So it might be feasible that Ukraine actually doesn't want them anymore because the caretaker government dragged its feet during the period where they could have made a difference. As for the S-300s, he was pretty robust in saying that Bulgaria currently can't turn them over. The journalist asked about something like the Ringtausch program, so for them to be replaced by an ally, but he says that such agreements were happening in the earlier stages when emergency measures were being taken, and now it seems that the allies have turned more to actually providing Ukraine modern capacity and not just stopgap measures. So it may be the case that the 14, I think it's 14 MiG-29s and the 2 S-300 batteries are no longer of interest to Ukraine. But again, he expressed the willingness, if that capacity can be replaced, he expressed the willingness to hand it over. So that's the gist of the whole interview.
So, thank you, Tommy. Thank you for the summary. And just to contextualize this a little bit further for everyone, you know, listening. Bulgaria had large amounts of stuff. Bulgaria still has large amounts of stuff because they were in a political mess. They are no longer in a political mess, at least for a little while. And this time will be taken advantage of to give stuff to Ukraine, because Ukraine can use all of this massive amounts of stuff that Bulgaria has accumulated during mostly the Cold War as a part of the Warsaw Pact, and put it to good use over there. Now, before going back to you, Tommy, I just want to ask Goldman, because Goldman's been involved in defense industry much of his life, and my question for you, Goldman, is: were you ever aware that Bulgaria had just such sheer huge stocks of equipment when it came to all things military?
No clue. Yeah. If we weren't trying to sell them helicopters, I wouldn't have known anything about it. Yeah.
It very much flew under the radar because it just got all subsumed into, Soviets have all this stuff. But here we get to be very glad that Bulgaria is on the correct side of the delineation here, and that Ukraine will be getting lots of things. They're not the best things, but there's lots of them. And when you have lots of Russians to bonk, you need lots of stuff to bonk them with. Tommy, what did you miss out?
No, just to say that, so basically Bulgaria was the country in the Warsaw Pact that was supposed to secure the western side of the Bosphorus by land and knock out the entirety of northern Greece and maybe the rest of Greece in weeks. That's how it was war planned. It was always 3 days, but we know how the Russian 3-day thing goes. But basically, that's the idea why Bulgaria had a population of 8 million people and an army of could mobilize up to 3 million men. It was an insanely militarized order, and given by the way, knowing the quality of the armaments that they used to have, because a lot of that is defunct now. It got either sold, scrapped, or whatever, because it was T-55s and so on. Isn't it amazing that the Russians are using something that the Bulgarian army decided was too decrepit to keep? Anyway, so basically the male population of the country was supposed to absorb a lot of the casualties in case of an offensive on NATO. That's what I was trying to express. Now, as far as what we currently have, we're talking, so in total, it's 410, but 250 of those are reserved. So 250 T-72s, 600 BTR-60s, 500 MTLBs. I'm just going to read the reserve stuff because the rest is active, and I don't know how willing they're going to be able to give it. And yeah, so like 200 Grads, 500 Gvozdivkas, So the 102 millimeter self-propelled howitzer, and yeah, so there's assorted SHORAD, MORAD systems, which some of them can be given, and so on. It's a huge amount of trucks, of military jeeps. For example, we have the military jeeps, we have 700 of the old Russian Soviet-style WAZ. So just of those, we can basically donate them all, I think. Anyway, so yeah, it's a lot of stuff. And also, as it comes to small arms, we make some of the best RPGs in the world, better than the Russian ones. And we have an incalculable amount of those 120 millimeter mortars.
Yeah, as hopefully soon all to be in the hands of Ukrainian defenders there. Excellent. Freight Monkey.
That's a really, really good update that we got there. I was going on the website of that company that you were mentioning the other day, Doman, about they were expanding production.
Arsenal.
Arsenal, yeah, exactly. And they seem to be basically producers of just about everything, really, when it comes to small arms, shells, etc. So that was quite cool. And I was wondering if you wanted a 1 minute, very short recap update that I had with a gas trader about gas stocks and about plans involving Ukraine.
Absolutely.
So Ukraine has some of the largest, unbeknownst to me until now, has some of the largest unused gas storage facilities, on-land gas storage facilities in Europe. It's absolutely humongous. I don't know how big it is compared to anything else because I'm not exactly sure how to visualize it, but it is huge, like really massive. And one of the reasons why the gas prices have been coming off really sharply in the past week and a half or so is the Ukrainian gas company, I don't remember what they're called, have offered to the Germans to basically store Europe's gas in this place. Now it's kind of difficult to get the gas to that area because historically you would have just put the Russian stuff there that goes through the various pipelines there, but it seems that some traders have found a way to kind of make it happen. So it is possible. It's possible to start filling up these reserves, which until now we estimated not really a realistic approach. The only thing is that someone needs to guarantee them. So basically, the various traders are going to the German government saying, "Well, you need to guarantee the security or a minimum level of the gas, like regardless if someone blows it up." So I think it's going to take a lot longer for the deal to go through, but it is possible that throughout this winter, a lot of the gas that is being burnt will have gone through storage in Ukraine, which solves one of the biggest headaches of Europe right now is, where do you store all this gas, because there's not enough floating storage units and there's not enough on-land storage units either in the UK, in the Netherlands, in France, anywhere in Europe, because until now there was a pretty free flow of this product. So that's one of the reasons why gas prices are depressed, and that's obviously positive economically for Europe, and is a positive factor to lower inflation. Essentially, I thought that was kind of an interesting conversation. It's not really backed up with any strong facts or news articles or whatsoever, but that guy knows a little bit about it because it's his job. So and it's all speculation kind of for now, but these conversations are happening, and I thought that was cool, so I wanted to share.
That's very interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that before or otherwise. Okay. So the question there is, I guess, how much can actually be done here, right? If anything, that has the possibility of actually genuinely getting filled there. Do you know where in Ukraine these are? West, east, center?
They're all in Western Ukraine, at least the ones that they're looking at. And I did see someone did publish a map, and that was like, I don't know, 48 hours before I had this conversation. Somewhere on Twitter, someone published a map And I completely disregarded it because I was like, yeah, whatever. And then this conversation comes up in a conversation about, which was originally about shipping with a guy I know, and I was like, oh wow, I wish I had that map. So I've asked the guy if he can give me some more details, but he's not really talking about any specific details because it's kind of ongoing. But I will try and find that map on Twitter, and it has the storage mapped out. But the main issue here is safety, right? Because I think if the Russians see that is happening, then they'll obviously try and bomb it. Anyway, might be nothing. Might
Yeah,
be
I know.
something.
I know that I know that the total storage capacity available to them was something like half or close to a full years of operation of a Nord Stream, right? Of either Nord Stream 1 or Nord Stream 2, not both together, but like one of them. It was something like that. Also, I know that the biggest one was somewhere in close to Lviv. I don't know about where the rest was.
Yeah,
I know that there's a huge
concur.
capacity next to Lviv somewhere.
That would concur
Yeah.
with the
The map you
with
saw.
what I had seen. So, but it's all about, I think if you go to the German government and you said, well, we'll sell you the gas at market price, but you need to, if someone blows it up, you need to pay for it. Then of course, like, it's not an issue until it happens, and then one day it happens, and then someone sees, like, I don't know how many millions or billions of dollars of worth of taxpayer money being blown up in the air, and then someone's going to get the blame, which means that in order for this to happen, you need a few more things to fall into place first. But I thought it was also interesting in terms of interdependency. If especially if the more reluctant governments see that there is a certain dependency, that having a secure Ukraine is actually essential, or maybe one level above essential to the security of their own state, then it would also encourage them to do more for Ukraine. So that's another aspect that I thought was interesting.
Yeah, I completely agree. Obviously, it's a very good question. The real question is, can it actually be done? As you say, security is the biggest problem here. How can that be achieved? But maybe, do you know what the flip side is? So much more the motivation to get Ukraine to win sooner, because then yet another level at which gas is less of an issue for Europe going forward. And if Ukraine wins, in like a month from now, I know it's not realistic, but a month from now, then this can be a lot less of an issue, and Europe, Germany, whatever, doesn't have to worry about all of this. Maybe take it as a motivation. Just take it as a motivation.
I think everybody's still a little wet about this story. I think a lot of politicians in the EU are still a little bit on the end of, there must be some kind of diplomatic solution to this, without understanding what it'll take and what it'll cost for this to actually end. That's my worry. But anyway, it's nothing we didn't know.
Indeed not. Indeed not. Thank you. Thank you, Faith Monkey. Tommy?
Yeah, just a quick point I forgot about 130 truck-mounted flak cannons that are also very useful if you're trying to blow drones apart and stuff. And just wanted to say regarding Arsenal that Bulgarian manufacturer, they manufacture all those advanced shells for the old Soviet-style RPGs and stuff. So basically, we're talking about warheads that have actually dual impact and can puncture a lot more than the ordinary RPG can. So the Ukrainians love those. Basically, the first planes that were leaving Bulgaria with aid were filled up to the brim with different kinds of advanced munitions for RPGs and stuff, because they're hard to find outside of Russia. And also there's this fragmentation warhead that basically turns the RPG into a sort of mini dual-purpose cluster munition, etc., etc., etc. So there's a lot of stuff that we make that nobody else really makes outside of Russia. Has Doman gone away?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the correct filter on Flight Radar. Sorry, because I've been given a tip about something fun, but I don't want to say it until I'm sure. Yeah, Freight Monkey, go right ahead.
A question for Tommy. So you said in storage 272 T-72s. Is the T-72 also what Bulgaria is operating at the moment, or are those just like kind of just pure reserves? I don't know if that's the correct term, but yeah, I'm sure you understand.
Yeah. So it's a bit complex. So the T-72 is the main and only tank that Bulgaria uses. However, we have 160 active, and there's been a long-term modernization program where they've managed to modernize 44 to a more Western standard where they have the gun stabilizer, etc. There's a factory in the Bulgarian town of Târgoviște, which is run by Bulgarians, and Elbit, the Israeli firm, and they renovate tanks, but they only renovate like 2 a month or something. So it's a long, long process. Now, the 250, which are in storage, are there in long-term reserve, blah, 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 in case we get attacked. But I think that those are all available. And I would argue that given the geopolitical situation, we don't even need all the 160 pieces of trash that we keep inactive, and we can replace them with more modern weaponry. But that's an argument for another time. At least we now have a commitment to reach the 2% of NATO recommended spending. And by the way, apropos of nothing, this same defense minister has pointed out to his main priority being the modernization of the land forces. I wonder what he's going to do with the old kit.
Freight Monkey?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, if they can scale up the modernization of those tanks, I mean, even 2 a month, mind you, is in the grand scheme of things, considering that that's only one of the countries. I mean, I think the Czechs have some modernization going on, and there's other stuff. I mean, any contribution is great. I mean, depends, of course, as you said, the state of the T-72s in storage. But let's hope that that something can be done there. Sounds quite positive to me.
So I'm trying to figure something out, and you have to give me a second because there's basically several modernization of the T-72s, but the Bulgarian ones, none of them are even the ones in storage are at least 2 T-72Bs. They're not the first T-72 ever. They're more modern than the base one. I'm just trying to look up what they all were.
Amazing. That would be useful too. Just saying, send them to the Czechs; they can clean them up. All right. Latin. Finally, I got to land among us.
Hey, Doman.
What are the news?
Well, Goldman, hang in there. I know sometimes Hop is listening this time of the day. If you are Hop, please feel free to hop up, and I'd love to hear your input on this because I've been communicating on the back channels about some interesting details that I'm seeing. It's all open source that the Ukrainian Air Force has been tweeting since yesterday, and we discussed it late afternoon Eastern North America time yesterday with Axel. But this all started when the Ukrainian Air Force, you know, they're pretty good at tweeting slightly cryptic images and was cryptic text and images that make you think. And they did that with the Su-24 for months, leading us to think that something was significant was going to happen with that aircraft, and it did. That ended up being, as far as we know, the primary platform for Storm Shadow. So since yesterday, they've been they're hinting at something with their MiG-29s. Clearly, they are. Well, yesterday we really broke down the video, the cockpit video that they released of a missile of some sort, being two of them, being fired from a MiG-29 that were blurred. We couldn't see exactly what type they were. And so today they released another image, which is interesting, with the cryptic text that went something like "New day, new challenges." And I'm looking at that picture, and the inboard pylons on that MiG-29, so weapon pylon, it's the thing that the weapon hangs off of. There is something non-standard on that. They are clearly showing it. It's an underside view. I've been, as I often do over these things, kind of obsessing and comparing it to as many images as I can find of other MiG-29s, especially in Ukrainian service. And I'm convinced that there is something non-standard on that weapon pylon, which would indicate a weapon thus far not operated by the Ukrainian Air Force. That's where I'm at right now. I don't have any more information to go on beyond that. We know that Thomas, and is he on today, Doman?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm looking forward to picking his brain on this because, you know, it's possible he has information on this that from contacts, but he was pretty confident yesterday in speculating what it could be. I agree with him that if there's something Western has been integrated, it's probably some of what he listed. But you know, from what we can see, I'm having a difficult time saying for sure. But I can say for sure that there's something non-standard about the configuration of that aircraft.
So what could it be?
Well, if that weapon pylon, let's approach it this way: is what do we know about the way that the MiG-29 is configured, the way that the Ukrainians operate it? So the particular variant that they use, the MiG-29 913, is that inner weapon pylon. There's two of them, right up against the air intake engine nacelle of the aircraft. Is typically used for one of two stores. I've only ever seen it used in Ukrainian service with one of two things. Either an R-27 variant of R-27 beyond visual range missile. Anybody who's looked at pictures of Ukrainian MiG-29s has seen that missile. It's very distinctive looking, quite long, with unusually shaped and quite large forward fins. It has a very distinctive look. It's either that or something like what's called a PTB 1150, 1150 liter external tank. That's all I've ever seen carried on Ukrainian MiG-29s. And as far as I know, I don't think the Russians did some upgrades, but the baseline Soviet era MiG-29, I don't think that, I've never seen anything else carried on those pylons. So that means that you can narrow it down to looking at as many images as you can of what that setup looks like on Ukrainian aircraft. And I already had it in my head just because I have my headspace in those things, like that's what I just spend a lot of time looking at pictures of aircraft. It's what I do. And so I knew right away that there was something odd about that, the picture that I saw this morning. So I went back and I looked at as many images as I could find, and I posted some on my profile of MiG-29s in kind of standard clean configuration with all 6 pylons under wing, including those 2 critical ones that are inboard, and with a full air-to-air weapons load, the very typical air-to-air weapons load that we have seen many times over the last year. 2 R-27s inboard, 4 short-range infrared-guided R-73s outboard. And I'm looking at it, and it definitely looks different than what we're seeing. So again, you're asking me an unknown, Doman. I mean, I think that what I can say pretty confidently is that it looks to me like something different has been integrated into that aircraft. I'll point out as well that the image appears to show a previously in-service MiG-29. It doesn't look like one of the Slovak or Polish 29s, images of which, by the way, we have not seen in service. We only saw the Slovak aircraft when they were delivered. And if you recall, it's one of the things that the aviation people on the space, we were analyzing right away. As soon as that video came out of the Slovak MiG-29s being delivered, we all pored over the images and came to the very rapid conclusion that no, there appears to be nothing different. Those weapons pylons are standard Soviet. So something has happened here. But this aircraft, it has a white radome. So the nose, it has a white nose where the radar is. That's indicative of some of the, that's a paint scheme from MiG-29 913s that were already in service in Ukraine. So I don't think this is a Slovak or Polish aircraft. And as far as what it could be, look, I think there's a lot of really, really awesome possibilities here that would increase their capability, especially with something with infrared guided. So you wouldn't necessarily have the complications of integrating with the radar. But that's about all I can say with any certainty right now. Goldman, you with us?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Nothing to add other than, we all know they have to operate at low altitude. They could use an IR guided weapon, and there's a few of those out there that could help. And my bet is that they're just trying to optimize their aircraft to be low altitude compatible, and be capable of operating at low altitude and be a natural, right? It's the capability gap that we talk about. That low altitude support the front with some precision fire. That would with air to air capability, right? That's the key gap, is air to air as opposed to like the Su-25s, which are air to ground. So something that could operate at low altitude yet have air to air capability is the capability gap we continue to talk about, and there are multiple solutions to that problem. But my bet is, it's an IR guided air to air missile that's they're integrating into the aircraft.
I agree that infrared guidance. So for anybody that needs a refresher on that, IR, infrared guidance, meaning that the missile homes in on a heat signature, typically the exhaust of the aircraft. And the integration theoretically is easier because it's you don't have to. It's not guided to the target. The target is not, I believe, in most cases. I could be wrong on this, but is not designated by the aircraft's radar. The seeker simply finds a heat source and homes in on it. That said, Goldman, I will say that I shared, and if you look at the, I think I shared it on the back channel, or definitely on my post, but the Indian Air Force has integrated, or is in the process of integrating, the Israeli Derby missile, which is a beyond visual range missile, into their Soviet era Su-30s. And that's an ongoing project. I think it may actually be at the in service at this point. But that raises interesting questions. I have long asked myself if Israeli tech of that sort could be making its way in.
Yeah, do you know who's actually doing the integration? Because I'm sure India itself isn't. There's a company that would be.
Well, I'm not sure the exact on the Indian side. I'm not sure who exactly is involved. I mean, typically that's HAL, Hindustan Aerospace Limited, but on India has very strong links with Israel over the last 10, 15 years or so. That's really strengthened. So clearly the manufacturer, which is, I believe, Rafael, would be involved in that integration. But I'm just throwing that out there as there. You could come up with. Thomas came up with a list of 4. You could probably expand that list of, let's call them Western type air-to-air missiles that you could look at if you were looking to do this?
Yeah, I mean that pixelated. I'm looking at what you posted right now. When you look at the pixelated launch of something that was out there, I guess 2 days ago or yesterday, it wouldn't exclude that missile. I was trying to find a missile that has fins that close to the nose that would, you know, I think you might be onto something here.
How,
But the
how
important thing,
autonomous? How autonomous are these things?
if it's infrared, they're fully autonomous.
Right.
If it's
You just have to get them in the ballpark, right?
right, show them the heat source, or they see it, and typically the way I understand it is that with an infrared missile, there's some kind of audio or visual signal for the pilot that the missile sees a heat source, and then
Right.
and then there's
that's just a light that can indicate, right? So it's not a complex integration, right? It's not
right.
It's not processed data or anything like that. It's, you know.
Yeah, it's like the way the harm homes in on, well, the way the Ukrainians are using it. It finds an emitter, a radar, uses its onboard. It's a little bit different in that it's using its onboard library of emitters that it recognizes, and it signals the pilot. The way the Ukrainians have probably rigged it up, that something in the cockpit tells the pilot, okay, there's an emitter there. There's something that I recognize. I might want to hit that. And then the pilot makes a decision as to, and that's the way they've been operating harm since last year. Is that you?
No, that was Goldman. Carry on, Latin.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All good.
I can guess what this was, Goldman. Was this the Ukrainian soundtrack to a really cool Ukrainian Air Force video?
Absolutely. I'm trying to compare the missile from what's in that video to what Latin just put up there, right?
No, there are two options. Either that's a soundtrack, or you set the ringtone to a Ukrainian popular song. So I'm gonna guess the soundtrack.
Roman, I'm gonna mention something. The music is not inconsequential here, because a couple of people on Twitter noticed something that I was culturally incapable of knowing, which is that is a French artist, apparently. That song. That's what I've read in a number of posts on Twitter. So, is that an indication? I don't know.
Very good. Let's could it be? I like the thinking that maybe that's a French air missile. Right. Let's go to Tommy, who's had his hand up for a really long time now. Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I found out about the Bulgarian T-72s. Basically, all of them received an initial upgrade where they replaced the optical rangefinder with a laser rangefinder. And the turret has been reinforced with composite armor. Also, there's an electronic fire control system, small grenade launchers, and that's about it. But the interesting part is that the ones from Turgovishte, which can modernize Ukrainian tanks as well, and T-72s that maybe allies want to send, those have a lot of Gucci kit in them. So 3rd generation plus thermal imaging, 9-kilometer range laser rangefinder, battlefield management system, laser warning services, receivers, new fire control system with a meteorological sensor, thermal nighttime cameras for the driver, and the most interesting bit is that it has an auxiliary APU, so it can go into a sort of silent watch mode and doesn't have to have its engines on all the time like the Russian tanks do. So it's less likely to show up on thermals like a Christmas light during the evenings.
Excellent. Well, there we go. That's a good distinction. Hopefully they get to travel off to Ukraine shortly now that a government is in place. Zgoman, quick question on the earlier thing. A Ka-52, shows up nice and bright on the missiles sensor, like the sort of thing we were talking about with Latin before, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a natural. It's what the manpads are doing, right? It's doing the same thing. Yeah. I mean, it is what's killing. At least was what's killing prior to the kind of 5 that we really don't know a lot about, but IR guided missiles were doing most of the killing. Manpads. Yeah. So this is just getting the same type of thing airborne. I think Latin's onto something. I'm convinced that this is what's happening.
And
I
these
really
things, how long a range could these things have? On like 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers?
Yeah, I would ask Latin. Yeah.
Latin?
You're in the ballpark, Doman, approximately, with most of the systems. But it's anybody's guess right now. I mean, we know that Canada supplied or is going to supply Sidewinders. I believe I actually don't know exactly which variant. It's either going to be an L or an X AAM9. I don't think that's the rail. So the actual part that the missile sits on that is then attached to the pylon. Somebody suggested this morning, some of the people that I was talking to on Twitter, that were looking at that image and said, maybe Sidewinder. I think that's a bit, the rail that I'm seeing in this new picture looks, I don't know about you, Goldman, if you're familiar with it, but it looks a bit thick to be a Sidewinder rail.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think Sidewinder is what, yeah. I don't know what it is, to be honest with you, but I know what it's not. How's that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think because this is a uniquely shaped missile, and in some of the pixelated images, you can see that the missile has 2 fins, one really far front and one all the way in the back, and that's exactly what this missile is. So, and it's white. I think, and having a missile with a fin that far forward, there aren't too many of them, right? That are like that.
We're giving them all the
forward.
L's.
Yeah.
We're giving them Sidewinder Limas, are we?
Correct. I think we only have like 4 X's, and they're being used for quick reaction force.
Okay, right. But to Goldman's point, I believe that I'm pretty sure that most of the not most, all of the RCAF Sidewinder Limas are gray for the most part. This weapon that we saw yesterday is white, which I thought was interesting because you tend to associate that color with earlier variants of some of the there's been kind of a switch over the last 20 years or so to weapons like Sidewinder. Sparrows were white mostly. AMRAAMs have gone to gray most. It's just something that's developed over time in Western air-to-air missiles. But this one was definitely white, and that made me. That's just part of the puzzle. I don't know. It's like we're seeing 2 little tiny pieces of a 500-piece puzzle. And
yeah, we know it's white. It's got 2 fins. It's got a set of fins really far forward, and what looks to be a set of fins really far back. So that's about all we can tell. And then this one at least matches that profile.
It's not like an old Soviet missile that they pulled out of a museum, eh? Because every variant of the Soviet missiles are painted white. And they do have a lot of acrid sitting around.
Angry. The only thing I considered one of the possibilities I saw, and Goldman, I didn't share this one with you, but one of the things I considered when I looked at it, especially when I saw that it was white, was could it be R-77? Could they have? I know places where they could get R-77. That nothing that's been announced or that is out in the open, if it has happened. But I know that the country involved or countries have been lobbied. And then you're talking about, could that Russian weapon be easily integrated into but that's not IR. That's beyond visual range. That's a much more well, in terms of range, it's a much more potent weapon. But I don't know. I've looked at it, and again, when you look at a missile, you've got to look at the way it's integrated into the aircraft, the railing that is used, any kind of adapter that's used, especially if you're going from Russian to non-compatible, or correction, from Western to non-compatible airframe. So that kind of detail is very important. And that's why today's image is to me is the one that really is adding to this story, because it is a relatively clear. It's clear enough to see that it's not a standard MiG-29 missile rail. Like, absolutely, I'm fully confident of that. So it's just not close enough that I can make any real determination of, okay, what missile rail is that? Where did they get that?
So beyond that, Latin, somebody suggested to me a Japanese AAM-1, which is a much shorter range thing, but could it be used for Shahid as well? I've never heard of this thing before, but I've sent it on to you. I want to jump to Freight Monkey and then to our other angry for some other stuff real quick, and maybe you can check that out and revert to that. Freight Monkey.
Yeah, one quick question, but before that, one note. It's kind of interesting to see the way that the Ukrainian military does its communication. You can see that it's a millennial who does their communication in the way that, you know, I don't know if any of you guys were born in the 90s, but if you played some of the video games, you know, the Call of Duty 1 and 2s, etc., you know, video games developers liked to put Easter eggs into the games. You know, they like to put little things like little hints and little things that didn't really belong there. And I feel like the guys who are in charge of the communication are doing exactly the same thing with a lot of stuff that we see. Not only this video that it seems I mean, there's a lot of discussion just about one picture here, right? But not only that, you know, also the picture of Zaluzhny with the baby Yoda thing, and you know, I mean, it's some intricate level of communication, non-verbal necessarily, and I think that's kind of interesting. And to my question, as far as I understand, and I'm really I know very little about planes and helicopters and all that, but it seems that the main pain point that the Ukrainians have been or that everybody is noting in the counteroffensive that's ongoing is how vulnerable armor is to these Ka-52s. So do you guys think that that's kind of the number one itch that that maybe this weapon that is going to come into service is trying to scratch? Is that the main point that they're going after, or do you guys think that's a bit secondary?
Yeah, I think in general, short range IR, low level is their capability gap that they can't cover because they don't have enough air defense systems to spread around. That's their capability gap. So they're going to have to optimize their existing aircraft or whatever they have to cover that capability gap, and that's why this would make it logical. The Python 3 is another. You know, I'm looking. 15-kilometer range. You know what I mean? It's the capability gap. Yeah.
Can I take Freight Monkey? First of all, I really like your observation. I was not a gamer in the 90s, but I'll take your word for it. And I agree that some type of communication similar to what you're describing is exactly what they do. I followed the way that they were communicating about the Su-24 beginning around, I guess it was around January. And I mean, there were times when I thought, am I just being crazy here? I would bounce it off the guys in the back channel. And I thought, it's so subtle. But you know, I did a thread on it. You might want to look at it because I kind of put them all together and said, look, this is what they're telling us. The Su-24 is going to be used for something important. And sure enough, like even I was kind of surprised when finally it appeared that it does appear to be the primary platform for Storm Shadow. They were clearly messaging something to us. So
can I add to that? You know, to me, the dots, as I always try and connect dots, was then the Brits announced Storm Shadow, and you're saying, okay, what what can carry a 3,000-pound missile, right? And there are too many options for a 3,000-pound missile. And the Su-24 was really the only option in my mind. Maybe the other aircraft could carry them, but they haven't demonstrated they could carry something that heavy. So yeah, we were connecting dots in the back channels.
And Record Pro?
I'll go quickly because Angry Ants had their hand up for a while. You know, there's a lot of talk about countering the Ka-52s on the battlefield because yeah, they are a legitimate threat to you know, to armor. But you know, it's not like the Ukrainians are completely defenseless here. You know, there's more Stinger missiles and other man pads on the battlefield than the Russians have aircraft to field. Just pepper whatever salient you're in with, you know, you can literally have like one Stinger per platoon, and you know, if it flies, it dies, boys. Sorry, lad. You know, we're going to just don't fly anything in here because we're going to kill anything that's off the ground.
Okay, excellent. With that, I'm going to go to Angry Ants and I'm going to recycle at the same time and listen to you separately. Angry Ants, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to kind of switch it a little bit up to the part of the ground that Ka-52 is looking at, and why we're seeing, I think, the kind of like the reemergence of the attack helicopter, and also seeing the losses. So for a few things, we got to remember this: the counteroffensive has only been going on for a couple of weeks now. For the first time in modern history, NATO, you know, this NATO form of tactics and vehicles have been used on the battlefield against Russians. And you know, Russia had to do something, and one of the things that they did, and we got to remember, you know, war is not just something that you write big you know, lines on a map. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Every time you get done with the mission, you have to do an after action review. And you know, the first time the Bradleys met combat, you know, there was so many people probably watching them to see how Russia was going to react. And what Ukraine has been able to do throughout this war is use after action reviews and take tactical learning you know, points and turn that into new doctrine, or turn that into the ability to react to what Russia's doing. So do I think that they were able to kind of maybe surprise a few armored columns with these attack helicopters, or do really good by sneaking them in from a long ways away? They might have been, but it seems like that probably isn't going to last for very long with the losses. But what I would love to talk about a little bit is why we're seeing this, and the need for it, because what we're starting to see now is what these NATO vehicles, what these Western vehicles can really do. And I just did a tweet about really quickly about a video I saw. There's two videos of Bradleys, a column of Bradleys engaging a tree line. It's incredible. It's a really good video. It really highlights a lot of what we've talked about of why these vehicles are so important. And what it is a column of Bradleys engaging one of these, you know, long tree lines that we have. And what we see is a couple of really key points to it. First of all, they're engaging with the 25 millimeter, and you see that the gunner on that Bradley has a very distinct sector of fire that his job was given before that mission started, was to suppress that tree line. So if there's enemy soldiers in that tree line, his job is to suppress it in a sector. And if you look at it, if you look at a clock, kind of the 12 o'clock from the Bradley, think about this as from the 11 o'clock to say the 9 o'clock is where his main sector of fire is. His job is to suppress that. And the Bradley in front of it looks like he's scanning, and he has his toe up, and he shoots a couple of toes in it. But the first point is the sector of fire, the discipline to have those sectors of fire to work together. Second of all, as this is a moving action, the Bradley's not stopped in shooting; it is driving the entire time. And the gunner is able to completely move in his sector of fire and engage targets, whether it's a tree line or actual targets, but he's suppressing. accurate fire with high explosive rounds, to be able to suppress that target, do it accurately while they're moving over rough terrain. That is something you can't do in Soviet era, BMPs. They do not have, the stabilized gun. So this is incredibly important. This is devastating to enemy infantry, because if you have, the only thing that you can do is you can hope for those Bradleys that sit in place. If you're getting 25 millimeter shot at you, and hopefully that you can get a shot at it. But that was two major points, being able to move and shoot accurately. The other point is the way the gunner shoots. He's doing it in a very controlled manner, where he's not just pouring massive amounts of bullets out there. He's doing it very succinct. You see the Bradley in front of him find a target and shoot a toe into the target, which is really cool. And in the second video, you see, 7.62. The only thing we don't see is the infantry, but I'm pretty sure that what you would see is after that tree line gets engaged like that, you see follow-on forces of infantry starting to clear that tree line. But I just thought that I wanted to come up and talk about this. We've heard a lot about how the Bradleys have gotten blown up from a few mines, but this is one of the first really good videos of really being able to highlight all the key aspects of what that vehicle can do. And how I would not want to be a Russian in a tree line anywhere within 3 kilometers of a Bradley right now. But just my thoughts this morning.
Thank you, Angrians. That was really interesting. I think the order was Fred Monkey and then Latin. Fred Monkey?
Yeah, just a correction for Latin. I wasn't a gamer in the 90s, but in the early 2000s. And to what Angry was saying, I think I might have seen that video. It seemed it was through the night vision thing, so it was all very green.
This is a new one. If you look, it's the last tweet I made. It's a daytime engagement. I posted the night vision one too, which is another great video. This is, in the last couple of days. You're exactly right with the information sphere too. I work, the work I do for a living, we deal with a lot of digital communications and influencing campaigns, things like that. And it's already these young kids, they have a different way of doing things. I'm a senior citizen millennial, so I've got the kind of like the very, very start of the video game world, but I know exactly what you're saying. Is how much, how a lot of this communication is drawn by the younger people, and that's what Ukraine has, is a powerful young generation of people who want to make their country better and fighting for it. And these young men and women who are in these Bradleys and on those Avengers, looking for those K-52s to take out when they're coming after their buddies. They're the future of this country for Ukraine, and it's really, again, the future for the world, in my opinion.
And I think there's something that even goes beyond that, is you create a bit of the term might be incorrect, but you create a little bit of a legend around things that way. I mean, you create popular support, you create interest. When you create interest, it's more difficult for the Russians to create disinformation, because people will literally spend hours analyzing something, and it will pull people into this sphere of interest. I was just looking. I'm gonna, as soon as I stop driving, I'll look at that video of those Bradleys. But just to go back to that night vision thing, the one that I had seen, and of course you can't see like a huge amount, because you're looking at a video on Twitter. I mean, you wouldn't see what the gunner or whoever the commander is actually seeing, because it's a bit more clear, I think, when you're inside the vehicle. But that's also a jump in capability, because someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the Russians have any have those kind of night vision capabilities. I mean, they certainly don't have thermals, but they do have some.
On some.
On some,
but it's limited to where they got Western tech basically in recent years, plus the helicopters,
which means that the counter for these Bradleys doing that at night, they would need. I mean, it's very difficult for them to counter that. Basically, that's my point, right?
Yeah,
it's geographically limited.
Yeah, and Frank Monkey, what I'll say is that the difference is there's two different differences between the capabilities. Is one, The NATO vehicles both have the range difference for the vast majority of them, right? So if you're on the battlefield and you've got, you know, these NATO vehicles versus Russian vehicles, you know, force on force, there's the optics are much better. The range of the engagement that the NATO vehicles can do, precision is much farther. And again, with the stabilization, things like that. In that video of the night vision one, you know, you see this Bradley creeping around and doing it really slowly, and the gunner's scanning, and he finds targets, and he can engage those targets at a very long distance. And yes, the sight is much better when you're the gunner looking at it. So I've got videos from Iraq that look just like that, of us shooting 25, things like that, and you don't really see what's in the green screen. Unless you're that gunner or the commander, but it is a big difference. There's a big difference between the version, and we've started to hear Russians talk about that. They're, you know, we've heard Ukrainians say, you know, talking about the AMX-10s or Bradleys. We've heard some talk about the TOWs, about how these are like sniper rifles, and when you've got these big defensive lines that Russia has, the ability to sit back 3 kilometers and find the very small, you know, peephole that a Bradley can sneak up on, but can overlook, say, the field in front of it or 2 fields away, and be able to, you know, pick up any thermal, you know, being able to, if a rabbit is running across the field at 3 kilometers, you can zoom in on it and you can know that there's a rabbit out there. So it is incredibly important at nighttime. So if you're able to scan, you know, and you see the bunkers make heat, trench lines make heat, and you can really wreak havoc from a long distance away. But that's one of those key elements, and the ability to move while you're doing it just adds to it. It really adds to it.
Angry, just
Or
a
we
quick
can
question.
wait.
Go ahead, Joe.
What we can see is the General Lapin is obviously very busy, first directing traffic in Belgorod, now running across fields in southern Ukraine. Freight Monkey, go ahead, and we'll go to Latin.
That's a good one, David. Are there also different generations of thermals? I mean, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Just because I've worked only with some thermals that were introduced in the Swiss military in the 90s, which were so like 80s tech really, and they were awful. I mean, we were better off not using them at all. But I'm guessing these Bradleys have some more modern thermals as well. In that case, if you can see actually a rabbit.
Yeah, that's correct. And even comparatively speaking, these Bradleys are even upgraded from the ones, say, I used in Iraq in 2004 and 5, 2006 and 8. These are more advanced. They had the commander controller, so there's a separate thermal imagery site just for the commander alone, that can scan in a 360-degree radius, which is incredibly important, especially being able to communicate with the infantry in the back. But there's definitely different variants of it. You know, when you start to think about these CV90s that are coming, they are the top of the line CV90s. They have I cannot even imagine. And a good friend that I've, you know, made throughout this, Erland, who understands CV9, you know, these are new vehicles coming out, and they'll be even better. But just thinking about, again, we got to remember that 90s tech, you know, 90s, early 2000 tech is still better than almost anything that Russia has en masse. And that's, you know, again, Russia is using T-55s with 3 tons of explosives as VBIDs, the same as ISIS and Syrian rebels have used and things like that. So it's a little bit of a different comparison. And I know Latin had a question too, but I just want to make sure that before he has to get down or I get down, we get to him, Doman, if that's okay. Don't mean to
Well,
take
I wanted to go to him just now, so perfect. Latin.
Yeah, thanks, Doman. So, I just want to focus again on this issue of the Ka-52, and some of what we've seen over the last week or so is some interesting crossover between the ground element and the air element of this war. So I'm interested in your. I had a question for you, a specific question, but let me preface it by saying this, and I got a feeling Goldman will agree with me on this. My assessment of the Ka-52 has remained unchanged throughout this conflict. It is a vastly overrated aircraft. I believe that it's an aircraft, and I didn't just discover it last year. I've been following its development from the Ka-50 back in the 90s, and I think it's an armed helicopter that has, on paper, a lot of the correct parts and systems. The modernization, the upgrade that they were in the middle of doing, adds more to it. It's on paper, it seems like a good gunship helicopter. Somewhere in its development phase, somewhere in the program where they integrated all that stuff together, something went wrong, because we've identified some very and others have identified problems with it. So I think it's overrated, and I really laugh every time I see the Vatniks or the Russian Ministry of Defense tweet like mad about how awesome it is. As far as that incident that occurred, what was it now? I guess it's about 2 weeks ago. Angry. My initial assessment when I saw that video of it going after what looked like a Ukrainian column that included Bradley's, if I'm not mistaken, my initial thought was that was a lucky shot. They found a space in the Ukrainian low-level air defense that was probably a result of the fact that the Ukrainians were on the move. And that was my assessment of it. Obviously, you know that if that was an American army, there would be air superiority. That's what would make it difficult for the helicopter to get close to them. In this case, we know that's different. And that was somehow it was the fluid dynamic situation of those initial stages of the counteroffensive where that helicopter crew found, or just lucky, to get a break. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that you're right. I think that I still will give Russia just a little bit of, first of all, yeah, I think that every vehicle that we've seen come out of Russia has been pretty much overrated. I think that's a pretty ongoing thing. And on paper, this should be something that is comparable to maybe one of the upgraded Cobras, etc. And I've been lucky to have close air support from both Cobras, Apaches, Kiowas at some points in times. So I understand what close air support, how important it is to have that. I think that engagement, when you look at it, when you look at the terrain, when you actually look at kind of like how it's kind of a depression, it's a natural kill zone. I think Russia threw everything they had at that column. I think that column was probably making progress. We don't know exactly which stage of the engagement that exactly was. There's still a lot we need to learn, but this is what we're gleaning. I think they probably threw any type of new mining equipment. I think that they probably directed, attack helicopters to that group. And if this is the first major engagement, maybe, we haven't been used to seeing the 52s, in the air. So maybe they were able to get a couple of lucky shots. Maybe they were able to put some mobile, mines, artillery-based mines, to slow them down enough. And the K-52s, hit them when they're already stopped. We don't know exactly every part of the engagement, unless I've missed some of it. But again, what I wanted to say is I think that it was more the idea that Russia knew this big thing was coming. I think Ukraine did a really good job very much limiting the damage by only probing in certain places with a new, we only seen so much of this new equipment put into action. So again, we saw the engagement happen. We saw the success, but since then, we've seen a lot of reports of helicopters getting shot down, but not a lot of reports of Bradleys getting blown up. And if Bradleys are getting blown up, Russians are going to talk about it.
Exactly. And just one further follow-up to that is that a lot of us here on the aviation space of this space have talked at length. You've probably heard us over the months talk about the Ka-52, and it has seen a steady loss rate. And I fully expect it, because of all the systems the aerial systems that the Russians could have thrown at Ukrainian counteroffensive, this was the top of my list, because this and Su-25 were the two that I thought, yeah, they're probably the most expendable at this point. They've already had a pretty high rate of attrition. And anyways, for whatever reason, I felt that it did not surprise me when I saw that they appeared to be pushing some more Ka-52s into the Ukrainian columns. And it was completely consistent with the previous loss rate, because obviously the Ukrainians had figured out how to shoot these things down consistently over time. That if there were to be an increase in tempo of operations for Ka-52 crews, that there would be an uptick in downings, which we did see for a period of about 2 weeks. The last
And
couple
that's
of
what we
days
said
were
about
fairly
the Air
quiet.
Force too, right, Latin? We said that if they threw the Air Force at them, that would be the exact same thing we saw, right?
Correct, and there does not appear to have been any major move with fixed wing. Although I think the Su-25s are still active, but I mean that's a force that's been really battered. Anyways, they're clearly on the expendable list. But what we have seen kind of, over the last 2 weeks and since that engagement that we were just talking about, was a pretty steady stream of Ka-52 losses. But yeah, I agree with you that and that's part of that's another area that we discuss often, right? Is that they're more advanced fixed wing platforms. We saw some activity recently, right? We saw that engagement several weeks ago where they were trying something creative, something different with an electronic warfare helicopter operating alongside them. That was the one where 4 of them got shot down. 4 or 5, I forget how many aircraft were shot down that day, but more than we had seen in quite a while. I'm beginning to wonder now, because I remember at the time I was speaking with Chuck on his segment with Alan, where Chuck said he was convinced that air-to-air kill. I've always believed that, and I'm starting to wonder now if some of this MiG-29 news that we're trying to break down, if that isn't part of it. But we'll see. Well, we're not here to uncover secrets, right? Like I like to talk about things that are already out there. On the MiG-29 thing, the Ukrainians have been very open the last 2 days about showing us something. So I feel pretty confident in talking about that.
They want us to be talking about it. You know what I mean? In my opinion, they want us to be talking about it. And again, this is the thing, is that I think that we learned another lesson, is that they cannot amass enough Ka-52s to stop a full on offensive. And I don't think that they could do that with fighters either. You only have so many rails, only so many munitions you've got to be able to. So I think that anyway, it's just a good conversation, and a lot of things. It's really unique being able to tie the two together.
Angry Corporal.
Yes, but gentlemen, the Ka-52 is the bane, nay, the scourge of John Deere combines everywhere.
Yeah, and like a lot of other Russian weapon systems, it did really well in Syria, where nobody was shooting at it.
Oh my. Yeah, that's a very good point there. Roman.
Yeah, I think we keep missing the point that Ukraine's attacking at night, and the only response that Russia has is an aircraft with a FLIR, and I don't believe Su-25s have a FLIR or something that can help them distinguish between good guys and bad guys.
No, they don't. You're right.
So
they don't.
That's why you're not seeing Su-25s in the fight. You're only seeing Ka-52s because it has a FLIR, right? Ukraine's fighting at night and consolidating during the day. I'm convinced that's how they're doing this. So you're not going to see Su-25 side like you would have when they were on the offensive. They have very limited. They have very limited options after the Ka-52 because they need a FLIR. They need some type of a FLIR to be able to positively identify the bad guys, right? So Ka-52.
Hey, the Goldman, I think that. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that you're spot on. How good is that flare? And then I wanted to go back to connecting it with the Bradleys.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty good because we've seen some images. I've seen some images of it identifying armor at 5 miles or 5 kilometers, one or the other, probably kilometers. Now that I think about it, but it could target at 5 kilometers with the FLIR, right? So that works. You need altitude, of course, to be that far up, which makes them vulnerable. But they're in a hover 5 kilometers from armor, and they're that's the shots I think they took early on that wrecked some of those Bradleys that forced Ukraine in 1 week, by the way, to 1 week to kind of change their tactics and fix that and take away what was perceived to be an advantage for K-52s and turn it into a killing field. So in 1 week they adjusted, right? So that's impressive. But yeah, it's a functional FLIR for what it's intended to do. It's just they just have the wrong missile, to be honest with you. They have a beam riding missile that forces them to sit proud for 30 seconds to hit a target, right? So
I was trying to figure out why that was, and this is why I want to explain. And to your point earlier about the possibly being shot down with actual anti-air fire, like actual ground fire, ground based, not rocket fire, is that so many of these NATO vehicles now have infrared flare remote gun systems, whether it's on the top of Humvees, on the top of MRAPs, with 50 caliber machine guns. So many of these vehicles have this. It's one of the things that I've seen a lot, and these are joystick controlled. There was a few different. We had them Crow systems back that I can think of, and you can track pretty well. Yeah, if something's sitting happening to shoot. So I think that's a point that we need to think about, is that there's a lot of things that can engage them if they're close enough. When it comes to actual,
that's what I saw. If the missile that they shoot, the beam rider, it looks back at the helicopter to stay on target. So the helicopter needs to be in a hover or in a continuous forward flight, at the target in order to maintain the missile on target, or the missile could lose. It could lose. I mean, if the helicopter moves too quickly, it could lose the beam. You know what I mean? So it's got to sit there perched. You can do your trigonometry if you're trying to be 5 kilometers away. And math. It's just sitting up there proud, waiting to be shot as it's waiting for its missile to hit the target, where the missile just goes away if it moves too quickly, and the missile loses the beam, right? So if you have the right tactics, you can beat that aircraft, right? It's assuming that it's free to fly at mid range or mid altitude.
So if Ukraine is fighting at night, which they're doing the bulk of their in breaching, and I think big engagement at nighttime, and there's a couple of reasons why that's a good tactic. One is the massive amount of optics that they have, and the new tactics and variants of the vehicles. And that ability to engage the bigger targets. Remember, Russian vehicles have to run at night all the time. They have to run constantly to keep their electricity going. So they present themselves as very large targets. So if you can engage, those types of targets at night, along with, if these K-52s have to hover for that long to engage, that's really not very useful when it comes to this many, the way that the battlefield is. That's definitely not how Apaches would do it. And you're very right that the cleanup operations seem to be happening during the day. And even going back to this video of this assault that I'm talking about, this looks kind of similar to a mopping up operation. This looks like probably the majority of the defense in that area has been beaten back, and they're doing recon by fire, and they're clearing that tree line that way. So I think you see that a lot. You see a lot of times the daytime videos of lighter vehicles, infantry clearing tree lines, where I think that those tree lines can get bypassed pretty easily by armor. And you don't have to worry about it, but you still need to make sure that you clear that. And that's why I think that you see a lot of these Russian soldiers, in such bad shape, is that a lot of these tree lines are being circumvented by armor and being cut off. But again, great points, Zagolman. And I really, again, I still think that this is this is what they're trying. They're trying to throw what they can. And they did. And I think that there's been an adaptation, and you're going to see more of these things going down.
Latin.
So as far as the loss rate that we had been seeing over the last couple of weeks, that seems to have taken a pause now, at least since the weekend. I The thing to remember there is
Sorry,
that
what loss rate?
of KA-52s.
But one got taken down last night.
Like I said, the pause is over, and they're dropping like flies again.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah. I think 5 in 90 hours, give or take.
okay, so again, as long as they're committed, we're going to see that loss rate. So here's a couple of things to consider there. On paper, that was a fleet of about 200. I would take that with a giant grain of salt. We know that in terms of Russian inventories and what they can actually field, number of crews, etc. So we know also that prior to the offensive, the counteroffensive, I believe it was Oryx had visually confirmed in the area of around 35 losses. And that's probably a higher number if you include the ones that have not been seen, the ones that can't be visually confirmed, and other. So I think that this loss rate that we've been seeing, it's not going to be sustainable unless they're willing to sacrifice the fleet. They're going to have that's what they're looking at right now. But they may not have a choice, as Angry Ants and Goldman have kind of been indicating, because of the capabilities of this aircraft. It's probably its ability to operate at night, but it's grossly overrated. I really can't emphasize the kind of silliness, the kind of juvenile nonsense that I've seen on Twitter about this gunship helicopter. But we know that that's a pattern, right? The Russians and their supporters have, from the beginning, been always trying to find some secret weapon that's going to scare the West. This ain't it.
It's some secret weapon that is getting turned into handbags and belts, etc. Fred Monkey?
Yeah, I accept that alligator shoes are not exactly the most elegant thing in my opinion. But I had a question regarding these Ka-52s. I saw that video. I think everybody's seen that video by now, of this Ka-52 which has its tail falling off, and I'm pretty sure that you guys have discussed it on the space, but I was either not on or not listening properly. Can anybody tell me what's likely to have shot that tail off? I'm guessing it's not like a Stinger, but maybe more something like maybe like a Gepard or something like that. I was just wondering. And
yeah, I think it's just a 12.7 or something similar.
So it could even be something mounted on a tank then.
Sure,
it's not necessarily an anti-aircraft weapon.
It dropped its tanks. It took its own tail off.
Yeah, I think that was just a coincidence. That probably when it dropped its tanks, it aerodynamically like shifted the tail a little bit, but I think it was compromised prior to dropping the tank. You know what I'm saying?
And as for that mythical sort of super weapon thing, I mean that's a very common thing, I think, across all wars, especially when you're getting your ass handed to yourself. But it might have to do with the fact that they don't really have anything else that they can show that's been really efficient. I mean, at least from what I've seen, the only footage which looked very bad about 2 weeks ago was mentioned before about those Ukrainian tanks getting stuck in a minefield. Seemed to have been more the work of the minefield, really, and then artillery around it. But there's nothing very inspiring, right? I mean, you're not exactly inspiring your followers when you're filling a T-54, T-55 with explosives and launching it very ineffectually against someone else's lines. So you have something that seems to work. So, I mean, I had the impression from reading a lot of Twitter tweets that this was some kind of wonder weapon. But from what you guys say, it really doesn't seem so. So it's I'm going to be doing a little bit more research on it. But I think we shouldn't be too surprised. And one thing I wanted to say, we were talking a lot about the Bradley footage. So training and experience, I think in militaries it's considered to be, at least at the beginning, it's considered to be kind of exponential. So your first few engagements would increase your knowledge and your chances of survival in the future a lot. So another positive thing is with each of these engagements ending up not necessarily, by the way, in some kind of huge success, but just any kind of experience they can come back. And it's been mentioned after action reports and all the kind of stuff that we know that the Russians don't do. It's incredibly positive because they're going to be able to teach afterwards fellow soldiers what's not necessarily taught in training, but what only comes through experience, and coach other people through that. I think it's very positive if they keep that up, even if it means that you don't have a very fast counteroffensive, even if it takes longer. I think people's lives are. I think we should be very economical with people's lives and not wanting to spend them for speed and political gain, but on the contrary, to make sure that there's a long-term sustainable plan there. And that's all I seem to at least see from the Ukrainian command. And I don't know, it fills me with a lot of confidence.
Angry, those first few engagements, how much of a difference did that make? Just getting through a few and then...
Which Angry are you talking to?
Oh, sorry, the one with his hand up. I know. I'm really. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Hey, sorry. I had
too
to
angry.
step away. I had to step away for a second. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. Angry Anonymous is what we have here now. That's hope that's right by you. So Angry Ants. Since this is Bradley specific, Fred Monkey was saying the first few is something along the lines of first few engagements being really critical and can make a big difference in learning. Right, that you learn a lot from the first few engagements, almost regardless of how they go, as long as you survive them. How much is there in that?
100 and a million%. And I can speak from experience. You know, I went to Iraq in 2005 to right after 6 months after the invasion, kind of the first rotation, right as the insurgency really started to happen. And I would say it was more of a large scale thing. I went through basic training, AIT, and also had went through like one SAW range before I went to Iraq, and did some training in Kuwait. So I really wasn't trained up. But the reality of it, there was only maybe 2 or 3 people with combat experience in our entire, maybe a dozen people in our company with any kind of combat experience before we went on that deployment. And even throughout that deployment, the situation changed. We went there very early on. We didn't really think that we were gonna see that much action. You know, the war was going to be over with, etc. We were going to still be, the government was going to get propped up. And next thing you know, every time you drove down the road, you're getting blown up, and you've got a bunch of light-skinned Humvees without any protection. So you have to automatically start changing your tactics. The training that my unit went through before in Grafenwehr was more based like a training that probably you Ukrainians went through, more of tank on tank, kind of like more Soviet era type training, not as much urban combat compared to say later on deployment. So when we had to then take over a city, once we started to fight a lot, and then we left cities and we had to go back in and take over, a city of 500,000 people. Methodically, we had to create our new tactics on the fly. Those tactics had to constantly be updated as we went into occupation of the big cities. So it is incredibly critical to learn from, with the tools in your hands, the tools of war, so Bradleys, etc. And again, if you're a good army, every time you do something, you learn from it, and that's what Ukrainians are doing. So it is incredibly important, and I think that's what we saw.
And on that, I wonder if our other Angry, the Angry Corporal, has some thoughts to add to this.
Or are we still on first engagements? Absolutely. It's critical, especially the Ukrainians got some pretty good trained troops now. The ones that have been trained by NATO. And am I boring you, Doman?
No, sorry, I was forgot to turn off my mic and trying to read up on other stuff at the same time. Ukrainians have some pretty well trained troops now.
Yeah, they got some
yes, I heard that.
well trained troops, but you know you never know till the metal meets the meat, right? And once you get out into combat conditions, I got to tell you, you know, you sit there and you do your test of elementary training, you know, over and over again, and you know, try to clear a stoppage under fire is a whole other, you know, it's a whole other experience. You know, it's another thing to do things while you're under brown alert, and those who know. Yeah, so it like for an easier perspective, you know, the exercise maple flag that happens up here in Canada, whatnot, and NATO sends all their new pilots to it. It's to simulate their first 3 kills. You know, they organize the exercise in a manner so that these green pilots get their first 3 simulated kills, because statistically they become more confident pilots after that. They become more you know, more aggressive and more confident after their first 3 simulated kills. And I guess, like, psychologically, there's no difference between a real kill and a simulated kill. You know, it's in the mind's eye, it's the same thing. So you know, same thing for troops on the ground. If you're able to pull yourself out of that situation and meet your objectives, if your platoon is able to meet its objectives, if your company is able to meet its objectives and get through some hairy situations, all it does is makes that unit stronger. You know, the bonds between the soldiers become even stronger than they were before, because now, you know, you've been tested. You know, it's the combat litmus test, and you know, buddy's got your back. You know that the dude down at the end with the crew serve weapon is going to open up on anybody that you know, comes around that corner, and they're not going to freeze or shit like that. And I think that's the one terrifying. I know Angry's the Lote Angry there is going to opine on this. But you know, that's the one thing that terrifies most soldiers is we don't know. We don't know till you get there. You know, till you're put in that situation. You can train and train and train for decades, and you don't know if you're going to freeze when the bullets start flying. You don't know if, well, almost all soldiers shit themselves, but yeah, and that's fine. You know, you can combat. That's fine. You know, it's accepted. But you don't know. And that's what happens when you get out of that situation. You're back in your leaguer area, and you're having a smoke in your you know, your bush brew there. You can sit back and decompress with the troops and go like, holy fuck, we made it out of it.
Before we go on, I just want to do a very quick news flash. So people might remember the POW situation with Hungary, with 11 of them having been transported to Hungary somehow, all of them of, let's say, at least somewhat ethno-linguistic Hungarian background from Zakarpattia Oblast. This just in, 3 of the 11 were found by the Ukrainian embassy in Hungary and have been repatriated. The whereabouts of the other 8 are still unknown, and the Hungarian government still claims they don't know where they are because they just, you know, it's who knows. But just a little bit of an update because you know, this is important. It's one of the stories we've been tracking for the last week and a half. Frank Monkey.
So, Doman, do you mean they just kind of let them go?
Yeah, that's what Hungarians said earlier today, that they just kind of let them go and they have no idea of their whereabouts.
Well, if they really don't have any idea, that's for the better that they did let them go, but it would be better if they knew. Anyway, to what was being said before, if someone knows the name of the study, if they could send it to me, But the only reason I was talking about this first engagement is I remember reading this a very long time ago, and it was an abbreviated version and put together for a lecture that I got when I was doing my national service, and it was about the U.S. fighter pilots that were based, I think, in the UK, or maybe it was in the Pacific. I don't know. Anyway, they did some really in-depth statistics after the war from engagements from fighter pilots, and they noted that if you survived your first engagement, then your chances of dying on your next engagement went down like really dramatically, basically. So the first engagement was like the most dangerous one, the second, the third one. Ultimately, throughout the war, depending how many missions you would do, your chances of survival were quite low. Anyway, I mean, the casualty rate was quite high, but the chances of dying on the first engagement was so much higher. And the second thing I read, and I don't know how rooted it was in statistics, was a U.S. Army some officer wrote a whole comparison between combat effectiveness of German soldiers and American soldiers. And one of the leading theories at the time why they thought that German soldiers had been more effective as a group was there were two factors that I seem to remember. One was that they had a lot more time and experience, of course, but that's a given because well, a lot of them fought through a whole lot of the war. But the second one is they used a lot more group manned weapons. The amount of machine guns per squadron was, I mean, not heavy machine guns, that's wrong, but MG42s and MG34s was much higher than the equivalent in the American squadron. And the theory was that if you have two guys manning a weapon system, basically there's a multiplying effect of the efficiency. And I don't know how true that is, but it was just one of those interesting things, especially when we talk about armored warfare and stuff like Bradleys, where you have a whole group of soldiers inside a vehicle. So anyway, and to what Angry Ants was saying before about Bradleys and CV90s, again, I'm incredibly excited to see what the CV90 can do. I'm just wondering how useful would it be if the CV90 did have a tow missile as well? I don't know if anybody's got some thoughts on that.
Well, they're getting stuff right in the Mark IV version, the newly built ones that will be coming out. They're equipped with ATGMs, not tows, something else, possibly better than tows. I think I forget what it's called. Angry?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of them, but yes, that was the big surprise with the CV90s is that they got the top of the line version of them, and they do come with the ATGMs. I think that kind of similar to how the tows work, but I believe they are a different type. I just can't think about how to look that up. But I think that Angry Corporal's it makes a lot of sense, and it's again, I always think back. There's moments that I have when you think about that is first and foremost, it's your first engagement. Am I going to be able to when I know I have to shoot back, am I going to do it? Am I going to be able to go through my battle drills when I'm under fire? There's that first. And the reality of it, the majority of people can do it, right? You may be scared, you may not, but if you're trained well, if you go through the type of training that these soldiers have gone through, it's very, sometimes everybody has their issues in combat, but for the most part, if you're trained well, you can react, and especially if you're trained this well, this way you react well. But then, it's every time you get in the back of that Bradley or infantry fighting vehicle, and that, the next time that the ramp drops, there's going to be people trying to kill you at the other side of it, whether it's, you're storming a building or storming a trench line. So every day you have to wonder, am I good enough? Am I doing enough? Am I learning enough when I'm on my downtime? Am I keeping myself in good enough shape? So it takes a lot of morale. It takes a lot of encouragement to do that. It takes leadership. And again, that's what we're seeing, that there's two different armies fighting this war. There's the Ukrainians and then there's Russians, and there's a dramatic difference right now. And I think, again, looking at the POWs, when you look at who the Russians are, who are surrendering to these soldiers and the shape they're in, that's a really long front line to have to try and supply.
It takes a lot of buddy bonding, right? I remember watching a video of the Ukrainians, and they're on the offensive. They're doing an advance to contact, and one of the dudes froze. He's down. He's obviously having a little bit of headspace and timing issues. And he's down on the ground, and his fire team partner runs, grabs him by the webbing on his back, and picks him up. And he's going like, "Brother, come on, let's go. We gotta go." And he's going, I'm scared, and I don't know if it's an accurate translation or whatnot, but in his fire team partners, yelling at him, "Come on, brother, we're all scared." And they both get up, and they continue their advance to contact. I certainly hope those two live through that. But that's one thing we don't talk about is it's not just your first engagement, like Angry Ants alluded to. It's every engagement, because the longer, and I talked about this yesterday, the longer you're in combat, and there's lots of stats on this, the longer you're in combat, and you see these Russians that been in the front on back move, like the 72nd and the Wagner troops and whatnot, they're not doing unit rotations. So when they say they've been in position for 11 months, the same troops have been there for 11 months, and the Ukrainians are rotating their units through. So I don't know what the rotation period is, but we know for sure they are rotating their troops like a normal Western military would. So you bring back some troops to decompress and get them off the front for a while, and that makes them a little bit more effective, because under constant pressure, the coconut, it does strange things, and it's the hardest organ in the human body to heal, right? That's why PTSD and all its iterations, before we started calling it PTSD, and its little brother OSI. So and the two often get intertwined. One's post-traumatic stress, and the other one's operational stress injury, right? So under constant stress, you can snap. And that same situation, you could be the best troop. You could have won the Victoria Cross, and sometimes it's time to go over the mound, and you just sit there and pee your pants. It happens. You don't know what the mind's going to do, and you have your drills, you have your buddies, and that's why a lot of people are drawn to military service. It's that brotherhood, it's that sisterhood that you will not find anywhere else in any other occupation.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just add just like a person to explain this, I had a saw gunner, and he was, a top rate soldier halfway through the deployment. We got into a severe ambush in the middle of the night, and very traumatic evening for everybody. And he had a rough time, got stuck out on a road. It was pretty rough time, and someone had to go out and get him, and they did. But a few days later, there was another engagement. This guy was he was a great shot. And he never really, the next couple of days was a rough time for him, but we had an engagement where it was a clear engagement, and he was engaging, but he was missing by a country mile. And he was, and I'm yelling at him, why aren't put the rounds on target, and he's missing by a country mile. And we got done with it, and we had a conversation. He just couldn't understand why he wasn't hitting the target. And come to find out years later that that's actually a human response, where you actually you can actually miss without even knowing you're trying to miss. So your brain's telling you not to do it. Those things happen, and there's a lot of work. I'm very lucky to be able to work with a lot of the veterans, and working to support veterans of Ukraine right now with other veteran groups in the United States, and we know that PTSD and brain injuries and all this combat stress and trauma is going to be a massive, I wouldn't say a problem. It will be a massive issue that has to be addressed and worked on. Yeah. And it's going to take a lot of work. But what I'm very pleased to hear about is that, they are talking about, they're asking the right questions to people who've done this for a long time. And they're putting together programs for it. But again, that starts with training. And again, we're seeing a well-trained group of soldiers. And again, if you watch the one of those people in that trench cared about each other. I can't say so much for the other side.
Good morning, gentlemen. I think you know what I want to talk about. I stayed up as
I think I do.
Yeah, I stayed up as late as I could to hear your take on the information I sent you about Hungary yesterday, but I had to go to bed. So I want to know your first impression of what I sent you yesterday. To me, it looked like they're saying that the Russians set these guys free in Russia. So they were free in Russia, and instead of wanting to go back to Ukraine, they said they wanted to go to Hungary, so everything's fine. But yeah, and now I just heard you say that a few of them have been repatriated to Ukraine. So can I get a quick update on the Hungary prisoner situation?
Yes. So the Hungarians pulled kind of what I expected them to do. That is to say, the Hungarian government. I'm not talking about every person in the country or identifying with or of extraction. I meant the government. The government of Hungary, some parts of it at least, pulled exactly what I expected them to pull, which is but they're Hungarian citizens anyway card, which is the thing that they were really after all along, right? For the delegitimization of Ukrainian sovereignty over Zakarpattia, etc. Because they've been after that for quite a while. Remember, as soon as Putin invaded Ukraine, what did Orban say? Yes, we will go and we will militarily protect the citizenry of Zakarpattia. We are prepared for military a protection force for the area, etc. So things like this happen. So what the Hungarians said is it wasn't us. It was all the deputy prime minister. Then they said no, this was done completely past the government in the first place. It was some charity organization associated with the church, vis-a-vis the Russian Orthodox Church on the other side, which makes no sense because your typical charity organization doesn't really control border crossings and borders and stuff. So there had to be some sort of an official thing that was done. Anyway, and basically they said, well, they're Hungarian citizens, and those who aren't, we've given them refugee status, and they're free to be anywhere in Hungary or to leave Hungary. And we have no idea where they are. That's what I think, who was it? Was it Kovac Zoltan, the PR guy for the government, who said that yesterday? We have no idea where they are.
Gentlemen,
We have, we're not keeping any tabs on them. Yes.
Did you just say Kovac?
Kovac Zoltan.
Kovac, good boy.
Yeah. So it's a Slavic name,
Well,
Heather.
I have many friends who have the same spelling of name, and they pronounce it Kovacs here in the United States.
No, Kovac.
I know it's Kovac, but they pronounce it Kovacs here in the United States. It's just a butchery.
Yeah, it means blacksmith in Slavic, by the way.
Sorry for interrupting, but
No, that's
it's
right.
these little things.
So anyway, so they're all missing effectively or unaccounted for, except they were in Hungary at some point. Nobody knew how they got there at all. Nobody's willing to say, at least. But now 3 of them apparently have, I presume, I don't know, telephoned the Ukrainian embassy or rocked up at the Ukrainian embassy in Budapest, and they've already been repatriated. So 3 of the 11 are already in Ukraine. The other 8, the collective response to the Hungarian government is a big old shrug. It's I don't know. I don't know what this is or what government procedures work like this, but they basically took 11 people out of Russian captivity, which is a good thing because anywhere is better, pretty much, than Russian captivity. Certainly Budapest, much better than Russian captivity. It's a very nice place. And then they lost them, or at least just told them, go do whatever you want now, or something. So 3 of them are at least back in Ukraine. The other 8 we'll see. But I think they'll probably show up eventually. I don't know if the professor is the ambassador yet of Ukraine in Hungary or not yet. But I wonder if he had anything to say about all of this. People might remember the Ukrainian university professor who was teaching on a video stream from a fighting position of some sort, from a dugout of some sorts early on during the course of the war. Well, he was nominated as the next Ukrainian ambassador to Hungary. I don't know if he's taken his post yet. I don't know if he's presented his credentials yet. But he's of Hungarian. He's a part of the Hungarian ethno-linguistic minority in Zakarpattia. So he'd be kind of the perfect person to send. Someone very visible and also let's say of great both moral clarity and ability. But we'll see. That's all I can tell you, Prince. I was astounded as well. You see I put it up on the nest. You can see the Facebook post from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman Nikolenko under that, which basically is all we know thus far. We know nothing else. All we know is that. But well done. At least they got 3 out, which is very good.
Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And sorry for the interruption on the pronunciation. It was, sort of like when Axel figured out my last name and pronounced it correctly for the first time. It just blew my mind because nobody does that. I seriously did. Seriously blew my mind. And when people pronounce, names like that I'm so familiar with correctly, it makes me stop and think. And I am glad to see that we have made some changes in the Hungary POW process, and now I'm going to continue to drink my coffee and wake up. Thank you, Doman.
Thank you, Prince. I can attest to that. I can also pronounce your last name, but I won't not online here because you don't want to.
Thank you.
With that, I will pass it on to Shaggy, and I'll say welcome, Shaggy. Welcome to co-host. What kind of beans do you like best?
Oh, edamame beans.
Damn it. Okay. What kind of baked beans do you like best?
Heinz.
Oh, and Heinz goes with what? What number?
57, is it?
Yes, and 57 is the number of the day. That is how many Scooby-Doo vans, that to say UAS 452s, have been registered as destroyed, captured, or abandoned thus far by Oryx's list.
Oh, blimey. That's nearly half my fleet gone. The thieving buggers. Yeah, anyway, from October, we're not going to hear much from Oryx. I hope he gets himself sorted out with some funding. He does a really good job, and I'd like to know kind of where all these, how many I've got, basically. Prince, I have no problem with your surname, Heather. It's an easy name. It's an easy word for me to pronounce.
Good answer. Good answer.
Okay, no worries. Right, I think it was Favid and then Anda.
Hello, my friends. Thank you for having the forum, and to Shaggy and to Doman for being here, for co-hosting. I've really enjoyed listening this morning. Thank you, Doman, for bringing us the news of not just liberty, but repatriation for the Ukrainian gentlemen who served as POWs in Russia. I would also like to suggest that we very clearly decode the poison English language used by the Hungarian government and that used by Kremlin. And I specifically refer to one, I'm not going to give him a name and I don't want him to be named. One of the Hungarian government ministers was speaking and mentioned that this was a religious deal worked out between churches. And so I'm going to press pause on the tape there and point out that the Orthodox Church doesn't exist in Russia. What exists is a former KGB and a current FSB program of infiltration brainwashing and control. And so when a Hungarian minister speaks in this way, what I heard was the FSB told us to do this, and we are dressing that in the gaudy rags of some kind of bullshit church law. I wanted to point that out, that it's not a mystery. It's not a mystery. It's not done under the auspices of some government power. They have absolved themselves of power and spoken as if any church has preeminence in law in Europe, which it does not. We are ruled by civil law, and we subscribe to church laws if we so choose. I feel very strongly on that. And in the wake of liberation in Central and Eastern Europe since 1989, 1993 direction, it has not escaped my notice that various different religious bodies have attempted to unfurl their tentacles deep into society and grip control, much as was done in my own country after liberation in the 1920s. And so I pointed out as a nonsense, and to speak clearly through the coded language, the bastardization use of English, that this is not a church law matter, and that when Russian Orthodox Church is mentioned, there is no such church. It was refounded by the KGB and has been run as a spy operation since then. And that is fact. I wanted to come and say that just in case there are any folks who have seen the same nonsense iterated by the same or similar Hungarian folks. And that this is, to me, nothing except a dog and pony show run by the KGB. It is literally as tacky, stupid, and gaudy as they do. We should not give them the cover of, oh, whoopsie daisy, don't know. 11 guys operated in our country. Bullshit. They've been involved in human trafficking. If they want to bring their church into it, cool. We can sanction the church too. But they are not acting according to European law, and I would expect them to be sanctioned accordingly. Whether or not they choose to play the Russian game of whoopsie daisy, who knows? I'm too stupid to know anything. If that's the case, we can lock you up and the man standing behind you. But it's not going to be an oh shucks, he, this is just clever Russia. Their cheap parlor tricks, kidnapping children, raping men and women to death, no longer impress or scare us. And their attempt to abuse canonical law will fail in this occasion as well. So I wanted to say hello, everybody. Please retweet and share the space. Visit MriyaReport.org. Make a donation according to your means.
Thanks very much, Favid. Anda, good afternoon, evening.
Good evening. What should I start with? I have a question, you know, that part. And also I have a comment. So I will start with the question. I think that's more on topic, actually. So my question is, if we know, or how it affects. I know all winter, when it rained and everything, we had lengthy discussions about the weather, right? It was rainy, it was freezing, all sorts of things. Now it's hot, and it appears that it's gonna be a very hot summer, literally. So I was actually wondering if, so this is a stupid question from someone who never served, right? Are there different, they should have different outfits, right, for the summertime? I know about the boots because we discussed about the boots with Fairlane here in the space, I think a month ago. So I was wondering if the soldiers have everything they need, according to what we know, due to the fact that in November, December, there was a tweet and some statements from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense that they managed to replenish and they have everything they need in terms of outfits for the guys. So
Yeah, I can jump in there, and your uniform is your uniform is your uniform, right? It's the same uniform you wear all year round. So usually it's some kind of trousers, an undershirt, hopefully moisture wicking of some type, and then a tunic over that, right? So a button down shirt, or I don't know, you crazy kids, you're all into Velcro now these days, so because you don't know how to tie your fucking shoes or put a button on. But usually what happens is your winter kit, so your long johns. I don't know what they have for thermals, but they probably have something. In my day, it was like the waffle long johns with the waffle long sleeve shirt underneath your tunic and whatnot, and did a pretty good job of keeping you warm. The stuff they have now is unreal. The stuff I take skiing is you're in a skin tight outfit, and you're as warm as warm can be. So you would take all that kit. It would go into usually a bag, like a snivel kit with your unit and your name and your service number on it. It'll go back to the second or third line, right? So that's your parka, your big thick gloves, your Arctic mitts, your Arctic boots and whatnot, and that gets put away into the unit stores. Till I don't know, next fall. When it comes out again. So I like winter operations because you can always put more kit on. You only can take so much off. And it's not like the days of the artillery of World War II, and you see these gunners running around with their shirt like basically in their gitch. Loading it. There's way too much overwatch on the battlefield. So the troops are going to have some kind of clothing on, regardless of the heat. Ask anybody that's ever been to the sandbox how much that sucks. Actually, most people wore their clothes because usually they're full PPE because it was sun protection. Because our fleshy little meat bags are very prone to sunburn and windburn and all the other elements that are out there. So the clothing you have offers a little bit of protection, and the naked body can actually be spotted for some distance. If you don't believe me, go off to a park someplace, strip down, and just run naked across it and see how long it takes for the authorities to get there. The naked body can, especially if you're pasty white like me, because I'm up here in a Nordic country, we don't get much sun. Canada gets about an hour of sun a day, so there's not much tanning. So I hope that answers your question. I know Angry is going to jump into the summer operations because I'm in Canada. We still got snow on the ground here. Like literally, Hinton got a foot and a half of snow yesterday.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Angry.
Yeah, I would say I would actually prefer fighting in really hot temperature than being in a cold temperature, just because I think that you can always function. You can always drink water. But so to Anda's point, and it's great to see. I have a question for you when I get done. Is so there is usually a variation, just like what Angry Corporal said, is that usually at one point in time, it's not going to get any colder. So that's part of your supply, your job. At one day, everyone puts up all their gear, all their cold weather gear. You put that away. You don't need to have that out there in the trenches with you. It needs to be back secure so you can have it for next year. Again, just like in the wintertime, the most critical thing is your feet and water hydration. Hydration is key both in the wintertime and taking care of your feet is just so key. In the summertime, it goes from, you know, trying to keep them warm and keeping them dry to making sure that you have, you know, socks and socks and more new socks and more new socks and more new socks. Because when you've got boots on, you're walking around when it's 100 degrees out. You know, it is not a, your socks are something that wear out really quickly, and that's where you start to have your problems if you're not changing your socks out, if you don't have the right type of boots, right? Which I think that you might be seeing happen with Russian soldiers right now. Is that you do not want to be wearing summertime boots in the winter? I mean, wintertime boots in the summertime. That is a recipe for disaster. It's hard on your circulatory problem. You know, it keeps your feet really, really hot. There's a lot of blood flow, but it just is a bacteria. It breeds bacteria, so that's really key. The other thing about fighting in the summertime is that you need to be supplied, and you need to have freedom of movement to get water. Water is heavy. You have to be able to carry enough of it, and you have to be able to supply that to your soldiers. So that last mile service, the into the gray zone, into the front line, into, you know, to that zero line is so key to be able to continue to provide water. And again, this is another place where Ukraine it has a definite advantage, is that they have freedom of movement behind their lines. Is that, you know, anywhere that they've been able to control, they have freedom of movement. You know, bar, you know, artillery at the end. Whereas Russia, they're in occupied territory where they don't have full freedom of movement. So that those basic necessities, making sure that there's pallets and pallets of water for every couple hundred soldiers, is so key to this upcoming summer fight.
Yeah, angry on that water issue. I think it's going to be a real big issue this summer, especially with the Khovka Dam having been blown up, as that supplied a hell of a lot of water to a lot of the area which the fighting is going to be taking place. I have faith in the Ukrainian logistics getting water to the Ukrainian defenders, as you say. But for the Russians, I really hope there's going to be a hell of a lot of heat exhaustion, dehydration, and that seems to me it's going to lessen their combat effectiveness if they're just out of their minds, just needing water. Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of water. I was just looking at the temperature now; it's 29 degrees, 27 degrees. That's going to get higher and higher. So, water. I don't know how many liters of water you need. How many liters of water would you say you need in a day for an active serviceman?
A bunch. And I mean, it's something that I don't think that there's probably I know there's a manual that says exactly how many, you know, how much you should drink. But, you know, for instance, I know that it was no problem for me to go through 2 or 3 liters out on a patrol, and not even have to use the bathroom, you know, when it's really hot out. Because you got to think, you've got that gear on, your internal temperature, you know, goes up pretty high, because you've got plates on, your protective plates, your protective gear. Plus you're just, you know, most of the time you're just so exposed, which is really, but having that water is just, again, I can't explain how critical that is. And we've seen Russia's, you know, lack their ability to not supply troops. One of the things about the boots that I brought up is that we've seen a ton of, you know, we've seen it before, right? A motley crew of Russian soldiers, but lately we've seen a lot of soldiers in tennis shoes. And to me, you know, if I have had a choice between running around with 3-pound Arctic gear boots, the winter boots weigh a lot. I'll be putting tennis shoes on when it gets hot. But and then to end the left, I wanted to know what kind of hawk was in her picture. I was thinking of a kestrel. Send me a message what kind of hawk that was.
Yeah, thanks, Angry. The other thing I'll be thinking of for this summer as well, as has been mentioned, is suntan, some kind of sunscreen, sun protection, because you're going to be out under that sun most of the time, and probably mosquito repellent as well. That area is quite marshy and whatever, and the mosquitoes in Ukraine probably similar to what they are in Hungary as well. Absolutely.
I dare say that the mosquito repellent would be more important than sunscreen. You're wearing all your PPE, right? So you got your helmet, you got all your kit on. So the sun's not going to burn you through that. There will be some transvaporation going through the kit. But you know, I would be more worried. Like, it's wherever you grow wheat, and there's a lot of wheat in Ukraine, there's deer ticks, and I don't know how you feel about that, Angry Ants, but I am more concerned about ticks than I am about anything that flies, sucks my blood, and defecates in the wound. Although some mosquitoes, there's mosquitoes out there that carry some serious stuff. Like we over the last couple of years, we started getting mosquitoes in Canada that carry Zika virus, which will actually perturb your ability to procreate.
Yeah, I would say that so this is where it comes down to. Let's go back to one other thing: is the idea of frontline leadership and the professionalism of soldiers. Because if you have frontline NCOs, if you have people making sure that your soldiers are taken care of, and you well-trained soldiers, like we know we have in Ukraine now, at least a large percentage of them, where they've gone through field sanitation classes, knowing the 5 F's, knowing how to be safe in the field, things you need to do to take care of yourself, the training, the first aid training, things like language learners teaching, where a lot of first aid is learning. Combat lifesaver courses are about learning how to take care of each other while you're in the field, which is critical. So things like but there's things that we don't even think about that probably people don't realize, things that the military really thinks about all of these things in a complex way. And I know the Ukrainian military, it's like, before we would go on deployments, you'd soak all your uniforms in a certain type of insect repellent, right? So not only do you have to put you have to put it on every day, but
Methrin.
Yeah, your equipment is covered in this, so I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do. There's going to be times where maybe you're running around with some t-shirts on, things like that, but the reality of it is you want to have long sleeve shirts on. You don't want to be able to get, when you're kicking doors in an urban area or going through a ditch, you don't really think about what you're running into if you're having to shoot somebody, as you run down that trench. So those heavy blouses keep you from getting cut up and beat up, things like that. So it's important, but again, it really comes down to supply again and training, and those frontline leaders making sure that their squad, their team is doing cleaning their weapons, changing their socks, making sure that they've got the right equipment. That's so key, and again, something that's vastly different than the Russians and the Ukrainians.
Yeah, thanks, Angry. Yeah, one of the advantages which I think the Ukrainians have got over the Russians is as has been mentioned a few times, the NCO corps that the Ukrainians have, which the Russians don't really seem to have. So while it's not like having your mum with you, looking after you, that's kind of the job I think they do, just as you say, looking after the people in their charge, making sure they've got everything and giving them tips and stuff from the experienced ones. I think the Russians are just left by themselves, which is fine. Anda.
So let's try a second time, see if this works. Apparently, Twitter doesn't like underground, so yeah. So my point is, first and foremost, you spoke about mosquitoes, and I remember distinctly that we had here in the space. It was Konstantin here actually, and he said when he was fighting in Ukraine, basically you curse your life when mosquitoes start to appear. So he said he was not afraid about the ticks, that it wasn't such a big problem for them, at least where they were. But yeah, the mosquitoes, they were like small, tiny, and yeah, uh, hellish life on Earth. So if there is any possibility for us to send some autan there or something else, because especially all jokes aside, in the Kherson area where the flooding was worst, and where you will have still pockets of water. As the water retreats, you will have small valleys in which you will have pockets of water, like small lakes or smirks, right? It's gonna be, and it's only going to be hotter. It's not gonna be pretty. So if we can help them, make them make their life better, I would put money for that, because I would um hate my life. I know how being outside without without protection and with lots of mosquitoes is. So um yeah, I will put money for that, honestly. um so that's and I came back because angry said he had a question for me. That's new. I think he dropped in the meantime. Did he?
Yes, his question was, under what kind of bird is in your avatar?
It's sort of a it's a red-footed falcon. This is the correct terminology. I found him on the side of the road. He had a broken wing. This picture was taken just after I took him in the car. I drove 2 hours with him until I got to Bucharest, and then he is in a shelter for um, how do you call them?
Animal shelter?
It's an animal shelter, but for wild animals. So it's only for wild animals. And he was really brave and really nice, and didn't struggle, didn't squeak. He simply listened to me because I talked to him all the. You can imagine I talked to him all the way, and yeah, he was really calm, and um, from what I understood, I think 2 months have passed. His wing healed nicely, and right now he is in. It's called voliera. It's a big cage where they can relearn how to fly, because he will be released in the wild. They nurture them back, and after that they release them into the wild. Actually, um, this species is um, endangered. It's an endangered species in Romania. So it's a good thing he survived. I hope he has a lot of small babies.
Question for you, Anda. Are you sure it was a male falcon as opposed to female falcon?
Actually, I'm quite sure it was a her. But when they received the bird, they said it's him. But looking at the colors and everything, because I kind of studied this in the meantime, I still think it's a her.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Anda. Yeah, just to have that nice and sorted. Very good. All right, Shaggy.
Yeah, well, I guess if it has babies, we'll know. We'll have to wait until that day comes. Yeah.
Yes, if it lays eggs, we'll know which.
Exactly. All right then. So the little bit of news that I wanted to bring up, I don't know if it's been brought up already, but I was reading a report that Ukroboronprom, that was quite easy, has successfully used and tested a drone with 1,000 kilometer range. Anybody else know about this? Because I found it quite exciting.
So this was kind of foreshadowed for a long time, wasn't it, Shaggy? We kept hearing about these fancy-looking Falcon drones. See, this is a perfect tie-in because they're apparently the shape of painted as a falcon or something. I don't know where they would have launched them at, but you might recall that there was a place in Russia that got hit overnight, an ammunition factory, which is about 500 kilometers from the Ukrainian-Russian border, give or take. And that just seems like the most likely target for it on its test flight, if they were doing that sort of a test flight, because it's the only thing that I've heard of that blew up in Russia that's very far away from Ukraine today, and it seems like a good target. Ammunition factory sounds like getting rid of some problems at the source.
Oh yeah, that's a great one. I hadn't read that boom today. I'm gonna have to Google that one. Yeah, 1,000 kilometers is a fair chunk. Apparently, this is after a call by General Zaluzny last August for a for said machine to be created. Early August, he asked manufacturers to come up with one. So it's apparently, as I said, 1,000 kilometer range. It's 200 kilograms in total weight, and the warhead is 75 kilos. So I wouldn't mind an air person coming up to say what kind of gadgets they would stick on a 200 kilogram a new drone with a 75 kilometer warhead. What kind of navigation will it have? Will it have thermal? Will blah 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 blah? What can we expect from this thing? Or is it a big top secret? I'll just shut up. But I'll shut up now and ask Ander, and then Rich.
So the other thing I wanted to comment on was regarding Romania, actually. So we had a change in the government, and this time around, they actually changed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So the guy that Bogdan Aurescu, which was until now, it's been changed. We have a female. Her name is Luminița, which means light, little light. We'll see. I don't know where is it going forward. But she started with a visit in Moldova. So I will keep you posted how all this will change, if it will change. Usually, one of the main rules in steady countries is that you don't change the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even if you change the government. But apparently they did, so we will see going forward what will happen. So that was one of the small tidbits that I wanted to bring from Romania. Not a question. That's not a question part.
Thanks, Ander. You're our roving reporter in Romania. So you keep an eye on that and come back with more updates and new stuff as you get it. Because it's actually really quite interesting, that I find. Rich.
Good afternoon, Shaggy. I'm not gonna lie, mate. I'm in a little bit of shock. I've come on Twitter after finishing work, and I've seen a little video, a couple of pictures, and I'm in genuine shock because I've suddenly found out, and I was not expecting this at all, but Budanov is actually alive.
No.
Which can't possibly be true, mate. It can't possibly be true because he's died at least 2 or 3 times confirmed. So the only thing I can surmise is that Ukraine, obviously with the help of the US and NATO, have now somehow managed to employ ghosts. So Ukraine has a ghost
Rich.
corps.
No.
The
It's
only
not a ghost.
explanation.
No, it's not. No. We're waiting. We're counting how many times he comes back to life. If it's more than 8, then our hypothesis that he's actually a cat is out the window, and then we start entertaining vampire.
So we've gone straight from the second coming through to possible feline / undead. So then, by extension, is he dead if he's undead?
He's actually said the other day, him and the other general, Ukrainian general,
Zaluzhny.
They're actually immortals. So there's the simple answer. They are immortal. A bit like Highlander.
There is actually, Shaggy. There's a former Ukrainian ambassador to Belarus whose last name is Besmertny, which does mean immortal.
There you go. Proof. We have proof from Dermot here. So yes,
it's
immortal.
It's there. It's all there. But yeah, I was in genuine shock. I couldn't believe it. So whatever Ukraine's got going on, it's got some funky ass shit going on there that Russia hasn't even seemed to really comprehend just yet. So yeah, that was fun. Good news. But I was in genuine shock.
Weren't the Ukrainians, the Russians blamed the Ukrainians for using black magic, like very early on in the war, and they had like I don't know, witches and warlocks and stuff like that, and that's why they won. They were so decisive in the Kherson offensive.
I think they did quite well in the charts for that one as well, didn't they?
Yeah, this is something that Tom Zimbardo and me and a few other people were winding the Russians up about, because they're quite a superstitious bunch. So there's all these like wood elves and monsters that live in the rivers and stuff like that. So we were trying to scare the Russians probably about a year ago now. So yeah, they're quite a superstitious bunch. But yeah, if they want to believe that the Ukrainian defenders are immortal and come back from the dead, or actually don't die, just kind of resurface again, then yeah, they can go away with that. They might as well just run away now. I think it was Joanna and then Frey Monkey. I hope I got that in the right order.
Yeah, so short comment about Budanov. I think you are getting this wrong. The Ukrainians are receiving batches of Zaluzhnys and Budanovs from the West, and they just received a new batch. I just wanted to comment shortly on Bogdan Aulescu, because I think it is interesting. He was a great supporter of Ukraine, and he was known by the Ukrainians because he was, just a moment to find the right name, the special agent for Romania in the Romania-Ukraine dispute over the Snake Island, which was solved, let's say, more in favor of Romania, because Romania gained about 80% of the continental underwater land that wanted. And he was greatly appreciated during the negotiations. He formed good relations with the Ukrainian counterparty. And as I said, he was a great supporter for Ukraine. He's a good diplomat, and now he's not a minister. There are some voices that say that maybe he could be a candidate for the NATO Secretary General. I really doubt it, because we have another Romanian, MriyaReport, as Deputy Secretary General. But anyway, he's kind of last good diplomats that Romania had, because Romania had a tradition in diplomacy and managed to maintain good relations with most of the countries in the world. So he is really a good person. I hope that his successor will be at least at the same level.
Thank you, Anna. Frey Monkey.
Yeah, it's not going to be a very intelligent contribution, but Rich, you know, the Russians tried to warn you about the Ukrainian NATO biolabs, and this is obviously the evidence of those biolabs. So you know, black magic is rife in Ukraine, and you know, it should be stomped out. It's shocking.
It is shocking. I'm half expecting that NAFO actually turns out to be legitimate battalions of Ewoks that will just ride in when the counter-offensive actually properly starts. Or maybe they'll come in when they're actually pushing for Moscow. I'm not sure, but I'm convinced it's going to happen.
OPSEC, Rich. OPSEC.
I think they're waiting for orders from Langley to do that first.
Probably.
Yeah, we are. But we can't talk about that. Joanna.
Yeah, about the biolabs and the implication of the West in this conflict in Ukraine. I was reading today the Russian papers. Yeah, I kind of do that every day to see the other side, which is kind of dark. And it was interesting because I found the mention that Ukraine is not on counteroffensive right now. It's the West, it's NATO that is in counteroffensive, but they are using Ukrainians as a workforce in this endeavor. So yeah, it's not Russia is not fighting Ukraine, it's fighting NATO, but NATO is using Ukrainian soldiers as the workforce in this action. So yeah, that's what the Russians say about it.
I wonder if that works the other way around, Joanna. So in Africa, a lot of the weapons that are used there are Russian weapons and Soviet weapons. So does that mean Russia is at war with a lot of countries in Africa because their weapons are used there? Let's flip it around.
Of course, you can turn it around, and of course, it's ridiculous what they are saying. And you know, they try to very often they try to project on others what they are doing. So yeah, indeed, it's just another line in the propaganda. I just mentioned it. Of course, I don't believe it, and it's just I just mentioned it because it's ridiculous. That's all.
Yeah, very ridiculous. Roman.
It's one of those irregular verbs, isn't it? It's our special military operation, it's your fight for freedom, and it's their imperialism.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Prince Soranda.
I'm just gonna be real. I'll be real quick. You know what you said, Ilana, makes me think about yesterday. I got a random phone call from somebody who knows that I follow what is happening with Ukraine very, very closely. And the question that was immediately asked to me was, did Putin just declare war on the United States? Yeah, that was somehow a piece of Russian propaganda got turned into Putin has declared war on the United States because they are fighting the United States in Ukraine. And I had to very quickly put this person straight as far as the realities of what is actually happening. But that kind of propaganda is reaching to all over the place, including the United States, which isn't surprising. And it is circulating in certain areas, let's say that. So yeah, very interesting propaganda, and I'm really glad this person calls me every time they hear a piece that just is out of this world.
Yeah, they're good people just to set on the right path again, Prince, just before they go down some dodgy rabbit hole of misinformation. Anda. Oh, I think Anda's connecting on my screen. So wait a little bit for that. So just one little bit of news I'm reading. So U.S. philanthropist Buffett, so we're talking Warren Buffett here, has slammed the international response to the Kafka Dam destruction. So Warren, if I can use his first name, has committed 450 million to Ukraine so far from his foundation. He basically says what we all think as well. It's disappointing and hard to understand that certain organisations that set up to respond to emergencies haven't kind of responded to the emergencies as we would expect. Not even hope. It's an expectation. That's what they're there for. I'm supposed to do. So yeah, just that little bit of news. Oh,
Shaggy, do we know that it's Warren and not Buffett? Sorry, Warren and not Buffett. Warren and not Howard, his son, who is in Ukraine and is in Ukraine a lot.
yeah, it's got well. The article I'm reading, and it's from Reuters. It says the headline is U.S. philanthropist Buffett wraps international response to Kafka Dam destruction. So yeah, it doesn't say Warren in here actually. Oh, you're right. Actually, Howard. It is Howard. So well done. Well, good pickup there. Good pickup there, Doman. Yeah, I didn't read the whole thing. Yeah, I didn't realize he was in Ukraine at the moment. Yeah, okay. So Howard Buffett, not Warren. I'll have to call him Howard then.
Money's the same color, though,
So yes,
Shaggy, right? The money is still green.
it is, and 450 million is a chunk of change, as they say. But it's good also getting from an optics point of view and a reach point of view, getting people like this talking and pointing out that the response has been inadequate, and maybe they can get some movement on that going forward. We'll see. Anda, you're back.
Yes, unfortunately, I have some connection issues and it freezes in place. So I didn't hear anything from what Prince said. And I realized I'm frozen. Anyway, so I wanted to make a joke, actually, because you have here in the space Ioana, which is from Romania, and Prince, which has some roots somewhere where people eat a lot of garlic, right? Because actually Romanians are not the only ones who eat a lot of garlic. And that's because we
are afraid of vampires.
So you see where I'm going with this discussion, right? There are no ghosts. There are no ghosts. There are just a lot of vampires who resurrect each and every time.
That's good. I like that. Although, and maybe that's why the Ukrainian defenders operate a lot at night as well. That would lead. Interesting.
Should I say that we have some Romanians there? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In the Foreign Legion, maybe. Excellent stuff. Yeah, send them out at night to do the recce. Obviously, keep them in a nice wooden box during the day, nice and cool, and that'd be wonderful. Ioana, and then Favid.
Yeah, it's not about the vampire. So if you want to continue with this, maybe we let Favid first. It's just some news that I found about Deep Russia, and I wanted to ask you if you know something about Belgorod. What happened to Belgorod lately? Because I was out for a few days, and I don't have news about it. But I know that there are consequences in Buryatia.
I'll have a little look at that. We'll go with Favid first.
Ioana, you're very kind of. I've not come to speak about vampires or garlic, although I do enjoy the book written by Bram Stoker. Some say there's a Sligo connection. If you know, you know. Also, just as a personal point of privilege, if I might, I see Anda and Shaggy here, and I won't divulge too much, but it's as if the original gang is back together, the A-team. Nice to see you guys. I wanted to speak to something actually Ioana had mentioned previous in your last comment, if I might, Ioana, and then I don't expect you to answer as I know you brought a new topic, but I wanted to comment on what yourself and I think it was Shaggy were discussing, that about weapons and the use of propaganda and coding in language. There was very little spoken about when Soviet fighter pilots flew Soviet planes in Vietnam and murdered thousands of Americans on the ground. That didn't seem to cause a nuclear conflagration.
Excuse me, John?
And so I don't really think that...
3117.
Lily, you're giving out your bank information, love. you want to hit her mic, guys? I think she's might giving out some information there. You want to hit mute?
Yeah, I've just done that now for her.
It's just to talk about the propaganda and the abuse and bastard use of English language in a way that is meant and intended to cause the most harm. And there are some flash phrases from the last 20 years that are in the English language, and I'm sure they're in the French and Spanish language as well. But one of them is, one of the abuses would be the false premise that when the arsenal of democracy, which is the United States and her allies, to include United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Japan, and a good 40 odd other countries too, provide arms, munitions, training, trucks, things that people can use to kill somebody who would genocide them, is not equivalent to Russia supplying an authoritarian, murderous regime with weapons with which to suppress their own people and then project evil empire and genocide beyond their own borders. The two things contain a nation and weapons, and there the similarity ends. The United States is not equivalent to Russia. Russia is equivalent to North Korea in deed and in how they run their state. The sanctions are following. They will be sanctioned like North Korea from now until Kingdom Come. But it's important to remember that although we speak in English, and although this information is poisoned and presented to us via the media in English, for those of us consuming in English here, although not everybody does, we must remember that Russia weapons is not equivalent to allied nations of free people supporting a free people asserting her sovereignty. Those two things are not equivalent. They're not the same. They're pretty much incomparable, except for the fact that both of them contain a nation and weapons. And there the similarity ends. I wanted to pay credit to you for parsing the topic and for covering it so well. And just to ring a bell of continuity, this was spoken yesterday. I know when Robin was hosting morning, afternoon time, United States, East Coast, and then in the evening last night, she was leading while I was co-hosting. The topic was repeated and mentioned again, and I know people get sick of me talking about propaganda, but I think it's worthy to point out that we have been visited by those experts in their field, both before 25th of May and after that date, who have warned us of this storm, this absolute conflagration of nonsense. What do they call it? The fire hose of propaganda BS. Doesn't matter that it's nonsensical. Don't waste your time trying to disprove it. The effort is to get you gumming up your gears, consuming the bullshit. And I think it's a great service and a fantastic facility here, and wanted to laud you both, Shaggy, Doman, and Iona for handling it so well. It's an old chestnut. It's going to keep coming up. Oh, America keeps supplying arms. Yes, she does. She will. Bet your life on it. You can bet your country on it. If you're fighting for freedom and you want to buy some arms, the United States will probably sell them to you. That's a good thing. Please retweet and share the space. Donate if you can. MriyaReport.org. And let the internet know you're here. Retweet, share across your platforms.
Thank you, Favid. Yeah, Ioana, right, the bit of news that I saw from a couple of days ago, I don't know if you've heard about this. So there was a fire in an elite high-rise building in Belgorod, but the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations were very quickly there because it happened to be the building that they were housed in, their offices. So that was kind of quite handy for them, I suppose. So yeah, all the residents were evacuated apparently, and yeah, there was a big fire that went on there. So I don't know if you knew about that. I've heard of shelling that's kind of ongoing sporadically every now and again since then. But not made any major big news that I've heard of. So I hope that's been of a little bit of use for you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just wanted to mention something because it seemed funny. Because of what is happening in Belgorod and because of freedom of Russia or something like this, a village in Buryatia should change its flag because it has a flag which is white, blue, white, and now it has issues with discrediting the state. So this settlement, Sosnovo Ozerskoye in Buryatia, has to change its colors because of what is happening in Belgorod. It's just a little bit funny.
Yeah, on that, on that silliness in Russia. So apparently there was a Russian conscript who died as a result of shelling in the Belgorod Oblast, and his mum had a bit of a moan, and now she's being charged with discrediting the army. So yeah, it's a lose-lose over there, which is good. Doman.
Well, we all know that it is really the Swiss canton of Zug that's behind the liberation of Bilhorodska Narodna Respublika. So.
Oana, and then Leon.
Thank you, Doman. I wanted to mention another news that I've seen, and it seems funny also. The Russians, they figured out what is missing and in their organization of the army, and they decided to solve it. So in Transbaikalia, the people that come back from the special military operation will be met with flowers, because that's what was missing. Just a note to how Russia likes to meet the soldiers with flowers. Of course, they did a lot of things for the dead. Now they are doing something for the living. We should appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Leon.
I had a question about Zaporizhia and tactical nuclear weapons. I wanted to know if there's a unified response message that would be sent if Russia were to use tactical nuclear weapons, or if they were to cause a huge catastrophe at Zaporizhia. Do we have any knowledge into what U.S. allies, NATO might actually do in those scenarios? Thank you.
I can guarantee you that they've already been said.
The verbal bits.
Sorry, Joe.
The verbal bits have been sent. No, I agree. I'll pass it off to you in like 5 seconds. I just want to say this. There's a number of if you scroll back through news articles about 8 months ago, you will see a number of things from commentary from the likes of General Ben Hodges, Admiral Stavridis, that explain what would happen, quite plastically, if Russians were dumb enough to do that. Not to mention that China also told them the same thing as Angry will now explain that the US and everybody else told them. Angry, please continue. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'll start with the back channels first. So the White House has made it blatantly clear that they have been in contact with Kremlin. 100%. Blinken has mentioned it on several occasions, and what's the other guy?
CIA,
the Admiral.
Oh no, Admiral Billy. Sorry, Billy.
No, the other Admiral. The one. Yeah, he's mentioned that he was in personal contact with his counterparts in the Kremlin and explaining to them in graphic detail what would happen if nukes were used. Right, so they're well aware. That's not going to stop them from saber rattling. It's also political and economic suicide, especially when your biggest partner said we'll cut all ties with you if you start using nukes. China has blatantly thrown that gauntlet down, saying we'll cut all ties with you. We will not trade with nuclear terrorists. And they said it in no uncertain terms that 100% you will not. And to be honest, China's pulling a lot of the strings. So if you want to do that, then good luck no longer eating, because Russia in very short order will become. I think the empire would fall apart. We would see civil unrest. That harkens back to the Red Revolution.
Thank you guys very much for that. It's very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Probably then Alex.
Thank you.
Alex, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I'm actually today at St. Clair East. Here is a small ticket.
At the consulate? You made it to the consulate from last night?
I had no idea the consulate is here. Like
Oh, cool.
there is no
You made it down? Is the lady there?
Things that Orkostan has its like consulate in this building. But anyway, yes, I'm here. I'm actually. I have an idea. Why don't we there are a few people here. I would like to, those of them who want, give a chance to tell who they are, why they are here, that kind of stuff, and using my phone for that. How does that sound?
As long as you got a good eye, Alex, we don't want to get any creeps on the phone, but I trust you, yeah? What do you think, co-hosts?
I'm up for it.
Fire ahead, Alex. I think the gun is your own, my man. Pick the most likely looking Ukrainian and let's have it.
All right, then. Hi. So I'm today I'm representing, there is a Twitter space called MriyaReport, and these people are interested in things in Ukraine, what's going on. I wanted to, if you have a few words to address them. These are, you can find people from all over the world. They are supporting Ukraine. Maybe, I don't know, tell your name, why you are here, tell your story.
Yeah, but my English is not perfect.
That's fine. You can
just the first name, Alex. Just the first name.
Come on, I mean, I can translate it, but I can translate it from Russian into English. I don't speak Ukrainian, unfortunately.
Yeah, I am Ukrainian. I am here since 2012.
Let me check this. Hello?
Loud and clear. Carry on. Just the first name, Alex. No second.
Yeah. So here is one family. They actually are here with their baby. I think it will be just let them hear them out. The guy is a little bit. He does not speak very good English, he says, but I think, in my opinion, his English is just perfect. So yeah, I'll give a microphone to him. Just
yeah, well, Ukraine is my homeland, and
where are you from?
From where? Ivano-Frankivsk region. It's like west of Ukraine.
Okay. For
and
how long you've been here?
I'm here 10 years.
Okay, but on this picket, on this...
yeah, we just found information in the internet and decided to support picketers. Yeah.
Do you have relatives in Ukraine?
Yes, my mother and my sister with family.
You said Ivano-Frankivsk, right?
Yes.
It's in the west.
Yes.
They still are bombed and shelled, and all that terror is going on.
Even today in the city Lviv, it's the biggest city in west part. Today it was attacked by few drones, I think.
Drones or rockets?
Drones today, but before rockets.
Okay.
But thankfully to USA and Canada and the European Union, we have systems that can reach rockets and help our land, especially capital of Ukraine.
Probably not enough for every city.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Yeah, it's and we discussed it before. It's a big problem. There are lots of cities in Ukraine, and while capital is more or less protected, it's much harder to protect all other areas. And today there were some shells in Lviv. Okay. All right. Hi. So this is MriyaReport. This is we are calling it MriyaReport. It's a Twitter space.
Yes.
And there are all people from all over the world who basically support Ukraine and want to know more details about this. So yesterday we found about this picket here, and maybe you have some words to share with members of this community.
Well, we are here, the Ukrainian community and others that support the Ukrainian community are here in Toronto, picketing at the Russian consulate to let them know our outrage at their action in Ukraine and in Belarus and in Kazakhstan and other places, but primarily Ukraine at this moment because of the all-out war. And the reason we chose this spot, as I said, could be anywhere, but it's because we are in front of the Russian consulate. And it will be all week, so people are giving up their work time and giving up their weekday from 8:30, basically during work hours, to be here to make a statement. We're handing out literature to explain to people who might not fully understand what's going on, to help them understand what's going on and to ask for their support, whether it be financial support or moral support or both.
Okay, let me quickly check. Can you hear? Hello?
Yeah, it's perfect,
Yeah,
Alan.
okay, so
You're
we'll
brilliant.
continue with, so your name is?
John.
John. Yeah, we'll continue with John then. I'll let
Hey,
him basically
Alex,
tell the story.
Alex.
Yes.
Alex, ask, is John the guy with the big beard? The big black beard?
Do you have big black beard?
No, I don't. That would be
Okay,
Chris.
there is another John with big black beard.
That's Chris. With the big
Oh,
black
that's Chris, not John. Hey, Yehuda, no,
I met Chris.
we have Chris with big black beard. We have John who speaks fluent English. And there are quite a few people here. Very impressed that people, leave their things for today and spend their time. It's actually quite sunny today. But, staying all day out in the sun, it's
not easy.
it's not easy. Maybe you guys have questions for members of this picket?
Yeah. Go on, sorry. Did I interrupt someone?
Go ahead with questions, and I will just translate and let John speak.
Or Chris.
Or Chris.
Yeah, Prince, do you have a question?
I actually, Alex, did you find Lydia down there who spoke with us last night on the space?
Yes, Lydia is right here. She's taking pictures. She just, yeah. Do you want to speak to Lydia?
Tell her
I
to
just
post
wanted-
it. Hold on. Tell her to post pictures of the demonstration right now if you can, and we'll put it in the nest. This is live activism at MriyaReport. MriyaReport special correspondent Alex Cavatelli is down at the Russian consulate in Toronto. He's reporting live from the ground. Ukrainians and Canadians of all backgrounds supporting Ukraine and demonstrating outside the consulate of the regime in Moscow, led by Mr. Putin. You might have heard of him. I'd love to see pictures, Alex. Sorry, go ahead, Prince and Shaggy.
I'll take some pictures, and we'll also ask Lydia to forward some pictures from today's action.
You can tweet it, Shaggy. Tell them to tweet it. You can tweet it right now. We can see it live.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Let me try. That will be first time I'm doing it. So yeah, I'll be learning.
You can't do it. You can't do it and be on here. Have Lydia do it. Take a little video, and then we'll post it on the nest.
Okay. All right, then I'll do that. Lydia.
Okay, cool. Ask the guy there if what he thinks of the Canadian support so far, and what more he would like.
So the idea is to take a quick video live and then put it. One second, guys.
Yeah, no worries. This is quite cool. You did it. We have a roving reporter.
Actually, give me one. I'll hold one.
Taking it with cocktail here.
Lydia, give me one too. I'll hold one.
I love it. Special correspondent Alex Canto live.
Yeah, this is improvised.
St. Clair and Young.
By the way, so the idea is to take a quick video. We'll put it in a nest. There is there are quite a few, a lot actually, of people who come in and they would love to see this action. But unfortunately, I don't know how to take. How to put it in? Can you take a video of this event? And
yes,
we'll send it to
how
Maria.
to send it for?
Well, I can give you the.
You have to tweet it. You just
we have to tweet it.
Tell them
to
take the video, and then from
you
Lydia's
can DM
phone or someone else's phone, tweet it.
Yeah, you can tweet it.
Well,
on my account, and you can take it.
yes,
on
of
my
course.
account.
Yes. Or we can DM to one
Listen,
of our hosts and they can
hey,
place it
Alex.
there. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Alex, let's be a little
Write
cheeky.
some
I know.
conversations and.
Okay, Alex, I know it might be a little cheeky. I know some of the people there don't have Wi-Fi. Maybe you could call the Russian consulate and ask them for the guest password so you can have Wi-Fi there.
Oh.
Is that an option? Yeah.
Well, I have Wi-Fi across Toronto. It should not be an issue.
No, I know Lydia didn't. Lydia
Lydia
so, yeah.
doesn't. Okay, we'll figure out then. Okay. All right then.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to love the older person in your life and teach them how to use technology.
Yeah, thanks, Alex, for doing that.
Give me 1 second.
Could we ask that guy? All right, I'll give you 1 second. Anybody got any questions they want to ask? Or preparing.
Maybe
Prepare some questions.
hey Shaggy, just for
Do you? Okay, let's see how this works.
So we can't. Go ahead.
And I do have Wi-Fi, and
There we go. We went from 4 open mics to 0. What's this?
There you go. Yeah. Just so you know, it's a very busy street corner. It's at Yonge Street, which is the longest street in the world, by the way. I'll have you know. Canada has a lot of greatest and longest and the best.
No one cares. No one cares.
Yes, they do. The longest street in the world, Yonge Street, or Highway 11, as it's called sometimes further up north.
America.
Oh, God. You went to the wrong country, you silly. Anyway, it's a very busy intersection. It's just about 200, maybe 100 meters east of the corner of Yonge Street and St. Clair Avenue. And the busy people walking by there. I'd love to see a picture. There's a man named Chris there who's got a beard that I swear I saw something moving in. It was enormous. It was a big black bushy beard. He stands out. I mean, it's enough to call security. They are there at the Russian consulate on the north side of St. Clair Avenue East, and opposite them is actually a bunch of lawyers who may or may not be the lawyers from MriyaReport, ironically, in Canada, and they have festooned their balcony with Ukrainian flags, lots of them, and it's right opposite the floor where the Russian consulate is. Every time they look out the window, they see exactly who Canada supports, and Canadians writ large, and the free world, and those who are reasonable people all over the planet can't help but support Ukraine. And we have our special correspondent, Alex Kaftelli, who's driven at least 35 minutes from the not so popular city of Mississauga. Never liked it. It's on the outskirts of Toronto. And he traveled there to join the protests and report live. This is awesome sauce. This is activism, civic activism. I guess it doesn't make sense, but whatever. It's activism. It's good. It's real. It's live, and we're doing it. So please do retweet the space. Let people know we're MriyaReport 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we have been broadcasting since before the last invasion, because the Russians have been invading for a while, on the 24th of February, 2022. And all around the world, whether it's embassies in Washington or all over Europe, MriyaReport has gotten people together. Last summer, we were helping actually with a bunch of people to plant sunflowers outside Russian consulates and embassies. Russians didn't like it; they ripped them up. But they can't rip up the flags on the building opposite them because they can't get into that floor, I suppose. Anyways, if you have a question for Alex Kaftelli, he's on the ground. You know what? We're all volunteers. He didn't get paid. He's doing it because it's the right thing to do. Hopefully, he'll take a video and show the crowd and the pamphlets and the posters and share it with the world. It might sound a little hokey. Well, it's just one protest, Yehuda. It's just in Toronto. First of all, Toronto, center of Canada, by the way, almost the universe. It's a big deal. You start with one thing, okay? Rome wasn't built in a day, as I used to say. It was built in 2. So we start with one, and we go to the next city and the next city, and let the Russians know just exactly what we think of their genocidal invasion of Ukraine. We will not stop. You won't stop. And the Ukrainian armed forces, they sure as heck aren't stopping. And glory to them. Sorry, Shaggy and Doman. I'm just excited that Alex is there. I should have gone.
Yeah, Alex is gone now. He's dropped. Maybe run out of battery or something. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get him back.
All week, they say, right? The protest goes all the way till Friday, every day, 8:30 to 4, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It was,
I suspect, you know what I think he's doing? I think he's videotaping it and he realizes he can't be on the audio on Twitter. So he's probably disconnected the videotape, but hopefully he posts something on his account.
I was just going to go and look at Lydia's account. Having her on last night was absolutely great. And I bet you she feels wonderful that somebody she met on MriyaReport last night has come down to their picketing and is really happy about that. And, I got a message from another person who lives in the Toronto area who wants to go down and picket with them also. So these are all wonderful things and connections. Just randomly Yehuda meeting this woman yesterday, Lydia, who was picketing at the consulate there in Toronto, and then she came on the space, and now Alex Kaftelli, who has been here forever, is down there with her, and just a wonderful show of support and how it shows MriyaReport connecting people and adding to the support in the fight for Ukraine. It's just a wonderful, wonderful thing to see.
It was great yesterday when I saw them there. I saw, in a typical Canadian fashion, people just walk up to them and say, "That's great what you're doing," and shake their hand.